Signature TV, news in your pocket.
You don't tire for this picture. We are make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they with you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey. Whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get to get free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, now our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export.
We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In headlines, Peter Obi urges young Nigerians to reject ethnic division and focus on national unity. Bill for the establishment of a National Agency for Malaria Elimination scales third reading in the Senate. Heavy gunfire in Somali capital as row over election delay escalates. And Israel and Lebanon agree to implement ceasefire if Hezbollah stops attacks. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The second National Working Committee meeting of the Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, has ended in Abuja, with members celebrating what they say as a phenomenal growth in membership within a very short period of its existence. The meeting was convened to ratify membership of a committee elected at its National Congress, state chairman of the party, and list of candidates for the 2027 general elections. Correspondent Mwabeze Njoku reports.
The National Executive Committee meeting, which was attended by all 36 state and FCT chairmen of NDC, was addressed by the national chairman, the party leader, and the presidential candidate of the party. The national leader of the party, Senator Siriake Dixon, said that the party, which is just over 90 days old from its date of registration, has defied critics, overcoming hurdles, and now stands as the fastest growing political party in the history of Nigeria.
We had our first neck shortly upon registration of this great party. And as the national chairman recounted a few minutes ago, we immediately went into political activities. We were thrown into. We were like a baby given birth to in a very turbulent, tight electoral program. Essentially configured, even against opposition parties, you would say. From day one, when this party was given birth to, we started to swim against the tide.
Presidential candidate of the party, Peter Obi, admitted that as a result of the many time-bound political activities the party undertook, there were some flaws in the process that produced its candidates for the forthcoming elections. He pleaded for understanding, sacrifice, and a sense of collective destiny, because those who didn't win now will win in the future.
For the party, mine is to most sincerely join and continue to appeal for sacrifice. Appeal for sacrifice. If you consider that this party is about 90 days old, and within these 90 days, we've gone through convention, through primary, to another special convention and this. It is not easy. Like Nina said, these are things parties that have lasted for years, find it difficult to go through. Please, I'm begging all of us to be able to be more tolerant, understanding, and sacrifice as we go through this. It is important that we look at tomorrow. Let us not be preoccupied by the process of today. Let us look at tomorrow. I assure you that we will continue to do better. We will continue to be a party of difference. I said before, and I said in every meeting, this party, when we are opportune to form government, we will show that party is supreme. The party is in control. And that we have a sense of accommodation. For those of you, leaders said, those who did not win today may win tomorrow. But I'll tell you that those who did not win today will win tomorrow. We will accommodate everybody. It's a party that people will see what it means to be caring and accommodating when we have the opportunity. Please, please, bear with us.
Also in attendance at the National Working Committee meeting, which went into the night, were Senators Victor Ome, Tony Woye, Nkechi Nwogu, and Ovie Omoagege. In Abuja, I'm Wabueze Njoku for Signature TV.
The presidential candidate of the Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, Peter Obi, has called on young Nigerians to reject ethnic and religious division and focus on unity and the country's future. In a post on X, Obi reflected on lessons from the 2023 elections, particularly in Lagos, where public discussion shifted from issues such as governance and development and became centered on ethnic and tribal sentiments. He warned that similar narratives are beginning to surface again, with some politicians turning to ethnic, religious, and identity issues when they are unable to compete on ideas, performance, character, or vision. According to Obi, many people take part in these conversations without realizing that they are being drawn into narratives created by others, with some campaigns being spread by individuals who believe they are supporting a good cause, without recognizing a wider agenda. The task of building a better Nigeria, he said, rests primarily on the shoulders of a younger generation, insisting that it is their duty to lead the conversations, champion the reforms, and drive the positive change the nation urgently requires. Obi urged them to question narratives, verify claims, follow facts, and resist manipulation, and avoid being drawn into hatred based on ethnicity, religion, or admiration for public figures. The Senate has assured the Federal Character Commission of its support, particularly in the areas of funding, legislative reforms, and enforcement of compliance with federal character principles. The chairman of the Senate Committee on the Federal Character and Intergovernmental Affairs, Ede Dafinoni, gave the assurance at a meeting between the committee and the leadership of the commission held at the National Assembly. Speaking at the meeting, the chairman of the Federal Character Commission, Ayo Omidira, lamented the challenges confronting the commission, particularly inadequate budgetary allocations under the envelope budgeting system. Dafinoni welcomed the plans by the commission to deepen the implementation of federal character principles across states and local governments. The chairman of the Federal Character Commission, Ayo Midira, while addressing the committee, lamented the challenges confronting the commission, particularly inadequate budgetary allocations under the envelope budgeting system. A bill seeking to establish the National Agency for Malaria Elimination in the country has scaled a third reading in the Nigerian Senate. Legislation sponsored by Delta-born Senator Ned Nwoko seeks to provide a legal framework for the coordination of national efforts aimed at the prevention, control, and eventual elimination of malaria in the country. Nwoko told journalists that malaria elimination in Nigeria is both practical and achievable. Speaking after the passage of the bill, Senate President Godswill Akpabio described the legislation as a landmark intervention in the fight against malaria. The bill will proceed to the House of Representatives for concurrence before being transmitted to the President for assent. And in the Green Chamber, 3 more members announced their defection from the ruling All Progressives Congress shortly after 13 lawmakers announced similar moves. Abubakar Zango from Adamawa and Abdullahi El Rashid from Gombe State defected to the African Democratic Congress, where Rabiu Bala from Bauchi pitched tent with the People's Redemption Party. Speaker of the House, Tajuddin Abbas, read their letters during plenary, in which they attributed the actions of the extensive consultations with their constituencies.
I humbly write to formally notify you, and by extension, the entire House of Representatives, of my resignation from the All Progressive Congress, APC. This is the political party under whose sponsorship I was elected as a member of the House of Representatives to represent the good people of Yola North, Yola South, and Gire. This resignation is effective immediately from the date of this letter. The decision has been reached after due consideration of my obligations to my constituents, my conscience, and the broader national interest.
They have also adopted a motion calling on security agencies to intensify efforts to protect affected communities and address rising insecurity in Ekiti and Taraba states.
That the tragic incident highlights persistent security vulnerability in rural communities and place of worship, and the growing boldness of criminal elements. Worried that such attack not only endanger lives and property, but violate citizen constitutional rights to freedom of worship and erode confidence in the nation's security architecture.
Worried that as a result of the clash, additional attacks from the bandits in the border areas of Plateau and Bauchi State has compounded the issue of what is happening in Karilami, the local government. I want to appreciate the security agencies who have moved it in time to stop this. But Mr. Speaker, sir, a lot of these victims need an immediate intervention from federal government.
Still to come, Israel and Lebanon agree to implement ceasefire if Hezbollah stops attacks. Germany blames Russia for bitter defeat in UN Security Council bid. Stay with us.
We are local.
International communities why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken it by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Government forces and opposition fighters have exchanged heavy gunfire in Somalia's capital, Mogadishu, as a row over delays to elections has escalated. President Hassan Sheikh Mohammed's term in office ended on 15th May, but was extended by a year, which the opposition said was unconstitutional and called for protest on Thursday. Gunfire was reported in several neighborhoods of the capital and persisted throughout the night, according to accounts by residents. Police said they were conducting a large-scale security operation against heavily armed militias with launched mortar attacks in some areas. Somalia last held a one-person, one-vote election in 1969 and has been ravaged by civil war for more than 30 years. Former Prime Minister Hassan Ali Kaire said he had been attacked by government forces while he and other leaders were preparing for Thursday's peaceful demonstrations. Israel and Lebanon have agreed to renew their fragile ceasefire and create a number of pilot security zones inside Lebanon in which Hezbollah operatives would be banned. A joint statement said the agreement was contingent on a complete cessation of attacks by the Iran-backed armed group Hezbollah, among other conditions. The agreement was announced in Washington on Wednesday after Israeli strikes killed at least 9 people in southern Lebanon and Hezbollah fired rockets into northern Israel. Lebanese state media reported that Israeli strikes continued in the south of Lebanon on Thursday, with at least one strike causing casualties. The agreement followed a partial ceasefire announced on Monday, which Lebanon said would see Israel refrain from bombing the Lebanese capital Beirut in exchange for Hezbollah not attacking Israel. Germany's Foreign Minister Johann Wadephol says support for Ukraine and Israel may have cost votes after the country failed to secure a rotating spot on the UN Security Council. Wadephol described losing out to Portugal and Austria as a bitter defeat after a vote on which countries would become one of the 5 new members of the Council was held on Wednesday evening. He also, in part, blamed his country's late entry into the race for the 2-year term on the Security Council. Russia has not responded to accusations that it lobbied against Germany's membership. Germany secured 104 votes in the push for one of the 2 places on the Council for Western European and Others group, with Portugal getting 134 votes in its favor and Austria 131. Kyrgyzstan, Trinidad and Tobago and Zimbabwe were also elected to the Security Council, which is the only UN body that can make legally binding decisions such as imposing sanctions and authorizing use of force. Let's now turn attention to sports. Christopher Lele is our guide.
Super Eagles were denied a valuable victory on Wednesday after conceding a stoppage time equalizer in a dramatic 2-2 draw against Poland in the international friendly in Warsaw. The result serves another important step in the Super Eagles' preparations for upcoming international assignments, with a high-profile friendly against Portugal scheduled for June 10. Attention now turns to next week's friendly against Portugal, another significant test as the Super Eagles continue preparations for future competitive fixtures. The Nigerian Premier Football League was conspicuously missing from the list of 69 domestic leagues that will be represented by players at the 2026 FIFA World Cup in the United States, Canada, and Mexico. According to FIFA's latest compilation ahead of the tournament, players selected for the World Cup squads are drawn from 69 different national leagues across the globe, highlighting the widespread representation of domestic competitions at the Mondial. Leagues from Europe, Asia, Africa, North and South America all produce players for the tournament, but the Nigerian top flight failed to contribute any player to the final squad list announced by the participating countries. The development has once again raised concerns about the declining global visibility and competitiveness of the Nigerian domestic league, despite the country's rich football history and reputation for producing talented players. Rwanda's RSSB Tigers defeated Angola's Petro de Luanda 90-88 to win the 2026 Basketball Africa League BAL Championship, which took place at BK Arena in Kigali, Rwanda, and reached fans in 214 countries and territories. The Tigers are the first team for Rwanda to win the BAL Championship. Following the game, BAL President and FIBA Africa President presented the RSSB Tigers with the BAL Championship trophy, and Tigers guard Craig Randall II with the Hakeem Olajuwon Trophy for winning the 2026 BAL Most Valuable Player Award. Randall recorded per game averages of 36.1 points, 3.5 rebounds, and 4.4 assists during the season, setting a BAL record for most points in game when he scored 54 points against Tanzania's Day City on April 4. In cricket, England head coach Charlotte Edwards says captain Nat Skeva-Brunt is ready to go for the home T20 World Cup, but unlikely to bowl. All-rounder Skeva-Brunt has not featured for her country so far this summer, missing ODI and T20I series against New Zealand and also 3 T20s versus India with a calf injury she sustained playing for the Blaze in the One Day Cup in April. However, the 33-year-old is now set to return for England's World Cup opener versus Sri Lanka at Edgbaston on June 12 as a specialist batter in the number 3 spot. And that's sports news on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lely.
Afrobeat singer Queen Madi accuses her former record label boss Joy Tongo, CEO of J-Tone Music, of forging a signature and misappropriating her funds. Popular Nigerian gospel musician Yinka Adasiayori apologizes to Nigerians over her remarks concerning the abducted school children in Oyo State. And Nigerian singer Flavor has explained why he finds it difficult to commit to one woman, saying he cannot be caged by any woman. Quinette Mokunta has it all on Entertainment News.
Afrobeat singer King Madi has accused a former record label boss, Joy Tongo, CEO of T-Tone Music, of forging her signature and misappropriating funds. The American love singer made the allegations while claiming that her former record label was attempting to sabotage her career after several songs from her new album, Barely Legal, were removed from streaming platforms over an alleged breach of contract. During a recent TikTok livestream, King Madi alleged that her former label had continued efforts to undermine her career after failing in the $2 million lawsuit filed against her. She claimed that Tongo forged her signature, engaged in unethical practices, and unlawfully removed her song Pepe Me from streaming platforms. King Madi also appealed to her fans to speak out against what she described as ongoing injustice, stating that the prolonged disputes with her former label had become exhausting. In response, Joy Tongo dismissed the allegations as false, denying claims that she forged King Madi's signature or stole from her. Popular Nigerian gospel musician Yinka Alashiyori has publicly apologized to Nigerians over her remarks concerning the abducted school children in Oyo State. As efforts to secure the release of the victim continued, labor union parents and concerned Nigerians staged protests across the country criticizing the government's response to the crisis. Reacting to the situation in a video, Alashiyori acknowledged that the government was working towards securing the release of the kidnapped victims and urged Nigerians to support President Bola Tinubu and security agencies through prayers. Her comments, however, attracted criticism on social media, with many Nigerians, including celebrities, arguing that insecurity requires concrete government action rather than religious appeals, with critics accusing her of being out of touch with the reality faced by affected families. Responding to the backlash in a new video on Wednesday, Alashiyori issued a public apology, saying her original video, which lasted about 1.5 hours, was intended as a prayer session for the kidnapped children, grieving families, government institutions, the military, and all Nigerians affected by the tragedy. She said she later discovered that a shortened clip from the video had circulated online, leading some people to believe she was dismissive of their concerns. The singer expressed regret that her remarks made some Nigerians feel unseen or unheard. She appealed to affected parents and other Nigerians not to be angry with her. Alashiyori also prayed for the safe return of the abducted children and asked for forgiveness from anyone offended by her comments.
When I woke up yesterday, I discovered that some well-meaning Nigerians are feeling offended because I made them feel unseen or their voices unheard. You know me too well that I will never make anybody feel like that. I discovered that the video was cut from a 1 hour 30-minute video. I beg you in God's name, please forgive me if I ever make you feel offended, unseen, or maybe I feel I spoke as if I was insensitive. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you.
Nigerian singer Flavour has explained why he finds it difficult to commit to one woman. Speaking during a video broadcast, the Nabania Krona explained that his personality and lifestyle make it challenging for him to settle into a traditional relationship, and that he sees himself as someone who thrives on freedom and exploration rather than being tied down to one person. Flavour stated that while some men are comfortable with a domesticated lifestyle, he considered himself different, describing himself as someone who belongs to the wide world and cannot be confined by conventional expectations. He emphasized that he values independence and does not see himself as the type of person who can be restricted or caged. The singer's remarks have sparked conversations among fans about relationships, commitment, and personal freedom. Flavour is the father of 3 children from 2 different women, both of whom are former beauty queens. That's the entertainment news. Queeneth Nkunta's Signature TV News.
And that's the news. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome once again to the Sage. A wonderful journey, a journey in which we work with you to uncover hidden treasures. Joyful, inspiring, and truly, truly exciting. Yes, it's once again another episode in which, as we had said previously, we meet really wonderful young people who have become entrepreneurs and have made a success of it. Today's episode is full of excitement. For me particularly, it's full of joy. It meets an innate need in me to see a young lady with so much enterprise who is so gifted. I say that because I in particular have a soft spot for young women. I feel young people in our country and in many parts of the world are more burdened, more handicapped by the fact that they lack jobs and therefore lack a viable means of empowerment, economic empowerment. But this is really, really acute for young women. They face all kinds of inequalities, all kinds of handicaps engendered by many factors in our society, whether it's cultural, economic, family, government, in so many ways, sometimes even nature itself hampers the growth, the development, particularly economic development of a young woman. And so we have a shining example to share with you today. A woman, a young woman who never fails to inspire me. A young woman with a heart and the courage of a lion. Full of fun, full of, so gifted, so truly inspiring and wonderful. Please join me as I welcome Jane Okenyi to this show.
Thank you so much, Ma. It's a pleasure to be here.
When we come back, you'll hear what is so truly wonderful about Jane. And as usual, I'm Dr. Kechi Obuagu, your guide on this journey of excitement. Stay with us. Welcome once again to the stage. My dear, tell us a little about yourself.
Okay. My name is Okenyi J. Ijoma. I'm from Abia State, Nigeria. I'm an Igbo girl. Okay, and I hail from Akano Item local government in Abia State. I schooled at Michael Obara University of Agriculture, Umudike in Abia State, and I studied biochemistry. Currently, I'm a youth corps member, although I'll be finishing my youth service this month. So, it may interest you to know, and also my audience, that I'm a shoemaker. And yes, I am a shoemaker. I love to be called one. I'm repeating it because I don't want you to call me a cobbler. I don't want you to call me a shoe designer. I am a shoemaker because I make footwears. So that is a little about who I am.
Great. Jane the shoemaker.
Yes, ma'am.
Jane, tell us a little bit about what made you shoemaking? What made you go into this business that is obviously very much a man's world?
Okay. Yes, as they always say, shoemaking is a male-dominated business. So everybody usually asks that question. So the first thing I would say is that I didn't just start by making this business part of what I wanted to do in life. I didn't grow up wanting to be a shoemaker. You know, it was born out of passion for entrepreneurship, passion for business, passion to wanting to become something different aside the regular things that women do in society. When I was little, when I was growing up, when my parents buy clothes and they don't buy shoes, there's a problem. You have to buy shoes for me. So right from time, I've always loved footwears. I can't afford to wear the same shoe I wore last year, this year. No, not possible. Then talking about the energy involved in this business. I grew up as a tomboy. I have a twin brother, so that can explain why I grew up as a tomboy. He was my only friend and sibling, so I always did everything he did. I played the same kind of games he played, the football, the sports and all that. So I think that was where I built my physical strength from. Then looking at business, at the business angle, everything I turned into business. My parents gave me money. See, they gave me money, but that 10 naira I'll make from selling that little drawing gave me joy. That little construction that I would just do, put together envelopes and sell to my teachers.
Did you say you were from Newi, no?
No. From Abia State. But I don't know why some people think I'm from
Abia. Is it Jebu?
No! I'm from Abia State. Yes. So maybe a lot of people say, maybe because I'm an Igbo girl, that's why you're into business and all that. But maybe it's true, maybe it's not true. But I just know that business has been inherent in me right from when I was a little child. So that, so coupled with the business angle, the strengths I have, my love for footwears,
And your love for money.
And my love for money. I can't hide it. All put together has made me a shoemaker today.
Shoe. That's interesting. And what kind of shoes do you make?
Okay. I make flat-soled shoes for men, mostly, and then for women. I make palm slippers and sandals. So, this is what I call Nneka. This is the Nneka slide. You know, Nneka is an Igbo word meaning mother is greater. Mother is greater. So, I give this footwear. I was inspired by one of my very wonderful mom in the making, and I got this footwear. So it's called Nneka slide. And we have many more in my factory, you know. So I'm also looking to branch into making boots and, you know, all those official, all these boots that the civil defense people use, the army people use, you know, all those boots, camp boots and all that. So, but basically I focus on flat-soled shoes like brogues, like drivers or loafers, as the case may be, monk straps, you know, Chelsea boots, and then I also do flat-soled slippers for men and women, and sandals for men and women.
Let me ask you, what did your family think about this, your idea of enterprise, going into the shoe business?
My family, okay, let me start from my dad. Very wonderful man, I would say. You know, I happen to be his first daughter. We are twins, you know, it's like, just like I said earlier, we are twins, you know. He always wanted me to be a medical doctor, you know. I'll get into the school, finish, maybe after biochemistry, like I studied, further my studies into, study medicine and all that. But as the case may be, after my 100 level, I discovered my passion for footwear making, and I told him about it, and he just needed to see the way. She said, no, my first daughter cannot do this. She has to be a doctor, you know. How can you be this beautiful? You want to be a shoemaker? He doesn't know, it's not possible. You know, he complained, and at first I behaved like I understood, but I honestly didn't understand what he was saying because I knew what I wanted. I went back again and requested to take the sewing machine that's in the house. And he sent me back. He said, no, she go back to school. He sent me to school and not to make shoes. So fast forward to today. My father is my highest marketer as I'm talking to you now. He has brought more than 50 businesses for me to, you know, do. And he's so proud now to introduce me to his friends as a shoemaker. Wow. Then for my mom has been supportive from the beginning, even though it didn't look like it from the beginning. But she was there, you know. Even when she felt I was not making the right decision, she was still there. And then she kept believing. My twin brother was always there to, you know, to market online for me. It was now more like a family business. I involved them in everything I was doing. If I'm cutting, everyone is cutting. You know, if I'm coupling, everyone was just there. You know, it was lovely from the beginning. And now my mom, what she calls me is entrepreneur. Entrepreneur, businesswoman, you know, shoemaker and all that. So it's been a very lovely journey, you know, family-wise. So at the beginning, it was not sweet, but now I think
they're believing in
you.
Yes. Yeah, that is great. That is great. So it's a business now. You have your shop, you have your shoes, you have your brand, and people are beginning to make orders, so that you're very busy. Tell us a bit. But let's hear about how did you get there? The difficult. Before you go in that, we'll take a break and we'll be back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for staying with us, and thank you for being with us and continuing to journey with us as we talk to this wonderful young lady sitting here with me. Jane, two things come out clear. Where you came from, how you started, the kind of family reaction and support that you got, but also the fact that it's now beginning to work. You know, it's a winning game. But tell us, how did you acquire the skills?
Okay.
Has it always been easygoing? You know, what were the challenges and so on that you had to deal with?
Okay, about the skill set, 2015, October to be very precise, I just came back home from school. After the 111th semester was over, I came back home, you know, for the holiday, and I was just walking by, you know, my street, and I saw this shop, or this shoemaking kiosk, because it's not a shop, a proper shop, and I saw some beautiful designs there. I had to walk in there, and I started asking some questions, and even when I moved, you know, away from asking asking about the price, and I started asking about how he produced them and where he got the materials from. I was so intrigued by the whole thing, and being an inquisitive person that I am, I wanted to know everything that day. And then the man moved, you know, further to ask if I wanted to learn. It then dawned on me that I could actually learn how to do this, yeah. Even though I had passion for for entrepreneurship and for business, and even though I loved shoes, I could actually learn how to do this and
Make
do it
them
myself.
yourself.
Yes,
Yeah.
I was already thinking about the business side to it immediately, you know. And I said, yes, I want to learn how to make these pictures. And he laughed. I said, no, that the boy is too much. You will not be able to do this. And I saw it as a challenge. And I told him that I was going to come back with my mom. So I took his phone number and left. I came back the next day. You know, first of all, I went back home and I told my mom. My mom was like, shoemaking. Shoemaking. How? I said, Mommy, don't worry, I'm going to pay for this. I had some spare 20K or 25K. I was thinking of what shoes I'm going to do within that period. I wanted to learn how to drive car very, very well, because I wanted to drive my mom's car up and down. But when I saw that thing, I felt that it was worth the money. So my mom reluctantly followed me with her friend, and we went there the next day. She saw the place, and she wasn't very satisfied, but I convinced her. You know, I was just pushing.
With your enthusiasm and your drive.
Honestly, I didn't know what I wanted to use that knowledge of shoemaking to do. Like I didn't really want to. I just wanted to know how to do it. And
it struck a chord. Something in it resonated with you.
Exactly. And like, just like a joke, we paid, and I said the next day. And that man really drilled me. His name is Y2K. He said, no, don't ask me the reason. Because he said Y2K. He said, year 2000. So 2K is 2000. Year 2000. That was when he started the business. So we call him Y2K. The man, I was his only apprentice at that time. It was not funny. The man didn't even look at the fact that I was a girl. He didn't look at the fact that I was an achepo. He didn't look at the fact that I was just starting. He drilled me for 1 week, and I fell sick. It was not funny, but
it was hard work.
Yes, it was so, oh my God. But at the end of the day, I learned from him for 5 weeks, and I had to go back to school. But what I learned within that 5 weeks was enough to take me through for a long time. I went back to school, and I discovered another shoemaking shop that just opposite my school gates, and I started going there anytime I was free. You know, little by little, the guy was putting me through. I was helping him to do his own work. So I didn't pay him. I was just helping him to do his own work. And he was teaching me, you know, so we were helping each other. Yes.
Of actually how the shoes are put together.
And then, of course, I was gaining some other knowledge from YouTube, you know, from social media in general. So that's the beginning. That's the beginning of my journey of learning this process, of turning it into a business. So my learning process was between 2015 to 2017. You know, I was learning it in bits because of school.
Jenny, it's been wonderful listening to you. Before I let you go, I'm still going to task you. Please tell us a little bit more. I mean, because as I look at it, I think it's an amazing opportunity. Yeah. What did it take to structure your business? what is the demand like? What are the things that are helping you produce to respond to the demand? I could go on asking so many questions, but tell us a little bit more so that others out there could see whether perhaps this is an area where they could also venture into.
Okay.
And also, as you're discussing that, talk about the investment opportunities. What is this? What do you think? What would you say to people out there?
Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to, talk about how importantly conversations for change has, impacted in my business managerial skills. From C4C, I got the opportunity to intern with the almighty butter industry for 2 months. Man, it was a wonderful experience. Yes, I must say, very wonderful. I saw wonderful equipment. I saw how 500 to 1,000 projects could be produced in one day. It was a very wonderful experience, and it widened my horizon. Before now, I didn't know how to get my bits together, to form a standard business. But through the knowledge I have gotten from conversations for change, I've been able to gather my bits together. I've been able to have a very strong managerial skill. And also, when we talk about the human resource angle, I've been able to know how to selectively pick the people that I know that I could work with, either as apprentices or as workers, to make sure that everything will come together to form the kind of footwears I have in mind to give my customers to wear. I have currently 8 apprentices, both male and female, of course, not only women, even men. Yes. So I have about 2 females and 6 males. Yes. And among the males, I even have a little boy, a 10-year-old boy. Yes. And now, even my workers, I have 2 workers working for me. The one currently is with me all the time, and then one is the contract staff. So all put together, I have like 10 people under my supervision and under my care when it comes to business. The demand for footwears have really increased because, when we started, it wasn't like this. But when we started reeling out the products that we have, we really made a lot of noise on social media, trying to see how we could increase our sales and increase patronage. So we make lots of footwears and we send them to different states in the country. So we're not limited to FCT Abuja. Anywhere you are in this country, and of course with time outside the country, we send the footwears to you wherever you are. So you just place your order.
Is it expensive to send it to them?
No. We don't add extra cost for sending. We work with some logistics company and we use their exact retail price. So we don't add an extra fee, sorry. So talking about the business in general, like the patronage, it has really increased, and I would say that about 60% of my patronizers are middle-aged men, married, probably, that have a family, because they would like to.
You keep the single ones away, eh?
No, that's 60%. 60% more are married men that want to produce for themselves, their wives and their kids, for their family members as a whole. About 20% of them are the single ones, the young boys and the young girls, The rest of the 20% are should I say, the people that are no longer so young. I don't want to say they're old, but they're not so young anymore, So, but in general, 80% of my patronizers are men, while 20% are women.
Oh, really?
And in this 20%,
why do you think so?
And in this 20%, 10% of them produce for their husbands or their male better halves, I don't know. Then the remaining 10% produce for themselves. The reason why I said so is because I'm a woman, so I'm saying it. Women don't like to patronize handmade footwear as much as men do. They like to buy 5 footwears at 1,000 naira. Or buy 5,000. And for them to actually bring out some good money to purchase good quality products. although it's not for every woman though, but that's just the general idea. Talking about investors and investments as a whole, my business is still very young, is growing even more than I could ever imagine, and is very much open for investors, for partners, for for people who feel that they could make a ton of money out of this. Yes, I'm saying this boldly because this is a very lucrative business. I could have bolted out before now if it was not, because I said earlier I like money and I like to work for my money. So if this business was not lucrative enough to keep me here up to now, this is my 5th year in this business, I would have bolted out maybe a long time ago. So it's open for people who feel that they could invest in shoemaking business, in footwear production business. It's very lucrative. We can use this money to get lots of equipment that will ease the production and also make the production process to be faster and to also get to people more than what it is right now. So it's very much open for investments.
Yeah, she's telling you loud and clear.
Yes.
She's open to people investing and sharing the profits.
Yes.
And indeed creating jobs and work for so many other people out there.
Yes, ma'am.
Great, great. We really, really wish you well in that. What would you say to many of the young people out there? What would you...
My fellow young ladies and men, I would really like to say this, right from my heart. I would say that you should just keep pushing. Don't allow the obstacles of life surrounding you to weigh you down, because they will surely come. Those obstacles will surely come. A lot of people around you might not see what you're saying to them. They might not see that thing that you're trying to paint for them to see. But once you're very sure that you know where you're going to, once you're very sure that your eyes are focused on that particular thing you want to achieve, my dear friends, my dear young people, please don't lose focus. Just keep going. With time, everyone around you will understand. Everyone around you will, in turn put their hands together to make sure that that place you're going to, you get there faster. But the important thing is that at the beginning, it might not be easy. It wasn't easy for me, and I'm telling you that it wasn't easy for me. But with persistence, or with perseverance, with patience, and with focus, you'll get there. You will surely get there. It's just a matter of time.
I love that. You will get there. I love the confidence. You will surely get there. I'm inspired. I'm sure many, many of you out there are also inspired. Jane, it's been a real pleasure to talk to you, to hear your enthusiasm, to almost physically feel your confidence. And we wish you the very, very best as you continue on this trail. Never give up. We know you won't. And we're looking forward to your creating jobs for many other people, young people out there.
Thank you, Ma.
It's been a pleasure. I hope you've enjoyed the journey on this particular episode. We can all make it together if we, like Jane, follow our passion and are ready to work and make our dreams come true. I thank you once again for being with us on this exciting journey. And please do be with us again next week as we bring you another inspiring young person. Thank you and goodbye.
local.
International communities observing every
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing every
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
You don't tire for this picture? Oh yeah, make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over
Over 100 channels dey with you, sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey, whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal dey reach every corner of Naija from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get ogbonge free to air decoder, you don win. This one na our own national asset o. Even from your phone, you fit watch am. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277.
Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what it was.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Good morning and welcome to Signature Morning, coming to you live from Signature TV. Today is Friday, the 5th day of June 2026. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Let's take a break, and when we come back, we'll look at what is making the waves on the headlines this morning. Welcome back, and we'll be kicking off with the Punch newspaper. Looking at the headlines, it says, Oyo Borno abductions, tough terrain, casualty, fears, stall rescue mission. Terrorists hold firm, insist on release of captured Ansaru commander and deputy. Beside the mass power outages, NEC orders compensation for Band A customers. 2027 INEC voids primaries held on May 30th. On page 27, FG debt repayments exceed budget allocation by nearly 2 trillion naira. Now to the Guardian newspaper. World Environment Day, how abuses, poor regulations fuel health crisis and economic losses. Nigeria finishes 5th as South Africa leads top-performing African countries. State police framework almost ready for constitutional amendment. FG screens 400 Nigerians for repatriation from South Africa. Okay, let's look at the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. On page 3, it says, State Police Constitutional Framework near completion, says Presidency. Afenifere demands its immediate creation. On page 21, 2027, we want to see credible election in Nigeria, British High Commissioner tells APC chairman. Dangote Refinery ramps up to 700,000 BPD, strengthens Africa's energy landscape. Now to the Vanguard newspaper, page 5. FG vows to crush kidnappers, rescue pupils in Oyo, Borno. On page 26, again, candidates write SSCE at night. Parents lament. WAEC says we are working to address the issues. UN demands immediate release of abducted Nigerian pupils, teachers. 2027, only Jonathan can speak on his political future, ex-president's camp insists. Now to the Nation newspaper. State Police, Joint Lawmakers Executive Panel concludes work. The riders say Minister, Nigerians must unite to fight terrorism. US affirms support. Elders Forum to Akpabio steer clear of Kogi politics. Oyo House rejects negotiation with kidnappers. Now to the Daily Trust newspaper. It says parties sit on candidates' lists. UN demands release of abducted pupils teachers in Oyo, Borno. Despite rowdy session, House yet to finalize on minority leadership. Security guard killed as bandits abduct 4 in Abuja. Son allegedly kills father in Ondo. 7 die as farmers herders clash in Bauchi. And finally, Presidency says the constitutional framework for state police to be out soon. And that covers the major headlines we have on the papers this morning. And now to review these headlines, we have in the studio, as always, Chris Maduka. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Richard. How's the ENUGU weather treating you?
I should ask you the same because it's been quite cold.
I think the rains are here, but despite that, we still notice the climate change is taking its toll, because immediately after the rain, everything gets hot again. I'll be wondering whether we are in rainy season or in dry season. But that's fine. That's how we come to this day's newspaper headlines review. I've been introduced. My name is Christian Maduka. You're welcome and God bless you.
Of course. Now, the papers have Oyo Borno abductions. It says that terrorists hold firm and insist on release of captured Ansaru commander and deputy. And the United Nations is also calling for the release of those kidnapped.
When the headlines were being taken, I was getting confused. I don't know which one has been released and which one is not released. But the fact is that the UN, after we lamented here the other day, started behaving as if they exist. So that Nigeria will actually, if not anything, will feeling that they are concerned about our issue. Instead of calling us United Nations and just by mere mouth, by mere mention in the United Nations. Why the nations that are united, one of them will be in trouble and nobody cares. So I lamented so much, and I felt it's totally not joining. It sucks to believe that Nigeria, since our independence as a member of the United Nations, and we have signed so many, what they call them, all those regulations that have come from UN. We are signatory. Nigeria is a signatory. So why should Nigeria, when it comes to this issue, I find that the terrorists and bandits are threatening the fabric of Nigeria, the United Nations keep quiet. They are reacting very late. As far as I know, terrorism and banditry has existed in Nigeria for 2 decades, and several data has come out to determine how much of Nigerians have died in the process, how much money that has hands has ransomed, and how much damage it has done to our economy. It has done that to our economy, the business, done that to our agriculture, done that to our health, and now education is the highest hit now. Children are afraid to go to school. I watched a viral video last night. They say, you know how Nigerians are. Small time they will raise alarm. Hey, terrorists and bandits are in one school. Parents will rush from everywhere. The street was agog with confusion. Even some people being hit by vehicles, and they are getting accident because of that. And the man who is doing the video is shouting, saying so many things that I can't say here. That's left for him. He knows what he's saying. But if you listen to what they are saying, you know that Nigerians are not happy. It's unfortunate that it's only your incident that's making everybody to shout. It's not good for Nigerians too, because I'll be blaming United Nations. They are reacting late to this issue. Where have all Nigerian people been when it's hitting northeast, northwest, middle belt? Where were they all this while? But like the Igbo word said, if this will bring end to it, we give glory to God. And may the soul of all the people who have died in the process, what can we say? Rest with the Lord. Because it's sad. And the worst thing is that these bandits and terrorists will be releasing video of torturing victims, and some of the videos of old ones are being resuscitated and put. So there's total, Nigerians are living in trauma, psychological. If you open your WhatsApp group, some people will pick it and cutting and pasting from all sides. Some video of 10 years ago, they're bringing it back and then tagging it. That is what is happening now with it. So everybody is just not happy. We just pray. Anything that the government will do to stop this. Because if you ask me, I am not a security expert. I am not a bandit expert. Nor am I a terrorist expert. I am not in government. I never aspired to be. The people that are there, that have done all they can to hold the power, let them function in that position. Otherwise, the people will be cursing, calling, and doing so many things at them. Who else do we look at? Beyond God, who else? In Nigeria. We beyond God, after God, it comes to government, we name Tinubu, and we begin to name Shetima. From there to Akpabio, we go down to the Federal House of Reps, whoever is there. As they go down, we just send him there, and we go down to the state government and local government. That's how Nigerians believe the whole thing functions. Beyond our faith, the only thing we see that governs us is the government. And if government fails, it becomes very clear. People will always steal government. You wake up in the morning, if government is doing well, you feel it. If government is doing bad, you smell it, you feel it. So we are what the government makes us to be. So when many people are crying, and then it means government have to ask themselves, because if anybody's talking, they say you are criticizing government. If nobody's criticizing, just let the government look at the face of the My father said you must look at the face of a woman who has just delivered a child before you ask for the sex of that child, whether it's male or female. If you have not seen the face of the woman, you're asking her, madam, what did you deliver? Is he a woman or a man? That is how the government should do with the people. The government should look at the face of Nigerians and how they feel. How Nigerians feel determines how well the government is functioning. If we don't do that, then we are governing their government to themselves, then the people are there. So it becomes they and we. If there's no link, and most people in Nigeria cannot wake up and say, hey, the government is doing right here, and then they will take up what the people are saying to go back and re-strategize to make sure that, because it's a continuous thing. I do not jealous people in government. It's not a small job. But then, if you accept to do it, you have to do it. There's no excuse for failure. Otherwise, what people will say, resign. They will go and say, I say anybody should resign. If anybody cannot function in any position, he has struggled to be there, and he has gone to a mosque or church to give thanksgiving to God that he got that position. Let the person resign. Otherwise, God is using that person to punish Nigeria.
Now, the presidency said that the state police constitutional framework is near completion and it will soon be out.
We are waiting. We have cried here. This is almost 1 full year. When the idea debuted, everybody was praising government. Small time, they will go one step forward on state policing. Small time, they go back. What the IG told us last time that it will take 9 months, I've been 60, 90 days or 99 months. Now people lost hope. Now that they've resuscitated it and say all the things that they've dotted all the T's, all the I's, and crossed all the T's for state police to take effect and go for constitutional, amendment. It's beautiful. It's welcome. Because, like I said, government is a dynamic thing. No particular strategy fits all. You try ease. If ease doesn't work, add was. If was goes, let it go. There's no need to hook on believing that this man said, because of fear of few, majority are dying. Because what is the major issue against state police that has delayed it? Some people feel state government governors will hijack it, and then they will hijack it because they are gods, emperors. And then everybody will watch them hijack state apparatus to themselves to become, they will turn state police to their houseboys and messengers to take their wives to market to buy food and back. No. If there are anything they will do, the state police, if the state governor become chief security officers of state police, there must be some element of benefit when in this state we are, that the general people will benefit. It doesn't mean that the state police will not find a way of whoever is the commander-in-chief of state police will not hand away. After all, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of Nigeria. He has not commanded the police to his house to become houseboys. So why should the state police become houseboys of governors if that is the fear? So everybody should jettison that idea. Let us solve the problem that is at hand. Otherwise, we'll be muffling words from this side to this side, chewing words about state police, and millions of Nigeria will be going down this way we have been going down. Nobody knows what next, step next. Even within Oyo, there were rumors of kidnapping and so insecurity has gotten to this level of Nigeria. The sooner we begin to add up some other things that may help, the better for us. So state police, kudos to federal government. We are asking, let them hurry up. Let 2027 not stand in the way of making sure we give rapid attention to establishing state police. Most states are ready with their security and vigilante services. They are ready to dovetail into state police. I've kept saying it. For the Southwest, some of the states in Southwest that have Amoteku, it won't take them 2 weeks to have state police. So why are we wasting time? Let the other states who have not tried anything like that learn from the ones and replicate. We have to start somewhere.
Now, candidates again write SSCE at night. Parents are lamenting, and WAEC is saying that they are working to address the issues.
You know, I've said this several times. WAEC, JAMB, all this, only NECU has not come into my lexicon as people who have overrated themselves. JAMB, WAEC. For some of us that sitting here, we know how we took our WAEC. WAEC is overrated and is gone. It happened in Delta at that time. We shouted about 9 months ago that WAEC, the last time they took WAEC, that they took WAEC with a lamp, kerosene lantern, in a hall in Delta State. And people kept quiet. It repeated itself. The next time, they will be taking it inside the holes, inside the forests. Whether WAEC has turned to bandit and terrorists, because those are the ones who function at night. How can you imagine exam that determine the fate of every young Nigerian being taken at night, when the WAEC has not controlled what happened in the daytime, in the exams, with so much sleaze and grease that I even penetrated them with their even database? Because if you are talking about corruption in Nigeria, some of the exam boards are corrupt to the marrow. Even whatever that is a problem is within them. It happened again. Those are the people who their children have gone to sit for WAEC in a clean and decent manner. They will be competing with this. And in your mind, you will work out what has happened in that exam. And WAEC is saying, they cannot go and bury their shame. I wonder why government should encourage another. When NECO came, he reduced this mess that people have put on WAEC. And we have a circle, at least a Brita. If they form another thought, because the population of Nigerian children who want to go to school is so high. So that we reduce this mess of carrying the life of young Nigerians, putting on the life of an exam board that at their life they have gone old, they've grown old and they are fading away. They cannot catch up. It shouldn't repeat itself. And government is keeping quiet. Everything about WAEC and that people who organize that exam, they should be rotting away in jail. Because that's how it starts. We give room to corruption, it will grow into a mammoth killer. That's how things happen. It has happened before. Now, the number that took exam, when they know, when the Nigerian children start knowing that if you delay and do it, the WAEC can hold the exam in the midnight for you, and then it become another thing. We're not talking about special centers where parents pay so heavily, take their children through risk and pause. Some of them have died in mass accidents of going to special center to sit for exam. Is that not corruption? Even Nigerian parents have a large share. Their children must pass by all means, and you're expecting that child tomorrow to become somebody in the nation. If they spoil themselves being corrupt parents, they want also put children. I think that corrupt people always want to push their children not to go their own way. But Nigerian parents, they all share. That's why I tell you, when I talk here, everybody have our share of these problems. People know their children will do this. They allow them. Why didn't they take their children back and sue the WAEC to court? Did they pay that money for their children to go to exams in the night? Who will guarantee? Children go to school in the daytime. Bandits and terrorism and insecurity have not. They don't go to take exam at night. You will think these parents are not. They don't have a share of that. All of them are corrupt. But the parents, it's only the children that are pushing into this corrupt system by force, initiation. When WAEC has become cult initiation, they do by night. And you think I will sit here and the president clap for them. WAEC is overrated, is a failure.
All right, Chris, one more before we go. Now, minority leader raised reps in rowdy session over alleged signature forgery. It says that they are yet to finalize on minority leadership.
Well, it was easy for the House to get a majority. Somebody who used to be a minority leader suddenly become a majority leader before he defected and got overwhelming victory to be fly flag of another party in a state. That's Nigeria. And now that one didn't take more than 2 minutes to achieve, to replace minority leader, which is given because the minority is the list of the party in the house is taking the time. There's a rowdy session. Don't you think these are people who are representing Nigeria? They're waiting for what I will say they do. Are they not failure also to get? You do primary election, you rigged it. All the parties rigged. People are still talking about. From A to Z rigged. You do everything, wahala. Somebody, quickly, you do, nobody talked about how the minority leader suddenly become almost majority leader because he jumped fence and they've given him flag for another. To replace him is what is causing rowdy session. Shame to Nigeria political structure. We are deceiving ourselves. These are people who deliberately come and campaign. People give the vote to go and deceive us that voted them. Are they not ashamed? Let them go to UN. The UN Assembly will determine who become a minority leader for them in federal. I mean, there are so many organizations. Or go to ECOWAS court. So many things. Or if Nigerian court is even waiting to determine who becomes. That is shame. There are certain things you review in our newspaper headlines, become ashamed of this nation, 100%. So, of course, whether they have a minority or majority, it does not bear on the life of Nigerians or what we are going through now. It does not reduce bandit and terror, hardship, hunger, increase in tariffs, everything. Nothing is working. It cannot. It doesn't. So they can remain there because they have been there with a majority leader, minority leader, everything, and we have not achieved anything. So.
All right, Chris. Well, thank you so much for joining us on the review this morning.
Thank you. We thank you for having joined us this morning, knowing that we can always be there for you. May God bless you for having been with us. Don't mind my shouting, and it's part of the business to get Nigeria won. I've always apologized. God bless you. God bless you, Church. God bless Signature TV. But remember that God's blessings are meant for those who deserve and desire to be blessed.
Thank you once again, Chris Maduka. And with that, we've wrapped up newspaper headlines and review. Do stay tuned as we'll be back shortly.
Hello?
We are local.
The international community is observing every
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
You don't tire for this picture? Oh yeah, make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they with you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey, whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get Ogbonge free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, now our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700 388 7277.
Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder, and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app, and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. Now, Nigeria faces a massive infrastructure gap, and it is quite known that public and private partnerships are often presented as the solution. However, we see that many PPP projects have either been delayed, abandoned, or renegotiated. And so this morning, we're asking, why is PPP not attractive to governments in Nigeria? Now, joining us on Zoom this morning is Professor Obi Israel. He's a PPP expert, a member P3 PAN, and he's also a transformational leadership and development consultant. You're welcome to Signature Morning. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you for having me. Do you hear me from there?
All right. Now, Nigeria has repeatedly acknowledged the fact that it lacks, resources to handle all the infrastructure. But why then does PPP appear to be treated as a secondary option or as an alternative rather than a central focus or a central development strategy?
Yeah, good morning once more. All of you there at the studio and the listening public. Let's establish that we are hearing ourselves. Are you hearing me now clearly? Hello? Are you hearing me clearly there?
I can hear you clearly. Please go on.
I can go on. Yes. The challenge is, why is PPP not attractive to governments in Nigeria? We'll talk about governments looking at the federal, the state, and the local government authorities. Why is PPP not attractive to these segments of power and authority in Nigeria? Now, let us break it down so that everybody listening to all this morning will understand it. Let's be down to earth. First of all, what is PPP? Let us not be speaking in tongues or in a language that many people do not understand. What is PPP? Yes. PPP means public-private partnership model or initiative. Public-private partnership model or initiative. Then going forward from there, what is PPP project? What do you understand by PPP project? A PPP project is a project that is provided by a combined effort of both the government, that is the public sector, and the private sector, the private organizations. So any project, whether physical project or form of service that is provided by a combined effort of both government and the public sector, can be termed or regarded as a PPP project. It's a team spirit, something that is done by combined efforts of both parties, that is the public sector represented by the government and the private sector also represented by other individuals or institutions that have the funds and the technical competencies to embark on any particular project at any time. All over the world, I have to say this with emphasis, the private sector is driving massive infrastructural development all over the world, all the continents. Now, PPP projects will be in form of physical product or service. Let's give some examples. I have to say this as a background before we go into reasons for PPP not being attractive to governments in Nigeria. That's need for this background talk. What are some examples of PPP projects that can be carried out in a country? Examples abound, such as airports, seaports, roads, construction and bridges, refineries, the area of education, healthcare, delivery, power plants for stable generation of electricity, even war for mercenaries, war for mercenaries. PPP can be engaged, hire mercenaries to dislodge bandits or terrorists, can be arranged. Iron and steel industry, real estate, agriculture. These are areas where you can engage PPP, where government and private organizations can come together to provide massively for the good of the society. When we say PPP, remember, in different parts of the world, it has worked very, very well. Very, very well. Look at the Heathrow Airport in UK, one of the busiest and largest airports in the world. Mention some other instances here and there. In Canada, 2019, Canada made about $120 billion from agricultural produce alone. But these things are not done by government personal efforts. It's a combined team effort of both government and the private institutions. Now, the question is this. Before we talk about PPP not being attractive to government, what are the benefits of PPP? Does PPP initiative add value to society? Is it worth embarking upon? Is it something that is profitable? The answer is not far-fetched. Yes. PPP has to do with saving of scarce funds, because providing infrastructure is something that requires huge capital outlay in the billions and trillions of money. PPP helps to save scarce funds for alternative uses. Moreover, it eliminates or reduces drastically the endemic corruption that is embedded in the civil service. So when government wants to remove or reduce corruption, it can go a long way by engaging PPP. If government is very sincere on the issue of fighting corruption. PPP also ensures timely completion and delivery of projects. I mean, quality projects being completed and delivered on record time. PPP ensures massive provision of infrastructure. I mean, massive provision of infrastructural facilities. PPP, when it is well utilized, we remove the challenge of capital problems. That's the problem of capital in government. How do we provide capital for a project? Because the private sector will provide the funding for such projects to be recovered in the future. Now, let me say this with emphasis. PPP is not a cost, it's an investment. And those who are into it should understand it that way. So the phobia should not be there at all. There's no fear at all. When you know that PPP is not a cost, but an investment. With PPP, you can be sure of quality products or service. Transparency and due diligence are well encouraged and promoted. Do you know that with PPP, there will be development of skills and competencies for citizens of a country? Now we talk about transferring of technology and the rest of them. No country will willingly transfer its technology to another country. It doesn't happen. But with PPP, you can get it. Because when projects are established, people are employed, they are trained to continue to manage such projects even after the initial partners have disengaged.
All right, Professor Israel, if you
yes,
can hear
it encourages
me.
also
Now,
massive
you've mentioned
employment.
some of the benefits, you've given a background, or you've been given a background on PPP, what it is and what its benefits are. But let's now bring it down to Nigeria and why it is still not a central part of our development strategy. Why is it still on the periphery, on the sidelines? Why is it just an alternative instead of being part of a central part of our development plan in the country?
Very good. I'm just coming to that. I have a lot to say there. I'm just trying to give you a sufficient background on PPP models before we now come back home to ourselves. A country like Nigeria, why PPP is not attractive to different levels of government right here. You consider, let me mention them in quick succession because of our time. Consider the risk factor. No private organization or company has money to throw away. When a company injects money into a particular project, it has the intention to recover the money with profit. So if the risk is so high and there's doubt that the money may not be recovered, then forget it. No company will ever do that. So how is Nigeria in relation to what I've said? More reasons: policy inconsistencies and poor governance does not encourage PPP at all. And you can see why Nigeria government has a phobia for it. Policy inconsistencies and poor governance. What about contract issues and lack of trust? When the investing public or institution does not trust the government to fulfill its promise, obviously it's not going to get involved in such projects because huge money is involved. It's not going to be a storytelling at the end of the day that after spending billions of money or trillions, that the money is not recovered. The government will come up with some funny stories. So PPP project is not the shenanigan of moonlight tales in the village. It's not a razzmatazz adventure. It should be clearly stated, and the trust is there, well documented, that at the end of the day, the investing institution will recover its money at a profit before the project is finally delivered to the government for continuity. So contract issues and lack of trust is a major challenge in PPP projects, and that is why one of the reasons the Nigerian government may not be interested. Then pressure from the public and political reasons. You know, in Africa as a whole, you have the problem of political instability. Government comes and goes, and each government comes with its policy direction, either to abandon or continue with a project, ongoing project. So if a project is abandoned by a new government, what happens to the invested funds? The investing company has lost out. So you see that political pressures, instability, and pressure from the public may also hinder PPP. And that's one of the reasons for it not being attractive to Nigerian government. What about regulatory gaps and weak institutions? It's a terrible experience that in a country like Nigeria, we have very weak institutions. Instead, we have powerful and strong individuals whose names sound louder than the institutions we have. It's not supposed to be like that. It shouldn't be so at all. We need to build powerful institutions that no single person can twist or control. Like we have them in America. We should have powerful legislature, powerful judicial system, powerful INEC, and the lawmaking bodies, both at the federal and state levels. We need to have them, not to be controlled by individuals, so that our regulations, our rules, our laws will be fully implemented easily without interruption, without legs. So regulatory gaps and weak institutions are also major reasons for PPP not being attractive to Nigerian government. Fiscal issues, fiscal budgeting. That's another challenge altogether. Due budgets are padded, budgets are overwhelmed, budgets are not realistic. How can that support PPP? What about control challenges? Government will always want to be in control of whatever it is doing. They will not even allow the private sector to take full control of what the project is intended to deliver before handing it over to the government officials. So the control is there. You know, the egotism, the showmanship, who is in charge, and so on and so forth. In Nigeria today, we need more than $2.3 trillion. I say more than $2.3 trillion from our research to close the infrastructural gap. So this is huge money. It's not something to joke with. The money is required in a very big manner, not just a talk shop, not just scratching the screen. We need this money, and how do we get the money? Government alone cannot do it and will not be willing to do it. We're talking about coastal highways, talking about airports, seaports, refineries, gas plants, education, healthcare delivery. These are areas that we need the attention of government to come in, and the institutions to be able to continue with what is required. You cannot do it alone. That is what we are saying here. You can't do it alone. The government must encourage such people that have the funding, institutions, to come in and be of help. So poor budget figures in Nigeria make PPP projects very, very important, so that those who have the money can come in to complement the efforts of government. Budget alone cannot close the infrastructural gap at all. It does not happen. It does not happen at all. If you make your budget, you can measure your figures, can be looking good on paper, but that is not what is required. This should be practical. There must be good governance. There must be sanctity of contracts. There must be improved risk-sharing methods. Otherwise, PPP will remain an illusion to the Nigerian government, even in the far future. But all hope is not lost. Hello, are you hearing me now? Are you still hearing me? Yes, all hope is not lost with all the challenges surrounding PPP in Nigeria. We as members of PTRIPAN, the body that is always there to train and advise government on how to benefit from PPP projects, will continue to create the awareness. Yes, the PTRIPAN, I'm a member, I'm the chairman of the advocacy committee. We keep on pushing, keep on creating the awareness among government circles to see the need to embrace PPP projects. It's not a python. It's not a devastating lion. It is something that is meant for the good of the society. Government will have enough funds to provide massive infrastructural facilities all over the country. Everybody will be good for it. This is how to build a just and egalitarian society, a place where you can now attract a lot of direct foreign investments, or promote massive employment, and make life comfortable for the people. So there are different segments or sectors of our national life where we can engage PPP projects and make life very, very easy and comfortable for the citizens. So we keep on talking about it. We keep on training people, and we're always available like consultants to make sure that government imbibes the spirit of PPP, which is something that is done all over the world, not only in Nigeria, so that everybody will benefit from what PPP is all about. So that is it for now, and we'll have more to say, but because our time is so short, I don't know whether we are to have questions or by you or by the listening public, so that we can make things clearer right now. Let me see here from you before we continue. Hello, are you there? Hello?
Between
Hello?
government
are you
and
hearing me at all?
investors, because one of the issues around this public-private partnership is that private investors seem to be wary of doing business here in Nigeria. So what would you say are those concerns that are raised most frequently by investors when they consider coming to Nigeria for PPP opportunities?
Yes. Did you listen to my submissions a few minutes ago? Oh, we're not cut off. Did you hear me very well?
We need you to expand more on it, because it's an issue that is very recurrent. So just expand more on that particular thing, because you listed out a number of things while you were speaking.
Good. One, there must be regulatory, trust. In a situation, in a country where you go to courts and judges are bribed to speak from both sides of their mouth, if you are an investor, you don't want to go there to invest, there must be regulatory trust. There must be powerful institutions to say, no, this is what will happen. Not one person twisting the institutions and putting investing public at risk. I've mentioned the factors to be considered before we can attract foreign direct foreign investments. Before we invest in public, whether from Nigeria here or from Africa as a continent, other continents can come to Nigeria to put their money for PPP deliveries. There must be policy consistency all the time. There must be good governance. There must be trust that, look, there's no danger of political instability. Before you know it, military will take over government and begin to speak in military terminologies, dictatorship, cancelling projects, and so on and so forth. No private sector would like to come to a country like that to spend billions of money. What I'm saying, a government should, if government is very sincere of fighting corruption, then it should imbibe this spirit of PPP, because there is endemic corruption embedded in civil service. That's one of the reasons for government not being in good terms with PPP, what do you call it, promoters. Because people like to make personal gains, awarding contracts to their cronies, their associates. Sometimes the contracts are not executed or halfway abandoned, but the money has been paid. So when the investing public or institutions look at these factors, that they are not there, there's no policy consistency. You know, the contract issues are there's lack of trust. You know, there's poor governance. You know, there are weak institutions, physical challenges, and showmanship. You know, no transparency, no due diligence. No private sector will like to come in and invest in projects in a country like that. So as a nation, we have a lot to do, beginning with establishing strong institutions. How is our constitution? What are the laws there? And how are they being implemented? Can the investing public have trust in the constitution, letters of the constitution, to be protected in case of anything that happens? If there's a change of government, that they will not lose their money. Now, next year, we're talking about new government and elections. How are the people looking at us from all over the world? Maybe they want to hold on with their money and wait for the election to come and go. But in developed countries, is that like that? No. Whether you're holding an election or not, doesn't matter. The investing public will always be there to bring their money, put the money into useful forms, to deliver quality projects on record time. They're not concerned about your politics. They know that at the end of the day, their investment process will be there for them. Nobody will steal the money. Nobody will steal the fund. And the project will not be stalled. That's what we are talking about. We need to build a country that the investing public can trust. A country that has good contract documentation, that can be trusted by the investing institutions, that the government should not always insist on controlling projects and dictating what happens, even when it does not provide the funding. So these are the factors that we need to put in place to consider to make sure that we promote PPP in government circles. And I've told you, these are the reasons for government not being in good terms with PPP promoters or the PPP model, because there are still gaps here and there to be closed in government, especially in a country like Nigeria. Once these things are done and the investing public has the confidence that whatever money that is brought into Nigeria for infrastructure development will be recovered at the end of the day, then we should be happy. What you will see will shock you, that Nigeria will develop overnight because people have the trust in this country. The market is here, population is here. I'm telling you, there was a research done some years ago by Indians, said that Nigeria is a very good place for investment. But why are investors not coming? So these are factors we should look at and be sure that we have them in place. Good governance, our laws are working, we have a functional constitution, there are no fiscal challenges, there are no regulatory gaps, there are no weak institutions, no political stability. These things must be in place before we can talk about PPP. And government knows it very well. So it's not going to be a hypocritical thing. It's not going to be something that will end on mere wishes. We should be talking to ourselves on very sincere manner. We should be looking at it from the perspective that, yes, this thing will work for us. And we put things in place to attract PPP projects. Are we together on the reasons for
just to sum it
PPP
up, Professor Obi Israel? looking at all the barriers and challenges that the country is facing when it comes to fully implementing this PPP model or initiative, in your opinion, what would you suggest is the way forward? Because conversations like this have been had continuously, but now what would you suggest moving away from just talking about it and having these conversations to actionable steps that need to be taken to actually see the results of PPP in Nigeria? What are your suggestions?
Obviously, there's no problem without solution. No problem without solution. And sometimes there may be teething challenges whenever for change. You know that PPP is a symbol of change. And no leader wants change because changes affect leaders adversely. So that's why they don't want anything to change. Now, all hope is not lost, as I've told you. We keep pushing. Solution is to continue to push forward, create the awareness among government officials, government circles, that look, PPP is the way forward. We keep on training the civil servants. We keep on talking to the governors, to the executives at the federal level, to see the need to embrace PPP projects so that there be provision for massive infrastructural facilities in a country like Nigeria. And by the way, the money needed is so much that the Nigerian government alone cannot provide it because we have other challenges. So there's a way forward. We should not give up hope and say, maybe we have a lot of challenges, therefore this will not work. It's not so. It's going to work. We have to persist, insist, and resist until we get what we want. That is, letting government know that PPP is the way forward for provision of massive infrastructural facilities in a country like Nigeria. We persist, we insist, and we resist, and we continue to create awareness until we realize what we want from the government. It's going to happen one day. Rome was not built in a day, not even Abuja. So as we keep on pushing, as we keep on talking about it, just like we're doing now right now, government officials are listening to us, that PPP projects help a lot in providing infrastructure and saving scarce funds for other uses. Why not? One day we'll succeed. Not just that. So bodies like P3PAN and others who are into PPP projects should not relent. We must continue to talk about it. We must continue to let government see the reason, create the awareness through available opportunities until one day, Nigerian government at different segments will begin to see the need to embrace PPP projects on a large scale. Not that they're not doing it at all now. They are still doing it here and there, but we want a massive embracement so that the impact will be felt by all citizens across the country. The earlier, the better. But if we want to assess it now, we say that there's a very low performance, just like, 25%, which is not a pass mark, on the initiative of PPP projects. If you write the exam and score 25%, have you passed? The government is trying to do one thing or the other, according to PPP, but let government come out in full and embrace it. So until then, we keep on talking about it, we keep on creating the awareness, and keep on meeting with government officials, are always ready to train the civil servants and others in the echelon of provision of this private sector initiative. It works. It has been working elsewhere, all over the world. So it has to work in Nigeria. Ours should not be an exception. That's what we are saying. There's no devil living here, Nigeria, that will stop us from doing what is right for our people. So those who are into PPP projects like myself should not give up. Let us keep pressing for it. Let us keep telling people about it, because the Holy Book says, "You shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free." Since we know that the truth is this, that PPP projects can help provide massive infrastructure in a country like Nigeria, why should we keep quiet? We're not going to keep quiet. We continue to talk about it. We continue creating awareness until we get there. And one day, by God's grace, Nigeria will get there. Nigeria shall be free.
All right, thank
There'll be
you
good
so
airports,
much, Professor Obi
good
Israel,
seaports,
for
good
joining us
refineries,
this morning.
and
It's
so on
a
and so
pleasure
forth.
to have you on the program.
It's a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Why is PPP not attractive to government in Nigeria? Professor Obi Israel is a PPP expert, member P3 PAN. He is also a transformational leadership and development expert. Do stay tuned as Signature Morning will be back after this break.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Next is an interview we had on the 2027 political build-ups, re-examining the strength of democratic structures of Nigeria with Ejike Okpa, who is a global affairs analyst. You're welcome to Signature Morning. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, thank you for having me. Can
How
you
would
hear
you
me?
assess the current state or the current health of Nigeria and Nigeria's democratic institutions, particularly as the country moves towards the 2027 elections?
Nigeria, this is, what is that, the second attempt or the third attempt in the history of Nigeria being in coming on 66 years of independence. But let's just go back to the longest democratic process in the history of Nigeria, and that is in 1999 to date. So you got 27 years, more than a quarter of a century to look at, hindsight. And when you look at that hindsight, that is looking at data from, Obasanjo, who was there 1999 to 2007. And then you have you have, Jonathan and Yaradua, and then, Buhari, and now you have Tinubu. So when you look at those, 3 men or 4 men that have handled the democratic process, the question that needs to be asked of Nigerians, what is the dividend of democracy? Is that dividend of democracy benefiting their average life today? And i.e., you look at the value of the naira, you look at the electoral process. Nigeria does not have election. They have selection. I think Obasanjo is the one to be held accountable, because when his time was up, the first time he wanted to change the constitution, if not for Kenneth Namani, who was the Senate president at the time, that forestalled that Obasanjo would have extended his term to 3 terms. But, thank God he did that. But then, what has Nigeria gotten out of it? Obasanjo was the one that also injected the idea of consensus candidates. Instead of allowing the primary to take course, Obasanjo decided to handpick who was going to succeed him. And every other president since then has followed in his footsteps. So if there's any fault, if there's any apportioning of fault, Obasanjo has to get the lion's share. But, let's move forward. Nigeria political process is about strong individuals and not strong institutions. Democracy works when you have strong institutions, i.e. your judiciary, i.e. your legislative, that can checkmate the executive. But in the case of Nigeria, that doesn't happen. You see what Tinubu is doing, he's rallied a bunch of APC governors, and basically like, hey, if you don't support me, you're not going to get reelected. That shouldn't be the case. The Nigerian electoral structure or infrastructure is weak. There's no credibility behind it. You know, they have this sense that they have to choose a college professor or somebody who's a doctor from Maurice ENUGU to the guy who is going to do it for 2027. Where's the confidence in the system? No government structure in itself is perfect, but at least there's got to be an element of trust. The Nigerian people do not trust the political structure they have. And when that trust is eroded or doesn't even exist, what you have is the sort of situation where 1 plus 36 men are running Nigeria and oftentimes ruining Nigeria. So democracy hasn't produced for Nigeria, even though people might give the excuse, oh, well, 27 years is not enough. No. A fool at 40, just like Nigeria has passed 40 in their, coming on their 66th year of independence. A fool at 40, like the saying goes, is a fool forever. You don't have to wait for 300 years or 200 years to really get it right. But for the first 25 years, you haven't gotten it right. You haven't. So when is that democracy going to work the way it's supposed to work? You say one Nigeria. There shouldn't be one Nigeria. There should be localized influences, because like we say in America, and it holds true in every other geography, every politics is local. Let the people decide where they are, and not somebody in Abuja dictating how somebody is going to win an election here or there. You know, I think the 6 political subdivisions or zones in Nigeria, you know, just exist on paper, because if they are really, really, you know, credible, you know, the president should not be running Nigeria. It should be run from 6 zones and then the other states.
Now, why do you think that we have failed? I mean, after all these years, we still haven't been able to build strong institutions. We still have a lot of distrust in the electoral process and a number of other things that you've mentioned. What would you say is the reason behind that, the fact that as a country, we have constantly failed to get to a point where we can say that we have strong structures and institutions?
Because the average Nigerian worships, you know, it starts from the family structure. How many people in Nigeria speak up to their parents and say, Papa or Mama, we can do this, can we try this? And then you, in trying to build a modern state, you will now inject, you know, traditional institutions. You have the Igwes, the Obas, the Amainabos, the MS. All of those people are interfering in building a modern state because they are basically tribal people. Tribal people don't build successful nations. So Nigeria has got itself, you know, in a web, and they don't know how to get out of the web. Because now sometimes you see, for instance, Obasanjo is very guilty of this. Obasanjo will go in and bow before an MA or Oba or Igwe. You have taken the entire image of Nigeria as the president, which is the highest political holder, and then you go and bow before a traditional ruler. What does that mean? What I mean, sometimes optics, you know, in terms of how you conduct yourself, says more than what you are being in Nigeria saying. So that is what is holding Nigeria. And so Nigerians are not very confident to even challenge their own parents, to even challenge their own Igwe or Oba or Emine, whatever that is. So now you migrate to the political people who have control of the police and the resources. You're just going to kneel down. You're going to roll on the floor, you know, and then they will step all over you. So if you really want to change this, the family structure has to be credible. People begin to ask questions, not where your papa or your mama is telling you this is what you do. So because of that cowering, Nigerians cower a lot. You know, even though they know what they're doing is not right, they just still don't let offend anybody. You know, humility. They become humble to be humiliated. If you don't speak up in a democracy, then what else are you getting? So you are in a dictatorship. You call it democracy, but it's still dictatorial because your governor. You look at what goes on in some of these states. Have you ever seen any commissioner awarding contract? It's always the governor. And when they put up the signs for a public project, they put the name of the governor as if the governor is using his own money. This is the people's money. You should not be acknowledging these people. But again, it goes back to the traditional nature of a Nigerian. They don't ask questions. You know, like, hey, I'm an Igbo guy. You know, and when you do that to individual, when you worship individual the way Nigerians do, they are going to step all over you and they're going to step on you. And Nigerians don't mind doing it. Look at the governors. I mean, at the center, you may have a pushback from the National Assembly, but I mean, the National Assembly. But when it goes to the state, who challenges the governor? In ENUGU State, for instance, who challenges whatever his name is, Peter Mba? He decides to buy an airplane, he decides to buy a bus. Have you ever seen the speaker members of the House say, hey, you can't do that? No, he does it because he has control over everything. So it's going to take a miracle. I don't even think if Jesus or Muhammad were to come to Nigeria, they will turn this around until the Nigerians begin to question their leaders and begin to start from the family level. The reason I am the way I am because my father, who was a chief of Ihe, and he was a chief in Eastern Nigeria House of Chiefs, taught me to debate him. He taught me to sit down with my dad and we'll be going back on issues. And when I came to America, I was already sharpened on that way of thinking. That's why I ran for mayor, I ran for Congress. Yes, I didn't win, but I've been able to stand up and question things. If you don't do it, democracy doesn't work. Democracy works when you question individuals who are over institutions, and then you put laws in place to make the individuals who are running things for you not to become lords. Nigerian political people are lords. And with that mentality, Nigeria will never emerge from where it is today.
Now, speaking of questioning, questioning institutions and questioning individuals as well, where do you see the judiciary in all of this? How would you say they have fared when it comes to accountability and holding people who are in charge of certain democratic structures or offices accountable, just like you've mentioned?
Well, you look at it. Who appoints the judiciary? Is the governor or the president. And these people beg to be appointed. And when they are appointed, they can't rule against the guy who's appointed them. And so that's the biggest challenge. Again, I give you an example because I live in Texas. Our attorney general, the state attorney general, is elected. Okay, it's not appointed by the governor. Our judges are elected. And so they don't have to look to the governor or the mayor or the president to do their ruling. They do the ruling based on what the law says. So in the case of Nigeria, where the governor appoints everybody, there are not issue elections in Nigeria that are just personality elections. When you have issues, you put it on the ballot and you ask the people, hey, how do you want this to go? So in the case of Nigeria, doesn't do that. So the judiciary is weakened because most of them are not going to be able to rule against the governor because they're going to be thrown out. And when they are thrown out, what else are they going to do? There is not a whole lot of market value for the ex-Nigerian anybody. And that's why a whole lot of them want to get back into politics because that's the only way they can make their living. If it were like, in Texas or US where sometimes you leave the government thing to go into the private sector, the Nigerian private sector is not very wide. So everybody wants to get back into it. You look at all the former governors, what are they trying to do? They get back in the Senate, which again is proof. You once ran a state, but now you go down to run a district in your state because they're hungry, because they have no relevance when they leave office. So they have to get back into that process where they can pocket money and do whatever it is they're doing. So the judiciary, if you go to electing them, then you can start to think of a chance of a judiciary that will work for democracy. But as long as everybody is appointed by the president or the governor, you're not going to have a functioning. You will have a democracy, but it's not going to be functioning and delivering to you the dividends. That's the type of process, the government's supposed to give you.
Now, the 2027 elections are just around the corner. And a number of things have happened so far in the political space, one of which is coalition building, another which is a series of defections. I'd like to hear your thoughts on what is currently playing out in the political space with regards to these two things mentioned.
Good question. Nigeria don't have political parties because those political parties have no bedrock foundation or policies that guide it. Nigeria basically has political movement, and like you said, a defection. Again, is one of those things. It's like you're dangling a banana in front of a monkey, and the monkey is going to be watching you and see which way they're going to jump in order to grab the banana. If it were like where you said, okay, if you defect from a political party to another, once you have been elected under this other umbrella, you lose that position. Maybe you can hold them to it, but as long as there's no such rule, where they can become APC today, PDP tomorrow, or ADC or NDC. You look at it since 1999, how many political movements have Nigeria? PDP is probably the only one that still has maintained the same name, but PDP is lousy. You see what Wike is doing. Wike has become like, the symbol of a dysfunctional political party because, he's used money, which many people know is the state money he has used in order to do what he's doing. But who's asking the question? Many people are hungry. And so when they give them a little thing, they are willing to go out there and do something that they even be ashamed doing it, but because they're hungry, they're going to still go ahead and do it. So what you're going to see is, again, that movement. Who knows the electoral law is not very strong in Nigeria because if it were, then you can limit defection. And the way you limit it, you can do this once you get that. If you do it, you lose that seat and somebody else is going to run for it. So right now is again the 36 men and one president dangling banana in front of a bunch of hungry monkeys. And what do you think? It's become a zoo situation, animals jumping all over the place trying to see what it is they're going to grab. It's really very shameful because Nigerians have this idea of being the smartest, people. Smart can be relative, but how are you running a smart country? For a country of 200 and something million people, only 36, 37 men are dishing it to you. And these are your village people, these are your tribal people, and you keep quiet. I mean, you could see it, how they bow to their president, how they bow to their governor, how they bow to their senator, and then how they even bow to their pastor. And when they do all of these things, I'm always asking the question, if Nigerians are this cowering, what if Jesus were to show up? What would they do? Dig a hole and jump into it? Stand up to conquer, don't stoop. Human beings, when you begin to lower yourself to become a doormat, what do you think they're going to do to you? They're going to step on you or step over you. Stop doing that. These are your classmates, your village people, your things. Stop worshiping them, hold them accountable, and sometimes reject. If they invite you to some of these parties, don't show up. Let them drink their beer and their mai and whatever it is. That is one way you can show them, I don't care. But once they do this to you and they invite you and you show up, then they psychologically, they have weakened you, and now you become a sheep following a shepherd. And what are you going to end up? You're going to become sheepish. So again, it's an individual thing. You have to muster the internal strength. And for you to muster the internal strength, you got to be able to say no. But most Nigerians can't say no because they have already been psychologically weakened. Again, this election of 2027, I don't know. I don't vote in Nigeria. The last time I voted in Nigeria election was 1983 when I was finishing college and about to do my youth service. I'm a U.S. citizen. My attachment to Nigeria is because of my family. Other than that, I just watch it and shake my head because when I left Nigeria, if you had 1 million naira, you had like $1.7 million. Fast forward to 2026, if you had 1 million naira, you're down to like $800. And nobody that is a political leader or nobody that is an economist has always asked, how come Nigeria has lost so much value? is because the politics does not address issues that affect the well-being of Nigeria. Instead, it addresses issues that affect the person who is in office. And I call them pimps. You know what I mean? Pimps, P-I-M-P, put in my pocket. That is all they are doing. They want put something in their pocket, and then you see people celebrating, my village man or my village woman is the governor or the senator. But you are suffering. You just point to their house to celebrate. Oh, that's on the energy. But you are suffering. So it's again that part of worshiping individuals. You don't worship institutions. So I hope the 2027 election it becomes what in America we say turning point. But it cannot turn point when the soul and the spirit have been weakened. And that is the biggest hammer you can hit somebody with, weaken their spirit and their soul, because they're not going to be able to stand up in front of you and say, heck no, you're not going to do that. But, there's always hope, but hope is not a strategy. The only time hope works if you make a determination to force a change, especially those who are going to hold themselves up as your leaders. And if your leaders are not being held accountable, they become emperors. And the emperor is as long as people in the empire keep shouting your majesty, your honor, and your everything. And as long as you keep doing that, they're looking at you. They're looking at you and say, oh, look at these people that are supposed to be angry, but they're not. I got a formula here. So the way to change things in Nigeria is you start locally. Even your Igwe, all these Igwe, the government should not even be paying attention to them. If you want to host your own traditional rulers, pay for them. Or you turn it around. They said, hey, Igwe, okay, fine. If crime happens in your kingdom, because now in Nigeria, every tiny town is an ancient kingdom. I always get a laugh when I hear that. If anything happens in your town, we're going to dethrone you, or we're going to withdraw money from your pay. And maybe that will force you to really provide leadership and not just be a leader. So, every country can change. Change is constant, just like every day we get 24 hours and we look forward to the next one. What matters is improvement, not change. Change is a given. Whether you like it or not, whether we like it or not, everybody gets that 24 hours. But how are you improving? Are you becoming new and improved? Nigerians needs to become new and improved, not just change. Your president should not be seen as running your life and dictating to you what happens, or your governors. Again, 1 + 36, that number, we know what the answer is. 37 men, over 200 and something million people. And their life is miserable. Most of them come out of homes, they're not even paid. You go to work, you're not sure, you retire, your gratuity is not paid, you die, you're paying, something coming to your family is not paid. Some of us don't, so most Nigerians don't even have pipe-borne water coming into their home, the electricity is not regular, the street is trashed, and then your governors are out there, dancing and rejoicing. Come on. What are you dancing and rejoicing about? What are you doing? When the environment, you go to elementary schools where the kids go to school, you look around. A lot of them don't even have access to toilet. There's no lunch program being provided to them. And then you see your governor and the people are running around them and dancing. Because of technology now, everything is instant. People see it, so you cannot pretend about your environment. The camera is all over the world. Nigeria is a physically depressing country. Forget all the cars, forget all the dancing they do. I went to University of Nigeria in ENUGU campus this October when I came. I visited Nigeria. I couldn't believe how trashy a university that has the name of Nigeria looks like. In the dormitory where the students are. And I was like, this is where you are educating and training your future generation. If they're coming from such an environment, they would even mind. They don't care, because it's second nature to them. They went to school in it. So why would they care about the environment where they are? And do you need the World Bank or whoever to come and tell you to manage your trash? To at least have an environment that gives you a healthy environment. But no, they don't care. Nigerians look at things, they don't observe things. And that is why their political people are running circles around them. Challenge them, question them, and stop celebrating them. They are there to serve you, not you to serve them.
Now, another pressing issue, I mean, you've mentioned quite a lot from the education system and even the economic situation as well. But also the security situation in the country is also one of, utmost concern. And how would you say that this is will affect, the democratic system, or is affecting the democratic system? What would you say is the link between the insecurity in the country and the democratic structures that we have in place?
Well, one of those things is a fear factor. When you now know you can be kidnapped, you can be harassed by the police, why would you want to go vote? You say, I don't want to do it. And so this is part of the emperor or the king or whomever your excellencies, doing their thing to frighten the Nigerian. And threats have been made. If you ever vote this way, this is what's going to happen to you. Nigerians have seen it. No election in Nigeria has gone without, people being injured or maimed because a winner or somebody in office wants to keep the power. And so you look at the governors, they said they have what they call the security vote. Nobody has ever asked the governors, what is security vote for? Because you don't have state police. So is the security vote for to secure the governor? Or what is it for? By now, they should withdraw that money and give it to the police. Okay, I'll give you an example. I ran for mayor of Dallas, so I can talk about, the municipal government in America, because for you to run for mayor, you have to understand how that level of government works. Our police, the budget of city of Dallas is about $4 billion. Do you know the highest, government agency that takes the most money is the police and the fire? They take about 51% of the budget. So when you look at Dallas Police Department and Dallas Fire, we call the Fire and Rescue.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The road to 2027 is gaining momentum. A lot of political alignments, realignments, coalitions are taking place. And this morning, we'll be looking at the 2027 political build-ups in Nigeria towards a peaceful electoral process. We have on Zoom this morning Pat Onukuli, who is a real estate mogul and also a legal practitioner. You're very much welcome to Signature Morning. Thank you for joining us. Please, can you unmute your microphone so I can hear you clearly?
Okay, just can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, I can hear you. Thank you very much once again for joining us. Now, let's look into our discussion this morning about the 2027 political build-up. I'd like to hear, your assessment or what you think about how the preparations for the elections next year is looking like to you. I mean, there has been a lot of movements and political alignment and all of that happening over the past couple of months. So I'd like to hear what you think about that.
Well, thank you. Your guess is as good as mine. Well, the build up to 2027 general election, I think, is already on, and it's coming really on the back of a couple of factors. One is the ghost of the 2003 general election. Somehow people seem not to trust the system very well. So there's some sort of, worry, some sort of, the general populace are, hoping that maybe INEC, whether INEC will be able to deliver this time around.
Then again, there's this issue of security, nationwide security. And then there's the hardship, the economic hardship. And like you said, the unusual politics going on at this point. So bringing all this together, it caused some sort of concern. But I believe that INEC, as the umpire, if they are transparent, if they are sincere, they could offer, a credible election if they so wish. And then it's not, issue of a peaceful election. It's rather a credible election, a credible process that the people can trust. If the people see that, the process has been fair, the procedures are taking, everything done according to the law, then there's some sort of credibility. People come to accept the results that the elections will eventually throw up.
Now, you mentioned the 2023 elections, which is a very important part of, the electoral process in Nigeria, because it's still very much debated when we talk about, democratic system and electoral process in the country. Now, how do you think that the mindset that is in the minds of Nigerians about 2023 elections would or is affecting their view of how the 2027 elections will turn out and just the participation and interest in 2027 elections?
Yes, very important. It's key. Like I said, the ghosts of the 2023 elections are still much around because most Nigerians, or let me say many Nigerians, felt that that process wasn't very fair. The results, many people think that maybe the results declared were not actually a true reflection of the votes and the, cast or something like that. So it's still much around because, for instance, the 2023 election, a major issue was the so-called glitch. And most of, the results from EC8A weren't uploaded as was required, onto the INEC Rev. And eventually INEC on his own went on to declare the results. And of course, like they say, the rest is history. So that's why I said INEC has a lot to do, in convincing people that this time around, especially with the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, signing into law the amended Electoral Act on the 18th of February earlier this year, that now makes, transmission of results from the polling units, a law. Although there are still some snacks to that, but INEC has a lot to do to convince people by communicating to the people, by ensuring that all the due processes are followed. Then on the parts of the citizens and the people, what they should do is it's a civic duty for everyone to register and to ensure that they all get their permanent voters card, and to ensure that they find and cross-check where their voting centers will be at the end of the day. So that 2003 election is still there, haunting INEC. So INEC must deliver. INEC must deliver. And I believe if they're honest and sincere, they could deliver a transparent election.
Now, speaking of INEC, let's talk about, their electoral credibility, because many Nigerians still have strong opinions about INEC and, their expectations and how their handling of electoral processes over the years. What is your submission to INEC as a body, and also their performance and how they have fared with electoral processes so far?
Well, it's not, for me, INEC has never been the most liked, institution. And INEC somehow cannot be excused from the general malaise that's been affecting Nigeria, of late. So INEC is a Nigerian institution. Their past not been very, credit worthy. People are rightly, consigned to, believe that they may not perform, creditably well, going from their past records. So their past records not been anything very, salutary. So let me use the word. So INEC has a lot to do. And that's why I said they could if they wish to. They could if they wish to. And besides, INEC is an institution, and the credibility of the election is also, to be fair to INEC, does not only rest on INEC, it also rests on the political parties, it also rests on the security agents, as well as the people. Because where people go on to accept monies, accept gifts to vote, in such situations, truly you can really blame INEC. So everybody has to be involved to know that at the end of the day, there's no replication, or there's nothing you can't, there's no way you can, wish away a credible election, because credible election and transparent elections are, the basis of a sound and functioning democracy. And at the end of the day, you see what's been going on. Sometimes you don't only blame INEC. You see some political parties, canvassing for votes for another political parties. Some political parties are saying they are not going to fill some position, especially the position of the presidency, that their party members should vote for, the candidates of some other parties. And you begin to wonder what ideology are those, political parties standing on. So at the end of the day, but don't get me wrong, most of the blame will go to INEC if things go wrong as the umpire. Because in a football match, you must trust the referee, and once there are, suspicions about, if the referee is biased or something or impartial, then whatever they do will not, not be accepted, even if they did their best.
Now, just beside INEC is also the judiciary. There has been a pattern where election comes and after that it appears to be settled in the courtrooms. So do you think that, would you say that Nigeria has created a democracy where we see the judiciary and the judges becoming part of politics, or becoming even more or as politically significant as the voters and the electorate?
Well, you can say that again. That's the issue. We found, being more, being more. Let me use the word. I don't know whether to use the word popular. As that's the case lately. In other countries, the judiciary has always had a role to play, in elections where there are disputes. But it's becoming increasingly worrisome in Nigeria, where there are issues, some administrative issues, they say go to court. I don't think the judiciary should have businesses, in so many, administrative issues coming out from the elections. The judiciary really should interpret, the laws as they affect, where there are breaches. But don't get me wrong, there's growing ambience, or there's growing latitude for the judiciary to come in these days. You have issues in the 2023 election where INEC on its own said, in their presentation, said that they were going to, they had a contract with Nigeria. I remember, watching the former INEC chairman, Professor Yakubu, saying that all results must be transmitted electronically. But at the end of the day, suddenly there was this glitch. And when the, issues went to court, the court interpreted that, transmission, immediate transmission of, results to our INEC, IREF wasn't, provision of the law. It was optional. So in a way, for me, they say judiciary, they may not be the, they are not infallible, but they're infallible because they are the last. Beyond the judiciary, there's no other place to take the matters to. But I think that was some of these things are wrong, if you interpret them properly, because INEC has set up, some sort of the regulations for or the pathway for the elections, and turning around to do otherwise is not in any way pardonable. But happily, this time around, like I mentioned earlier, the Senate in its wisdom, has now emphasized that, the mandatory transmission of election results to the IRF is now part of the law. But again, there's still a snag where there is a technical glitch or there's, there's no network. Then the INEC officials can now still, resort to manual transmission. So in other words, increasingly, the judiciary that are supposed to really come in are now, assuming as the days go by, greater role in determining the direction of our nascent democracy, which shouldn't really be the case. And let me also say, if things are done properly and clearly, transparently, there'll be very little need for the, for the judiciary to come in. It's only when there's opacity, when there's some sort of murkiness, that's where this, this murkiness, let me use the word again, will now provide, some sort of avenue for aggrieved parties to seek redress in court.
Now, while we're looking towards, a peaceful election in 2027, the insecurity situation in the country is a major concern in several parts of the country. Now, how might this current, security issue affect the outcome and the conduct of the 2027 elections?
Well, my sister, greatly, like I mentioned earlier, some of the issues, really bedeviling, a credible election for the credible 2027 general elections is the issue of nationwide insecurity. I'll use the word nationwide because almost everywhere in the country is now on alert. And you can't really have credible elections where people can't turn out to vote. So it's a major issue. There's kidnapping, there's banditry, there's terrorism. In some parts of the country, people are in ID camps. So the issue of security must be tackled. It's one of the major pillars. Outside the, the apathy, or so to speak, from the people, insecurity. In fact, I should even rank insecurity as number one stumbling block. So something must be done about it. It's a major issue. It's a major issue, and it must be tackled. People should be able to come out and vote, because you find out in some situation there are some areas people don't come out. There's I don't know whether it's made up insecurity or whatever. People don't come out, but at the end of the day, you see results being declared, and those sort of results do not represent, the will of the people. So democracy is supposed to be representative, representative sort of affair where the voice and the feeling of the people should, should count. Where you have this long suffering, people, the idea of democracy is if a leader doesn't perform, then during the 4-year cycle, you have the opportunity to change that leader. It's not impersonal, so that, at the end of the day, people can have a better life. So security is a major issue, and it should be dealt with. And I don't know if the government is throwing the towel, but I just hope that the security situation will improve.
And that brings me to also talk about the idea of national unity, the talks around national unity and national cohesion to help for a peaceful election and also peaceful politicking and all of that. But we still see that the issue of identity and ethnicity and diversity is also a very recurrent issue when it comes to politics, and even when it comes to the election at the polls and all of that. Why would you say, in your opinion, that we still have this identity politics happening in Nigeria, as opposed to the unity that is often preached about when it comes to having peaceful processes and a peaceful country?
Yes, as well as I do, some say, a bad workman quarrels with his tools. So sometimes some of these leaders, play the ethnic card, and they also play the religious card. So they divide people, and there's this, popular saying, you divide people to be able to control them, to be able to rule them. So this issue of ethnicity is a problem. And when people come out, some credible candidates who come out, then the ethnicity card will be played, that they are from this part of the country or they are from the other part of the country, or the religious card being played. I think it doesn't all go well for Nigeria. It doesn't in any way all go well for this country. That those divisive, slogans should be done away with. What is facing Nigeria today doesn't know whether you're a Christian, whether you're a Muslim. The insecurity is everywhere. And is biting, the economic situation is biting harder. The social amenities are falling away. There's very little to look forward to. So playing the ethnic card or the religious card won't all go well, won't do anything for people. So it's most times the leaders who have not performed, we incite people, to be playing such, divisive cards instead of performing. And I tell you, if you have a serious government in place that is, that sees the entire country as one constituency, that gives opportunities to those that are supposed to take up such opportunities, that look for the best and hire the best, you find cohesion, you find national unity. So, but if there's division and you only hire your own, or only the people from your own part of the country, then everybody will be looking, then there will be no unity. And, sometimes we preach unity and we preach peace. No, those things are they are the end of the end of the line. What should come first is credibility, transparency, doing things the right way. Doing things, not only doing things, but manifestly, showing to have done the right thing. The way you select people for positions should be credible, should be publicized. You should, once you do things properly, people will follow by, people will join you, and there will be unity, there will be credibility in the country. But you don't preach you bring it where you want unity, you want peace, but the actions are, totally different from what you are preaching. So it's not, it's really not going to, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way.
So then, how do we build and prepare towards a peaceful electoral process in 2027? What are your suggestions or opinions as to how from moving on, we can, as a country, try to have peaceful politicking and also a peaceful electoral process at the end of the day?
Well, I mentioned it a little before. One, INEC, INEC as the umpire has a lot to do. INEC has to be transparent. It has to be independent. It should not be an appendage of the, of the government. It has to be independent. That's one. Then the political parties as well should also play their own part. There should not be, party, candidating position, which is very common. Most governors with their cash, money war chest, control everything. They determine who contests every position. It is wrong, Then there should also, parties should also reduce violence. They should reduce money politics. These are some of the issues. And then for the people, the voters, the Nigerian people, they should not lose hope. Everybody should try and register. In other, some other countries is mandatory that you must register. Registration to vote, and not only registration, but voting actually, is tied to some other amenities in the country. But unfortunately, so many people are, lost hope in Nigeria. So people should, be encouraged to get their permanent voters card and vote. Then again, there should be, proper election management at the end of the day. INEC, like I said, you can't stop talking about INEC. They should ensure that the results of the election reflect, the views and the wills of the people. And then, of course, the courts should come in, not only declaring, the security agencies should be ready to, try those found guilty of electoral offenses. By so doing, it will be sending, some sort of message that you can't just get away with electoral offenses, because it's key. So many people, there's so many talk, so many people, collude with security agents and then cause mayhem on the days of election. So by so doing, we could gradually start reclaiming, those, reclaiming the trust of the people, because people have memories. People are intelligent, beings. Once they see that the right thing is being done, they will keep behind you. So in such a way, some of these things are not exhaustive, but if we can do some of these things, we can now begin to start to scratch, the dented reputation of the Nigerian electoral system.
Thank you so much for joining us this morning on the program.
Thank you, my sister, for having me. Have a very good day. Bye.
Have a nice day as well.
Thank you so much.
Barrister Pat Onukuli is a real estate mogul and a legal practitioner, and we just spoke about the 2027 political build-ups in Nigeria towards a peaceful electoral process. And with that, we've come to the end of our discussions from our ENUGU studios on Signature Morning. Make sure to stay tuned, as our Abuja studios will take over in a moment. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Have a nice day.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
As the political atmosphere gets more intense ahead of the 2027 general election, various political parties are bracing up for what appears to be one of the hotly contested elections in Nigeria. Recent court judgments, especially those involving the Labour Party leadership, which pronounced the Nene de Usman faction as the authentic one. The declaration that the tenure of Samuel Anyanwu has come to an end may help to restore some level of sanity in the parties, even as some issues still await judicial pronouncements. For the ruling All Progressive Congress, the issue of whether Shetima Mustafa regains his slot as running mate for Bola Tinubu or whether the party settles for a Muslim-Christian ticket has become a major talking point for political watchers. And for the African Democratic Congress, ADC, the wait for who will fly the party's flag among top contenders, namely Peter Obi, Atiku Abubakar and Rotimi Amechi, remains unresolved, keeping the followers in endless wait. But for the ENUGU State Chairman of the ADC, Stella Chikuma, the issue must have been discussed before the chieftains agreed to work together, saying the matter will be resolved at the appropriate time.
Coming together, persons with different backgrounds, different political backgrounds, different experience, and different followership, all coming together now under one umbrella to restore power. So it's not magic. It's something that you are seeing, and it is real, not just at in Enugu State, at the national level. ADC is poised to take over power.
Chukuma, however, believes that going by the principle of equity, justice and fairness, the ticket should go to the Southeast and former Anambra Governor Peter Obi. He said that Obi's promise to serve for only one term is a factor that should work in favor.
If I have my say, or if I'm at the level where decisions are being taken, I would recommend that the presidency be zoned not only to the south, but to the southeast. And the candidate or the aspirant, the presidential aspirant from the Eastern Bloc, has said he's going to do one term. He said that he's not going to exceed one term, knowing that, and for crying out loud, the then president of South Africa, Nelson Mandela, he said he was going to do one term, and he took one term, stabilized politics in South Africa. And even when they were calling him to come and do again, he said, no, I have agreement with my people. So I believe too that if for any chance the Peter Obi gets that ticket, he's going to keep by his words, and he will do one term.
And talking about Enugu politics, Chukuma stated that 70% of Enugu people are eager to see a change in the administration in view of the suffering the people have been subjected to.
I can tell you that about 70% of the population does not want the present government in power. I can tell you with every atom of this and that. We don't want them. You go to the grassroots. It doesn't matter what they do. It doesn't matter what they hype. But when you go down to the grassroots, the bid registration they are making now, there is nothing they are not using now to entice the people to come and register with them. But you see them still saying, no, we don't want to register.
And as the countdown continues, expectations are that the governments that will emerge in 2027, whether through the renewal of mandates or change of government, will deliver better quality governance to the people. Political observers, however, believe that the Independent National Electoral Commission has a great role to play to ensure that the will of the people prevails and that those who enjoy the support of the people emerge victorious at the end of the day. In Enugu, Queensley Rowland, Signature TV News.
When I arrived in my parish, Archbishop said, he sent a car to come and pick me. And I went straight to his house. He said, oh, you can take a holiday. I said, you asked me to come back. No, take a holiday. I said, no, I'm not taking a holiday. You asked me to come back, I'm back. So he sent me to a parish that I left before I got to Catholic Secretariat. So I went back to the parish and found the parish so miserably run down. And what was very interesting about the parish was that 2 priests had died. So when they had died in the parish, so when my cousin heard that she had been in the parish for almost like forever, so she rushed to come and greet me. And the first thing she said to me, so now they've sent you here to come and die, isn't it? Somebody doesn't like you. People have been dying here. Now they've sent you here to come and die. Okay. I sat down in Kakuri. Then I started calling my friends because the place was totally run down. Curtains, lights, toilets, everything broken. So I started calling my friends. Unfortunately, I called a friend of mine. I don't know how the matter went. Entered the ears of Obasanjo, was president. So I'm sitting down, there are no mobile phones. I didn't have a mobile phone. It was 2005. So I'm sitting in my party, the phone rings, I picked it up, and it's President Obasanjo. Father, where are you? I said, I'm in Kabuse. You went for your study, you came back. You come back, you don't even call me to tell me that you are back. I said, you're not my bishop, sir. I had no obligation. I'm back in my parish. Then he said to me, you know the way President Obasanjo, he said, so what have you done? This is your Catholic church. I hear that they have posted you to a poor place. You are calling people looking for money. I said, yes, sir. It's not a poor parish. I said, wherever God is cannot be poor, but I need to fix the place. That's why I'm making some calls. And I said, I know I won't call you because you won't give me money. So we got, now to fast forward, because it's a long story, but to fast forward, how could I have imagined that it's from the same Kakuri that I'll be called upon and become Bishop of Sokoto? So, and then if you go back to Kakuri and see the infrastructural transformation that took place, that today Kakuri has the best church in the whole of Kaduna. So what I'm saying in effect is that I have learned, no matter the temptation, to accept God's will. So that has really helped in shaping my life, because there are things that just happen to me. I mean, how would I have known that coming back, because barely a month after Obasanjo calls me to become secretary of the Political Reform Conference, I finished, the same President Obasanjo says to me, please help us fix Ogoni. Then I finished, Yaradua calls me to be member of the Electoral Reform Committee. I work on that. And then the next thing, how did I, no, so if I had stayed away in New York, I don't know, my bishop would probably still have agreed. But this attempt to help God, I've tried to make sure that, so if you see my life the way it has turned, I can tell you, cross my heart, it's not through any effort on my part. I think God has just been extraordinarily magnanimous, and I'm not sure that I have perfectly followed the path, but I've tried as much as possible to freeze my hands and let him be the driver. So where I am now, I'm just convinced that this is where God wanted me.
So it's not like there's any special diplomacy.
Yeah, because
it's not like you set out to do it in a particular way.
Most of the text has always been written in my absence. It's not, I've never, when President Obasanjo called me the second time to say he wanted me to deal with the Ogoni issue, I told him, I said, Oga, I've just finished this thing. I want to go back to my parish. And he says to me, no. And one interesting thing was, he said to me, I've already concluded talk with your bishop. Because he realized when he appointed me to put up panel, there was a lot of problem. Because when I got the telephone call, I told them, I'm Secretary General of the Catholic Secretariat. I'm answerable to the President of the Catholic Bishops' Conference. I cannot leave my desk to come and take this position. If you want to give me a position, talk to the President of Conference. He's my employer for now. And the man who called me from the villa was shocked and still reminded me that it is the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria that is offering me appointment. I said, I'm sorry, sir. I'm not answerable to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I appreciate the interest, but this is... And they went through that process. What struck me, so when he came to Obasanjo, he also realized that I would do nothing without the approval of my bishop. And therefore, for me, every appointment, whether Political Reform Conference or put up panel, I took it as a pastoral assignment. And so what struck me really deeply was in the case of Yaradua appointing me to serve as a member of the Electoral Reform Committee. If you go back and check the newspaper report, I was away. I was in New York. And I was in, no, sorry, I wasn't in New York. Where was it? Yes. I was in New York State, let me say. So, and I was holidaying with my friend. He was in a parish that was in a depression, in a valley. So at my mobile, I couldn't answer any calls. So the day I was leaving, as we were driving, once we crossed the hill, I just started here, pum, 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 on my phone. Text messages were. Before I knew what was happening, I opened there were about 20-something text messages. So I started reading the text, and I discovered somebody from the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I didn't even know, had been calling me. So I returned the call, and he said, "Where are you?" I said, "I'm in New York. The president is looking for you." For what? And then I now heard the newspaper reported when they couldn't reach me, Yaradua still suppressed my name. And if you go back, I don't remember the date, but it was in this day. The names all came out. And then there was a statement at the end that there is still somebody from the, they didn't say from the church, but anyway, that like they were still expecting somebody. And when I had a chance of meeting Yaradua, and I raised this issue, Yaradua said to me, "We're not stupid. We know the Catholic Church. We know that the Catholic people will not jump on this." And we also, I don't know how, but I was happy that he said, "We know." Maybe he spoke to Obasa, I don't know. He said, "We know that you will not jump at any appointment without the approval of the authorities." And for me, that gave me a sense of vindication that people appreciate the processes of the Catholic Church. So I have, as I said, in my view, I've never tried to. I know how shocked I was as a priest, and as a secretary and the Catholic Secretariat when I received the communication from the Holy Father, I've been appointed to serve as how, So I don't have. You're just there. You're in the hands of God. Yeah, because I get a lot of young people, priests, lay people who say to me, "I want to be like yourself." Which part of me do you want to be? Because I would like to play football as JJ Okocha. I would like to play as, but I can't. So which part of me do you want?
The Lordship, you've been busy recently talking about so many things, and one of the issues that you have raised is this constant position by government that, look, things are getting better, the GDP is getting better, this has been published, and so have been published. You reminded the president recently that it's not yet Uhuru. Are you worried that most of our leaders are more interested in the numbers and not how policies have affected the ordinary Nigerian? Is this something that bothers you?
In my view, human expectations are moving parts. You can never, the human being is insatiable. Okay, when you were a reporter, you dreamt of maybe having a television station of your own. Now you have a television station of your own. But you know that it's not really, you're just starting. You want something bigger. Human needs are insatiable, and they will always be. So there will never be any government. And this is why I labor to make the point. And in Nigeria, because we have internalized cynicism almost as something, so it is never really the case that, because if you say anything good about government, they don't pay up. But I always joke, and I said, look, if I went to your wife now and said, "Madam, this is your husband, Vin. I like him. Correct gentleman. I'd like to make him chairman of our church council." Because guy is just flawless. Your wife will look at me and say, "Poor man, you don't know what I'm living with at home." Because so each and every one of us, Pope John Paul I made a statement. He said, each and every one of us is three persons. There is you as only you know yourself. Your best friend, your wife, no matter how they can claim, they don't know that part of you. There is you as your friends know you. And there is you that neither you nor your friends know, only God. So There will never be a president that will enjoy public approval as in clapping. Even in a football stadium, one side goes away unhappy. Nigerians must tune themselves. It's got nothing to do with President Ahmed Tinubu, that there will never be a president. And after elections, the real problem starts. The question is, and this is also where ethics, policy, and these are the kind of things we're trying to do at the Kuka Center. We've spoken only about the Peace Committee. My interest at the Kuka Center is inspired by what I experienced as a student at the Kennedy School. That policy processes can be refined and redefined and broken into cookies so that people who are formulating policy know what is possible, drawing inspiration from ordinary people. We are not running the British system of government, where every minister, for example, is a member of parliament, in which case their understanding of policy, their ideological commitment is constrained. You can't go. So even if you are a minister, you are constantly in parliament debating, redefining, listening to criticism. Okay, because the opposition is relentless in its criticism. But in Nigeria, and these are some of the decisions that we need to start thinking through. We adopted this American presidential system. It is too expensive. There's no way you can run it without corruption because corruption is built into it. The only way that Americans are getting away with it is that their own corruption is channeled through media and all kinds of other things. But it's not different. What it costs you to be a senator, a congressman in America, it's not different from what it's going to cost. It's even probably less here, but they are committing it to adverts. But money, not money. You still have to spend money. The British
and they need to raise the money.
The British parliamentary system was slightly different. And that is why it would have approximated the kind of things and the vision that we have for a plural and a complex, ethnically, religiously, morally complex society like Nigeria. So today you talk about opposition. What is the reward for being in opposition in Nigeria? Okay, you cannot say, for example, that you are an opposition member of the Anambra or Imo State or Sokoto House of Assembly. Because after some time, when they start squeezing you out, you are not getting the opportunities. The chief of your community, when he comes to meeting, they will say, oh, okay, this is the chief of the our opponent. And the man realizes he's been denied a car because his son is in opposition. They'll call and say, oh, God, we are being squeezed out though because we're in opposition. So please, Kuku, go back and serve us. So but to answer your question, it depends on where you are. I think that, and I don't want to be misquoted or misrepresented. As far as I'm concerned, we are not where we ought to be, but we are not where we were in every dimension. I can say that. So, and if I take a minimalist position, in part because of maybe where I come from and my own background and my own expectations. But if you go and speak to an Ogoni man today, okay, that's something they never dreamt about. If you ask the average Ogoni man, they'll probably tell you all they are waiting for now is a state to be created for them. But they verify that Ogoni are looking for a state. Southern Kaduna is looking for a state. Ibadan is looking for a state. What that means is people are having different experiences of what it is to be content in Nigeria. The Ogoni people will say, we now have a university in Ogoni land. Okay, our son, Ledu Mite, who was the only surviving agitator of the Ogoni 9. How did he ever imagine that he would end up as a member of the board of NNPC, where the big boys are sitting? How did Ogoni ever dream that one of their daughters, Joy Nunia, will ever be something like a chairman of NDDC? So they too don't come to the table. They've gotten cutlery. They've also participated. So if you talk to those people about their needs, they're completely different. If you come to Southern Kaduna, you're talking to somebody about this government, whether they're belly full or they're belly no full, they will tell you, we may be hungry, but the sight of our university don't fool our belly. So there are metaphorical ways of looking at contentment. So I said something that I was in my small village. One time I called somebody, a young man who normally runs errands for me at home, whether it's giving fertilizer. I told him, I said, look, I want to buy some bags of maize to send home to my family and other people to distribute in the village among themselves. The guy said to me, no need, Bishop. I said, what do you mean? He said, no, people are happy in the village. I said, what do you mean? They are eating. And I now realize that I'm not saying there's no poverty in Nigeria, but truth be told, culturally, it is difficult for a man to die of hunger in his village. So there are the riffraffs who have been abandoned in the north and are flooding everywhere as beggars. Cannot be a definition of poverty in Nigeria, because if there are people to responsibility, things will be completely different. There's nowhere in the world where government business to feed everybody on the street. So there are differences between urban poverty and, because when I ask in my village, the people are saying whether Nigeria GDP rises to anything, it has not touched us.
Yeah, because I'm talking about the connection between the numbers and the breakfast table.
Well, it depends on whose breakfast table you are talking about. Because again, what I heard from this guy, even though it's my village, I was shocked to hear that, because the man said, and I now realize, if you are not going to a shop to buy palm oil, you are not going to a shop to buy to buy salt, you are not going to buy the kind of things people are buying in the city, and you're just eating what you've always eaten from the beginning of time, your level of poverty will be contingent on how much you're able to farm. People might be worried that maybe the bandits stop them from farming as much, but they still have. So, but to get to your point, I don't know the figures, I don't know the maths, I don't know the GDP, I don't know the coefficient and all those numbers, I don't know. But like somebody says, statistics are like bikinis. Very often what they hide is more than what they reveal. And government will always, please give government the credit. Okay, Delegiwa used to say it is government's business to hide their secrets. We journalists are business to find those secrets. So the very fact that if President Tinubu likes, he can say, Nigerians, all your problems have been solved. Okay, that's him saying, everybody has electricity everywhere. Luckily for us, now we have to have fact checks. And in the president's speech, he gave numbers of what young people, what loans have been given, and the billions that have been sunk into. My brother, it is your duty as a journalist to let me know that these numbers don't match. It is the business of young people to demand for. We have a Freedom of Information Act.
Okay.
It is possible for you to go to them. If the president said that 541 children have accessed laws or what, you can go and say, where is the data? He has generated that data, maybe it's for publicity. He has gotten away with it. If he can only get away with it if we are intellectually lazy and decide not to. So for me, relinquishing our duty post about confronting government, that's the issue. But if you are blaming the president, I don't think you should blame the president. The soldiers can wake up and tell, we are finished with Boko Haram, there's nobody left. They've made a statement.
You need to fact check
it is left for you to say, Oga, because like I said on a television program, if you tell me now that this banditry is over, only yesterday, and cross my heart, I'm telling you the truth. Only 3 days ago, okay, today is Saturday. On Thursday morning, I received a call from a young Fulani boy who is from around my area. I helped put him through school. But his father, who was the Ardo, that is the local chief of the Fulanis, was very close to our tradition, very, very close to, literally like part of our family. But he was killed by the bandits because they said that he was fraternizing with our people too much. Then his son took over his position. He called me to say he was working here in Abuja. Called me to say, look, he wants to replace his father. I said, oh, God, are you going to be able to? Why don't you continue? He said, no, that they are putting pressure on him because he's the first. He became the chief. Now he's been kidnapped. It's more than 3 months now. He called me last week, called me on Thursday.
From where he's kidnapped?
Where he's been kidnapped. I said, where are you? He said, I have no idea. I said, okay. So how many of you? He said, there are over 30-something or 40-something of them where he is. I said, but how? Because he keeps calling me. And I'm a bit curious. I said, how did you manage? Because I know I've been involved with this issue because my priests have been kidnapped. I have an idea of the negotiation. I know the kind of things. In my own case, actually, in the case of all my priests that have been kidnapped, we've documented all the transactions. They are on audio because I want them for our archives. Now, these guys will always tell you, sometimes they may flog you genuinely, okay, to create a sense of pain, to force your people to pay. My nephew, who lives in this town, was kidnapped, was with his mother coming back from Jos, where their father is. He was kidnapped. Now, they left his mother because she had suffered, she had had an amputation. So they let her go. We started the negotiation. Then one day, my brother who works here calls me to say, look, these guys have finally decided that they will let our nephew go. But they want, I think it was ₦1 million or so. And they've told him if we can't come to pick him at this hour, they will just kill him and throw away the body. If they like, they can tell us where to find his dead body. Long story short, the young man was finally rescued. But he told me, I said, how was it? He said, that day that they called and said that they will kill him, they were actually sitting down and roasting a ram with the bandits. Yeah, and the bandits said they needed to conclude the deal because by Friday, they will appear as normal human beings, enter the city, and then find a few girls, enjoy themselves, and then on Sunday, they will return to the forest. So, but the point I'm making is that it is the business of government. If you can tell everybody at the local beer parlor that, me, Vin, Martin, my children, if you come to my house, my children they are sleeping on water mattresses. My house is, my wife is only if they don't want, but otherwise every month I tell my wife, here is 500,000 naira for shopping. You can tell, fine. If somebody whispers that, say, madam, now wow, we just say this now the thing where your husband. Now so my husband talk. You have already told your people you are afraid. It is her business to find a way of saying, call my husband, let him show you where the 500,000 he leaves for us. So what I'm saying in effect is our business. It's
the job of government to say the things.
And for us to say. It is our business to say, Oga, it never reach us. And that is how, because it's our business to let me expose government. Let me use that expression. That's what the media was meant to do.
And that's what we do.
Yeah, but
as much as we can.
We now have a problem in Nigeria because all of us are incorporated, including the church. Okay? There was a time one of my brothers told me in the village, he said, okay, we are worried though. It's not necessarily about my safety, but that they are complaining that you are harassing us too much. And my brother was our chief. He died in December last year. But he said, we'll turn up for me. They are saying, tell your brother to leave government alone now. They are putting pressure on us. One of the ambassadors, I won't call the country, I never met him before. They just told me he was looking for me, wanted to see me. So we finally met. Man said to me, he said, look, I have a brother. He's also making noise like you.
In their country?
Yes. But I have warned him to keep quiet and not to endanger my job. Okay, because government is not happy. If he persists, they will withdraw me from. So God said, I'm telling my brother, keep quiet. One thing I give praise to the governments of Nigeria, successive governments. As a priest, media, so on. In comparative terms, in my own case, you raised the question, maybe I didn't answer it, is that I have found people in government who say to me, and it's for me my greatest consolation, it's not that I do it purposely, but people say to me, we know you are honest in your criticism, and we know we love this country. There was a time I delivered a lecture, Obasanjo was president there, and Yayeli Ahmed, who was secretary to government at that time, when I finished, he came to me, he said, Kada matana the dachi amaza musha. That is, you have mixed the concoction. It is bitter, but we will drink it because it's from you. The current vice president, when my brother died, he came to our village. My village is in the middle of nowhere up till today. And he said to me, later when we were chatting, he said, you know, some of my aides said, Bishop Kuka is always criticizing government. How are you going to his village? What are you going to say? He said, I told them, he was criticizing us before we came to government. He criticized those before us. That is his job. If he stops criticizing us, then it means he has taken our card and is a member of our party. So I also sense that, and I encounter these people, and they tell me, Sam Egu, the former governor, there was a time I had to address the students, I think alumni of University of Nigeria and Nsukka, and I think he was the chairman. So when we finished, he said to me, and in the course of his speech, he said, look, and I've never forgotten, he said, Bishop Kuka. No, I wasn't a bishop. He said, Father Kuka, you know, we like to listen to you because not only do you criticize, you offer us some alternatives. And I took that very seriously. So freedom of speech is not freedom to talk nonsense. It is freedom to talk and hope that people will hear what you're saying. When there was a time people came and told me that when Buhari was about 6 months or more, they say, there's nervousness in the villa. Or they say, President, they are very unhappy with you. What have we done to Bishop Kuka? He has not even allowed us to rest. I called one of the president's aides. I said, tell the president I want to see him. But I'm going back to Sokoto tomorrow. If I'm able to see him, it has to be between now and 11 a.m. tomorrow, because my flight is 12. You cannot put a call through to a presidential aide and say you want to see the president, and you even have the courage to give time. But I don't know why I said so. So the gentleman who is my friend, he knows my relationship with Buhari, and I also know his relationship with Buhari. So he said to me, oh, Bishop, don't worry, I'll call you back in 2 hours. I said, okay. He said, the president is very busy, but I'll call you back in 2 hours. In 30 minutes, he called me. He said, Bishop, just as I finished talking to you, I was walking in the corridor, I saw the president, so I mentioned to him that you wanted to see him. And he said, the president said, Bishop Kuka, find a place for him. He said, Bishop Kuka said that he has to go back to Sokoto tomorrow. And he said, okay, find a place for him. And he said, I told the president, the diary is full. The President Buhari said, you must find a place for him. And before 11. And, so the guy calls me and said, President has meetings all through, but come to the villa about 10. I said, I'll come at 9:30. And I showed up at the villa at 9:30. I'm sitting down about 10 or 10 something. Guy stops, comes to me. There was nobody. The place was empty. Came in and said, the president will now see you. I went and sat down with Buhari. This Buhari that people had been, they've been making all the kind of noise that I hated government. I sat down with the president. And then, as he's still holding my hand, he said, we were walking to the chair where I was going to sit. So he was moving and holding my hand. I was following him from behind. And he said to me, I have to see you because I just came out. I said I was meeting with the army chief, or is it the chief of defense staff or whatever, of Turkey. But I had to cut short the meeting because I was told you wanted to see me. And I heard that you said, I have to see you before 11. I'm like, I'm looking at. So, and I said to him, when we sat down, I said to him jokingly, I said, sir, because I know you won't loan me a presidential plane to take me to Sokoto. I have to be in Sokoto because I have a church activity tomorrow morning. He said, okay, now here we are. We sat down and I said to him, I said, sir, the reason I won't keep you, the reason why I've come, I heard that you are unhappy with me and the things that I'm saying. And I said it to his face, I said, I have followership, whether Christians or Muslim. I would not like to distract your government. Please tell me the problems you have with me so that we can talk about it. President Buhari looked at me and smiled and he said, and for me it was very powerful. He said, Bishop, you know that on any issue in Nigeria, even if you don't say a word, I know where you stand. If I have something, I will let you know. But for now, we've appreciated you for a very long time. And you and I go back many years. So very often, people cry more than they believe. But I'm also just making the point that public office holders, this is where diplomacy comes in. The public office holders need what they call a toe holder, people who can. It's not just about saying we are telling you the truth or speaking truth to power. And you can speak truth to power, but merely speaking will not get you results. There has to be another window. And this is why, like I said, is the reason why we have the Kuka Center. My interest is to make sure that we help government because this is our country.
Your Lordship, there was something you said recently that I'd like us to talk a little more about. You talked about the military and the damage they had done to our country. And I'm wondering, the military left us since 1999. And the civilians have had all the time to, analyze the mistakes they made and see how, taking from that experience, make Nigeria a better country. Is it right for us to continue to blame the military, just like some Nigerians would blame the colonial masters?
How many years? 1999 to today is what?
Is 20-something years.
Okay. 20-something years. Who was our president? 1999. Obasanjo. Abi? So that's 8 years. Then Buhari did how many years?
Your Lordship, are you suggesting that these people...
Hold on, because you guys are it's about cause and effect. I hear this from soldiers and they say, we've been away for 30 years. You've not been away for 30 years, for crying out loud. You can say that I cut your leg, the scar is still there, and then you tell me, but we cut this leg over 50 years ago or 60. That's not the point. Like I said, Nigerians like to say, okay, you are saying, why are we not like India? Look at Singapore. We started like the same time with Singapore. Look at Malaysia. We started the same time with Malaysia. Look at South Korea. We started the same time. You haven't answered my question. Did any of those people go through a military coup? Did any of those people go through a military coup? Did any of those countries have a military coup? Do you understand what I'm saying? My argument and the book that was launched yesterday by General Irabo, thank God he tied the title of it is Scars. That's why in the end of my review, I said, what are we going to do with the scars? Are we going to do plastic surgery to pretend the scars don't exist? My brother, it's not about the military as soldiers. The Nigerian military has produced some of the best up till today. They're almost near perfect gentlemen. I don't have a problem with them as soldiers. That's not the point. There can never be a good rape. I am saying that Nigeria had enough to get off the ground in 1960. And had we continued on that path, we would have surpassed Malaysia, would have surpassed Singapore, would have surpassed all the countries that Nigerians like to idolize. We will not be where we are. Why is India where it is? People make this comparison, but answer the fundamental question. There are crooks everywhere in all these countries. But were their political process disrupted by the military? Nobody can answer that question. When you now begin to calculate the damage, and it's largely psychological as much as political, because by now, this country has some of the most sophisticated, intellectually sound politicians. You can't get better than a Sami Koku. You can't get better than an Awolowo. You can't get better than a Nnamdi Azikiwe. You can't get better than some of these incredibly cracked brains who passionately love this country and had an idea about how to fix a country. Many of them were trained in that regard. Can you imagine the consistency in training and mentoring? My friend, what's his name? What's his name now? The former Minister of Labour, the former Governor of Anambra.
Chris Ngige.
Chris Ngige said something one day. He said that, look, that when they were growing up as young politicians with aspiration, they were always struggling about who will carry
Ekweme's back.
Ekweme's back. And Ekweme's blessings passed on to him. And so on. It is hopeful that his blessings. That system was disrupted. Even, can you imagine, had we stopped at Ekweme in 79, and had the military not come back in 1983, the Igbos would not be talking today about wanting a president, because the dynamics would have produced something different. So what I'm saying is that this incalculable damage was done because of the nature of what the military is. And for me, as I say, it's not, there can be a good or a bad coup. Well, maybe I shouldn't say so, but in measurable terms, from the point of view of democracy, every time, how do you explain the fact that from 1914 till today, we have still not settled the issue of a constitution? Why? Why are we debating a constitution for how many years now? Because every time the military came, it meant for almost 30 years our constitution was in suspended animation. The rule of men replaced the rule of law. Every time the military came, they suspended the constitution, they suspended the National Assembly. And in my book, Witness to Justice, I made a point of what I call the tribunalization of justice. That is that military tribunals became a substitute for the judiciary. And many judges were complicit by going to become chairman of tribunals. We are sitting here.
But your lordship.
So hold on. So the point is not, you're comparing oranges and apples. Because for me, it's not a question of even the outcome. It is the decapitation of the institution. We would not be talking today about the quality of our bureaucracy. My brother, ask yourself, how long did Lee Kuan Yew stay as president? Lee Kuan Yew was president from 1968 or 69.
For a very long time.
For over 30 years. Even when he left, and he knew he wanted his son to take over, but his son was not ready. Another person he brought in, almost like Babangida and Shonekom, he brought the person, but he still maintained the position of what he invented, what he called mentor minister. Okay. They were conducting elections. He was winning elections. In the same way that Rwanda has been conducting elections, people are winning elections. But in all of these countries, the percentage of the population is about the population of many local governments in Nigeria. I'm saying that had the military not intervened, we could have made our mistakes. But we wouldn't have gone into a civil war. And we would not be nurturing the deep resentment and bitterness that many Igbo people cannot recover from. And the sentiments are legitimate. They are legitimate. When the queen came here, was it not Ojuku's vehicle that was borrowed to carry the queen? So if you ask yourself, where will the Igbos have been today? Let me put it that way. Where will the intellectuals have been today? Look at the kind of country that was being built at that time. Who was the vice chancellor of the University of Ibadan? He was an Igbo man.
But your lordship, are we going to continue talking about what we lost and not move forward? Or the civilians not taking charge?
No. See, you can talk about what you lost depending on the circumstances that you lost. If you lost 10 million naira in a gamble or in a bet from Bet Niger, you'll be too ashamed to tell your wife. But if you lost 10 million through the crookedness of your son or something, the hurt is different. So don't quantify the loss. We're not talking, because you see, people keep making this point, and I want us to subject it to the rigors of intellectualism that it deserves. That is, why are we where we are today? So don't tell me, because when the military left, there was a lot of debate. People, the slush funds, people of the military, they almost took over the banking business. So we're not talking, but I'm also telling you that there must be a reason. The reason why Obasanjo was a product of the military, not a product of the democratic process. The PDP was quickly put together to provide a Trojan horse for Obasanjo to move and become. We all know that. This is not democracy in the way and manner that we're talking about. How does it happen that every president in Nigeria has a track record of jumping from one party, because of the volatility in the system? So what I'm saying is that if we had maintained that strategy, let me tell you what would have happened in Nigeria. By now, politics will not be so corrosive. leadership would have emerged, because just like the Ngiges can talk about the sense of validation from following Ekweme, there will be people who probably would have also been in office because of following Ngige. And that is how the trajectory, whether it's Macron in France, or whether all of these guys will tell you the handbags of those they were carrying before they got to where they are. In Nigeria, the coup culture floods our political process today. That's why elections are largely a coup. Because already the violence that our elections produces is largely tied to the violence, the culture of violence that was inserted into our politics through the military. And I'm saying, remember that in our constitution, the reason why the military exists and they are monopolizing violence, it is to protect us. But once those guns were turned on one another, you read the books written by
but your lordship, the civilians, even if it's 2 years or 3 years that they have been in power, they are also not law abiding.
No,
they are not also respecting the constitution.
Again, why is that?
Even though they don't carry guns, they are doing so much damage as much as the soldiers.
Hold on. In political science, it's what is called political culture. And culture derives from endlessly repeating certain activities, so on and so forth. Culture in Yoruba land, for example, has told you how to greet a man that is older than you, how you respect. Many Yoruba people will do that without thinking. There are things that culture has taught us, and because you saw other people do it, and so on and so forth. What I'm saying, don't confuse the military, the civilian administration may even be more corrupt. And it is the case. But that's not the issue. The issue is, how do you have a say in who governs you? Because that's the basis of democracy. That's why it is called representative. So if the day nobody had a say in who became head of state during, and 90%, most of them, we only had their names.
Your lordship, we still don't have a say in who becomes president. No, but we are saying that even today's politicians are more military. How do I say it? They are more military than the military.
That is a consequence. It's not a cause. And in causality, let me explain to you. I'm still saying, you understand? I'm still saying that there are certain things that follow you. We can focus on the tangibles like corruption. And people say, you see, the bridges were built by the military, or some of the good roads we have today were built by the military. Oh God, that is not the issue. How do people remember Hitler today? How do they remember Hitler? Hitler left Germany with the best infrastructure till today. In fact, I went to Geneva, and I was at the UN place in Geneva. And the person who was taking me around said something very interesting. I don't know whether it is true, but he said that when they were building the headquarters with money from different countries, they said they assigned different budgets to different countries. But to punish Hitler, they asked them to build the toilets. But the guy who was taking me, and he was a white man, he said to me, of everything in this building has changed except the toilet because of the quality. So, secondly, why did we have to fight apartheid? Why? What for? After all, the infrastructure in South Africa today is diminishing because freedom has come to black people, as you know very well. If it is infrastructure, Nigerians are still shamelessly running to South Africa. They have investment there. Without apartheid, would we have had the investments? The critical ingredient in all this, my brother, is freedom. Freedom to choose foolishly, freedom to choose badly. Your father could have been the richest man in Igbo land. But it's a different matter. Could he have just brought a girl and say, I am your father, I will pay the dowry, here is your wife? You would naturally have said, Baba, I'm young, I'm old, I can choose for myself. What coups denied us? And I want you to understand that. So, because people are measuring the quantifiables, and they are not. The most important thing in democracy is the freedom it gives you. And it doesn't matter how you use that freedom. So I'm saying, and don't tell me, it's not about blaming the military or blaming, it's about even if a bunch of priests are taking over government illegally, it will not be right. So my criticism, and as I said, it's an intellectual exercise. Let's debate it. Don't, because people tend to want to cut me, but hey, but we are being empowered, but the military is even doing. That's not the point. The point is that you lost your moral authority, your moral right to kill an armed robber if you yourself used a gun to get to power.
It's something that we need to talk and talk.
And the good thing, sorry, let me just end. The good news is that we've been on this road for over 20 years now.
Mm-hmm.
As evidence, even the military now realizes it has lost its appetite for power. Go back and read the books written, not my opinion, read the books written by the military themselves. Read what General Bameyi wrote. Read what General Irabo has just written. Read and take any of the books written by the entire people, and you will hear them say with much regret what damage their involvement in politics, how they lost their spirit. I was a member of the Kuta panel. And because of these colonels and lieutenant colonels who became governors, they are being in custody of so much power, meant that generals, because there was a dissonance. I remember being in Jos for an event, and then they told me, I went to the airport, they said the flight was cancelled. I was just about to leave when they said, somebody said to me, they heard that there are some generals who are in Jos, and that a plane will come. So I decided to sit down. Luckily, the general, there were people I knew. So I just sat down with them, we were chatting. And then all of a sudden, the governor came in. And the governor was, I think, a lieutenant colonel or a colonel. There is a seat there where the Nigerian flag is hanging and the military, whatever, was hanging. Where only the governor can sit. And here we were with all these big generals. They couldn't sit on that seat. And when the governor entered, all of them had to stand up. Generals, how do you explain that? It's like saying bishops are holding a meeting, for example, and then a priest comes in and all the bishops have to stand up. But these governors had to, that was for me one of the most powerful statements. Something was wrong. But these people had to stand up because the governor of the state.
Okay, my lord. How do we make progress?
We make progress.
The damage is done. How do we make progress?
I don't know whether to call it even a damage. Yes.
Yeah. So how do we grow? How do we make this democracy enduring?
The sign that we are growing is that, again, like I said, even the soldiers themselves have come to terms with the fact that military rule was a departure from where we ought to be going. We can't hold it against them. It's gone. But in our analysis of cause and effect, we must, without making excuses, acknowledge. Okay? If in the course of your study in secondary school, you fell down and you lost an eye, you might correlate that with your results. Okay? Your ability to, if you had 2 eyes, your result would have been different. It doesn't change you, but you recognize that point. But the good news is that after this number of years, the military, we have not heard of an attempt, even an attempted coup. Nor have we heard about Nigerians asking the military to come. So even the fact that we are stumbling and fumbling and not doing elections well, and so we must wake up like Jesus Christ falling 3 times on the stations of the cross and continue the journey. So for me, the very fact that even the military has lost the appetite to want power, we've made some success. The very fact that Nigerians are still saying we will struggle is a plus. I end here. There's a couple, young, well, not a young couple, but they were rather illiterate. So the woman came to complain to me about a problem with her husband, as usual. So we sat down, we discussed the matter. So the husband said, okay, everything is forgiven, let them continue. So 1 month or so later, I saw the woman in the church. I said, Madam, how now? She's not a literate, a very literate person, but I will never forget what she said. I said, Madam, how now? He said, oh, fine. So how are things in the house? I said, Father, we are still in a state of no war, no peace. so it is that at least we haven't parted, but we are still working. So everything is a work in progress. And I want this.
So are you suggesting that Nigeria is at a stage of no war, no peace, no progress, no?
Exactly, but that, and the reason why there's no war, no peace is maybe the promises that both of them made to one another when I reconciled them. Maybe certain things have not fallen in place, but at least they are not fighting. They are still together. So, and I think this country, the president said we have turned the corner. Well, if you turn the corner, there's still a long way, but it just means that turning the corner gives you better visibility. I think the challenge that lies before us now is for the presidency, for Nigeria to organize the resources of this country in a way that does not turn us into governance, into a mere distribution agency. That the resources of this country can be more judiciously applied, especially as the president himself has accepted and admitted that we now have resources. So this crazy road, to this coastal road they are talking about, I'm very happy about it. You know why? I've called Engineer Umahi not once, not twice, and I commend him. No, people are talking. My position is that even if they don't build the road, we will not see the money. They will still chop the money.
So let them build it.
So they might as well build it. And I'm convinced, let me tell you one thing. If by the grace of, if this government continues with that speed and we see railways and we see roads and we see infrastructure in Nigeria, let me tell you, 60% of the problems of Nigeria will literally subside once we see good road, we see railways, we see electricity, and we can take it for granted. Because look, 90% of the young, energetic Nigerians, exceptionally brilliant group of young people, they're not looking for government jobs. So many of these kids, my nephew, he lives in this town. When he graduated, he came to me and said, Uncle, don't worry, just leave me. I'm not looking for a job. And he represents millions of young people who just want a decent space to express themselves.
A conducive environment.
Oh, absolutely. My niece who just left, before I came down here, what is she coming to tell me? She's not even talking. She's graduating this year. Next month. But she's not. She's telling me because she kept saying, "I want to come and see your uncle." I said, "Okay, come." So I gave her an appointment. Interestingly, she's telling me about things she wants to do, none of which includes looking for a job from government. She's not saying to me, "Oh, use your influence to find me a job. I want to work in Central Bank. I want to work." She just says to me, "It's what I want to do." She's already clear in her, and she represents millions of young people.
Your Lordship, this time is never enough when we talk. And today is one of those days. I wish we will have more time and more time to talk. But very soon, you're going to be retiring as bishop. You're getting quite older and older.
Absolutely.
So are you thinking about? Are you thinking about retirement when it comes? Well, because I know you're one person who is already thinking about it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm going. I have. If we follow the Catholic Church's calendar, in 2 years' time or a year and something, I'll be 75. If God spares my life, I will let the Holy Father know. I've done my own little best. Now it's time for somebody else to, and it will be left for the authorities to decide. But I can tell you that my other life will only just get started.
Mm-hmm.
So I have all kinds of things I want to do, including, I might actually put it even more challenging because the dreams and the vision I have for the Coca Center, I want this center to be in not too distant future, a place of ideas, a place with enough impact for Nigeria and for Africa. Because I know, we blame the politicians, we blame the civil service. There's a lot of bad things going on. But I always pay attention to some of those men and women who are breaking their back and doing extraordinary job. We blame the police, we blame the military, but we never forget that these guys are busy out of love for this country, struggling to do good. So my hope is that when I finally am no longer bishop, I will still remain of service to the church, because I was still, retirement doesn't mean you still remain a member of the conference. But by the grace of God, if I'm healthy, still strong enough, I've set my eyes to greater things. And hopefully, that's why, like I said, this place, I hope that one can be a source of inspiration and encouragement, especially to my constituency, the church. Because we are producing some of the most intellectually exciting young people. My son, their younger brother, is an example. So my interest will be to create more spaces, open up more spaces, facilitate those young people occupying the space. In that way, we can have almost like a bit of a seamless transition. So for me, I'm looking forward, but also hoping, as I said, that one is
an active retirement.
Active retirement, absolutely. If God gives us there.
And just to remind you that we have a place for your Signature TV.
All right. I mean, I'll take any offer, because now if I'm in retirement, everything now that happens, you have to pay. You know, because Sokoto will no longer
just a little gift to thank you for giving us all this time. Really nothing much. You don't need to open it. Your Lordship.
I need the audience. I need the audience to see. So when they see my beautiful pen, they will know that. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And please keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Look, it's people like you and this effort that we take for granted in Nigeria. These are the things that inspire me, because so many of you young people are doing extraordinary things. Just a question of building the confidence and bringing all of this together.
Thank you, Your Lordship. I've been speaking with...
Thank you, cameraman. Thank you very much.
I've been speaking with Bishop Matthew Cooker. Sometimes I don't want to limit him with his diocese. He is a citizen of Nigeria and a citizen of the world. Thank you for watching. I'm Vin Martin Obiorailu from Abuja, Nigeria. Let's do this again sometime soon.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Shay is back. People say that, but when you watch this interview, you will realize she is truly back.
Where have you been all my life?
She decides to give me an exclusive. She says, this is the only show where she will speak these truths.
I'm just going to be real with you because I have grown so much, bigger fish to fry. I've washed my brain, washed my mind, washed my spirits, washed my soul, washed my head.
Last time she was here, this is her last big interview, she was already pregnant, but she didn't tell me. She says that was a time of major turmoil. And so there was drama, there was toxicity. So she took her baby to the UK to give birth to her, to stay away from all of that.
And it was the best choice I could ever made.
She tells me shockingly that all that time she was a star. She was insecure, she had low self-esteem, in other words, she was unconscious.
Like I've been living my whole life, I promise you, unconscious.
And these 3 years in the UK included reconnecting with her dad, forgiving him, forgiving her mom, healing herself, and becoming conscious. And so from that place of consciousness, I tell her to go back. Why did she, as she say, hate men? Why does she actually say love men now?
I actually feel very comfortable with men now.
Don't come to me and think you can say hi.
She shared with me exclusively what she discovered that might be the truth of why Tiwa Savage went at her so heavily in that viral video.
Hey, what's up, guys? My name is Seyi Shay. I am a judge on Nigerian Idol. Yay!
She talks about the Nigerian Idol brouhaha and how she sees it now from this place of healing and consciousness. We talk about the nude that went viral.
I know how the pictures came out, were made, and I know who I sent them to.
Then I talked to her about her daughter. The daughter that she says changed her life, transformed her spirit, and made her look at life differently.
If God loves me the way I love this girl, I'm loved.
This was an explosive interview with multiple exclusives, and the Seyi that is wiser, brighter, and even more beautiful in and out with Chude today.
Come for me.
You're looking fantastic as
Really?
always. Yes.
Thank you.
Amazing.
You look amazing.
Thank
you have
you.
not changed.
Thank you. Yes.
One bit.
I love it.
It's been like 4 years now.
Many years ago, I had dinner with someone, and the person said, very self-consciously, said, oh, I literally stopped aging when I turned 25. And I think that happened to me when I turned 35.
Oh, well,
yes.
Listen, I think it's happening to me now that I'm like 40.
I
so,
love it.
Yeah.
Love it. Good to see you.
You too, my love.
What has, so it's about 4 years since we last saw.
I think it's 4 years.
Yes, it's 4 years.
Is it? Are you
It's 4
sure?
It's 4 years.
Yeah, it is.
Now, 4 years. Two people ask this question in two ways. Somebody will say, where have you been?
Where have you been all my life? Well, you know, I don't know if it's like, took a break, took a sabbatical. I'm not sure what the right expression is really, because there's just so many reasons why I actually sort of took a back seat. Or went on maternity leave, maybe. That might be the most appropriate, I think.
Makes sense.
But yeah, I have been, I moved back to the UK.
Oh, you did?
To have my daughter.
Okay.
When I came on your show, I was pregnant.
Right.
Yeah, I was pregnant.
You hid that one from me.
I did. It should have been like an exclusive, you know.
Right.
But,
Yes.
But obviously it was still quite early,
Yeah,
so I didn't really want to, you know, say anything too soon. But yeah, so I went back to the UK to have my daughter, and I didn't really have a plan to come back anytime soon, and I didn't have a plan really to like reintegrate there. It was more like I just need to have my daughter. I need to have her away from toxicity, away from the drama that seemed to have been following me actually the few years preceding. So yeah, and it was the best choice I could ever made. So where have I been? I've been raising my daughter. I've been raising myself. I've been. The past year and a half, been making new music, and yeah.
Right. You were not sure what was going to happen, where this was going to lead. You just knew that you wanted to focus on your daughter.
That's it.
Yeah. So were you So were you in London all this time before you started working on your album? So have you been in London all the time?
I have actually,
Right.
but I've come back to Lagos because I have my house is still here, and
Right.
so I still have ties here. But I would come and go, and the album was predominantly made between Los Angeles and London. So I traveled around a bit. I mean, I did the European tour and I did a UK tour.
Right.
And so God just made it so that, you know, I was still working so that I could actually, you know, and, but yeah, my base was the UK these past 3 years.
Right. Okay, so I'm going to ask you a question in lieu of the audience that is curious.
Okay.
What about the dad? I have to do it.
It's the way you said, what about the dad? What about him?
Yes, like, are you married to him? Was it a surrogacy? You don't want to get like gist now. Did you move to the UK because his dad was in the UK?
No, actually, her dad is Nigerian, from Nigeria.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we are really brilliant friends now.
Right.
We co-parent really well.
Right. So you're not married?
No. So, I mean, you know, that's kind of, it's a technical issue.
Right.
But I don't want to, like, you know, I know I said I trust you.
Yeah.
You know, but I feel like because he's not here, I don't want to speak too much because I've not discussed with him first about how he might feel about, and he's someone that is very special to me, and he's my daughter's father. So this footage is going to be here forever, isn't it? So let me not go and
say the one that you explain.
You understand?
Right.
So, but he's great. He's cool. He's around. He's Nigerian. He's in the UK at the moment. He's also in the music industry as a on the corporate side of things, though. And we just work well together, raising our child, and we're great friends.
Right, so you're great friends, and he's obviously in the life of your daughter.
Very much so.
Right.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Okay, I think that's enough.
It's like incredible for me. I didn't have my dad in my life. At all, ever.
Yes.
So I think the most important thing for me was that at least, okay, he's going to show up for his kid and do what he has to do, and he is. I mean, you know, to the level that he can. He's like a guy and he's young, so it's not, we don't really know what we're doing. It's our first child. Nobody knows, but he's doing what he can do, Sha.
Right.
Yeah.
Did you, I mean, obviously you can see that you love your daughter and all of that. Did you get to a stage in your life where you decided, okay, I'm going to have a baby?
Yes.
Yes, you did.
That's exactly what it was, you know. She was planned.
Yeah.
And I was so tired of just living for myself.
Right.
And I was really tired of feeling alone. I know it sounds really selfish. All these reasons sound super selfish.
But those are the reasons why we have kids.
You know, I think so. I mean, all those ones that have 4 or 5 children, it's insane to me. Like, no, sorry.
Yeah. Are you going to have more?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe.
But not
right,
5.
Not 5. My sister has 5. I saw exactly what she went through. Right. Like, you know, big ups to all the women that have up to 5 and even more, because motherhood is not a joke. Like, the after effects of being pregnant and having a child are just, I don't even know if it's curable. Like, I had really bad hormone imbalance. I had terrible skin for the first, you know, 3 years now. I'm only just recovering. I still have my pregnancy mask.
Right.
I even read a few weeks ago about a woman that lost her sight as a result of pregnancy, you know, and I just thought to myself, man, that's not like that. Let me just take these off so I can hear you better. But like, I just felt, you know, man, this is a real life changer.
Yeah. You know, I don't think I asked you then, but it just occurred to me now because you mentioned it. Your dad, when did he stop being a part of your life?
From birth.
Right.
Really. Right. I remember seeing him at age 2.
Right.
I have elephant memory. Weird. Right. But my mother and I also discussed this, so I kind of like refreshed my memory, And he was like, oh, he's not ready for a child and stuff like this and whatever. And then and I was crying, and I remember kind of putting my hands up for him to carry me, and he wouldn't. He just was like, you know, like this. And then the next image I have is of him standing outside the door of the front door, because our front door was made of glass, but it was frosted glass, so I could just see his silhouette. Yeah. And I was crying, screaming in the corridor, just really crying. Yeah. And then I never saw him again. And my mom confirmed that memory was actually accurate.
Right, so it was imprinted in your memory.
Yeah, imprinted in my memory.
And he never came back?
He didn't. But obviously
You've reconnected.
We connected. My mom passed away some time ago, and she kind of left me all the information and details that I needed to be able to reconnect with him again. And I did. And, you know, he's cool, but I think he's so old now. And I think that, and he has enough problems in his life with all his other kids. So, like, but he's met my daughter.
Beautiful.
And, you know, we have great pictures of all of us together, and I'm just happy that you know happened. That reconnection and him meeting my daughter, having a relationship with her, and everything's great.
Why did you reconnect with him though?
Because I needed to forgive him.
Why?
Because I hated men.
Right. So this is right.
Yeah, and that is a direct result.
That's a serious statement though. I hated men.
Yeah. Deep down inside, that's actually what it was. It was trauma that led me to not see men as really like anything. But, you know, in a very weird, like, plot twist, I was always looking for validation from men. And I was always, you know, trying to do more than the man was even, like, expecting or offering or showing me. Do you get? And like as a result, I hope the relationships always ended like, and I think that subconsciously I always expected them to leave me. You see how the pattern goes deep down inside. Look, put it this way, today, right? I have done so much inner work these past, let me say, 4 years, because the transformation of my mind started before I had my child.
Yes, because we talked about that.
Yes,
You said you were starting
a journey, and I really just committed to that journey.
Yes.
You know, and I isolated, but the isolation was, you know, something that's really good about isolation. I mean, I know some people say it's not good, but one thing for me is that I was blessed with hindsight, and I could just reflect, you know, and I was also blessed with insight, which in turn gave me foresight.
Love that, yeah.
And I think that is the biggest, besides my daughter, gift that God has given me in these few years that I've been away. And so, of course, my spirituality has completely, you know, transformed, and I'm vibrating on such a different level now that I actually feel very comfortable with men now. I'm like, I love you all. I love all the men. It's a man's world. Like, you know, I just love all the men.
You can handle it.
I love all the men, you know, every man.
Right, so, I mean, so obviously, so you figured that you had this, our gaps, our vulnerabilities, they don't go in a logical fashion. So you hate men, but then you want their approval because there was this gap from your childhood. And so how did you, so was it upon reflection, or was it therapy or something that made you realize, look, the origin is my dad, go plug that leak?
Yeah.
What was it? Was it reflection? Was it therapy?
It was reflection. And it was, like I said, a series of events that took place, which
events with men?
Events with guys, yeah. And every now and again, I would hear a guy say, like, something around the lines of, like, what trauma do you have? Like, why are you so this, or why are you so that? Why are you angry? Why are you toxic? Like, you know, why are you this? And even one guy was like, you need to go and make up with your dad. Like, this was years and years and years ago, like maybe 7 years ago, probably 8 years ago. And I was like, But then actually that stuck in the back of my mind. And, you know, but I had actually been speaking to my dad before this. It's been about 10 years now, though, that I've been speaking to him. But him actually, like, us having a relationship now, and then him meeting my child, has only been in the last 3 years that we've actually seen each other, and you know. So, but anyway, that had a really big effect. That was the biggest trauma of my life, which led me to become so insecure, always seeking validation, approval, not really knowing who I was, even as Shay. You know, I was running around going, oh, on stage I'm like completely different person. Like, did I think I was Beyonce or what? Like, and then in real life I'm just like this person. No,
Right.
you know, like that's all wrong. And that's what I mean by the gift of hindsight and insight.
Yeah.
And I think that now, obviously, it's not just my dad, but having my daughter healed me as well.
Right.
And changed me. And then the person I had my daughter with
Yeah.
is a really good guy. So
Right.
to the point where of course, everybody has their issues and their problems, which is, why we're in the position that we are now, unfortunately. But like ultimately,
What's the position that you are, that you and him?
yeah, right. But ultimately, he didn't leave. And he is showing up for his daughter, and I guess he's going to be that way for the whole rest of his life and her life. And so that was something I did right. You understand? Really pick the right person to have a child with, because the person you have a child with can make or break you if you're not careful. You can get married to anyone. You can divorce them now if you don't like them anymore, if it doesn't work.
Once you have a child,
with that person, you're stuck with them for eternity, like it's deep. And if they leave you with the burden of looking after the children on your own, then you're definitely screwed. Like that's just the end. Because I can't imagine, not having her dad or my family around to help when I need that help.
Amazing. So a lot of healing happened. You're not just using the words when we saw. You were deliberate about going on this journey.
And I did a lot of that.
What do you say? And it sounds to me like even having your daughter, and then the relationship that you have evolved, even out of the imperfections you've hinted at, was itself a manifestation of the inner work you've done.
Yes. Well,
maybe not having the daughter, but
maybe
just
not having my daughter, because
when
I got pregnant, I was still in the height of the madness, and I think I was just like, I just want a child. I want a baby. I think the baby's going to save me and heal me and change me. No, she didn't. She kind of just made me get more serious, and but the work that I did inside myself brought me clarity, and I became more conscious now. Like I've been living my life, my whole life, I promise you, unconscious. Unconscious. Even when I was in the interview with you, I was reflecting, I was thinking to myself, I don't even remember what I said to him. I just was I was in an emotional state. I was in the heat of certain things that were going on, and I just wanted to just talk and just be, today, I'm going to go and do my, and even then I didn't tell my truth. I was just like, just talking because I wanted to. My whole life has been that way. Every single event, every single thing has been an unconscious, action. Like guys that I've been with, things that I've done, jobs that I've worked in, friends that I've kept. And that whole thing is so damaging. Because the more you go on like that, of course, the more your identity gets dismantled. You don't know who you are. But also, the more people have access to your vulnerability, and they just use it against you because you're just so open, you're so unconscious. You don't even know, you don't care. You just want to be accepted. You just want to be loved. You just want to be. You don't know what's going on. But when you start to seek. When you start to seek God, you find yourself, actually. And that's what happened to me.
That's so powerful. When you find God.
When you seek God.
When you seek God, you find yourself.
You find yourself,
It's remarkable because what you're describing is because the Shay we know, the brand is spunky, it's ferocious, it's etc. But you're saying that was not even the real, that was the unconscious you.
That wasn't the unconscious me,
But people love that.
Yeah, no, I loved it. I'm not saying it wasn't me.
But it wasn't the...
But it wasn't, I was just doing it every action, every show, every interview, every friend, every party, everything, every man, every guy. Everything was just operating from a subconscious, from a place of, I don't want to feel anything.
I don't want to feel anything. Yes. Is that a stunning thing when you realize it? Is it stunning?
Yeah, but you know, when so it's kind of like, it's all encompassing. So when I had Issa, I started to feel this overwhelming love for her and for myself. I even started to think to myself, wow, I need to forgive my mom also, actually, you know, because this is not a joke, like being a mother, raising a kid. Imagine if I was alone. I started talking to myself a lot. I started talking to myself a lot. Let me say, I started talking to God a lot. Do you get? And I was like, imagine if I was alone doing this thing, which my mom was. Like, can you imagine what she sacrificed for me and all this stuff? And it was hard. And oh my God, my mom. Oh, and then I'll cry for weeks. And then I'd be like, and then that was healing too, you know. And then I wrote a letter to my mom. And then it was, you know, kind of freeing. And then I was like, oh my God. And I thought to myself, I'm so in love with this girl, this daughter, this child. She smiles at me. She talks to me now. She says, good job, Mom, when I make nice food. Or, you know, like, and she's so happy. She went on tour with me in Europe. Amazing. And my cousin, bless her, came with us so she could look after the baby in the hotel room and stuff. But, you know, I've been very blessed. And what I realized is that actually, you know what? If God loves me the way I love this girl, I'm loved.
That's powerful.
I'm loved, man. You're like, ugh, it's just so overwhelming. It's the best decision I could have ever made. So it started off being a selfish thing. And it has now ended up being a selfless thing. 100%. You know, she's there. She's been so good.
She's been actually so good. I didn't believe her promise.
As in, I didn't believe, she said, Mommy, I promise. Yes. Hi, Issa, say hello to Uncle.
Say hello to me. Do you want to sit? Yes. How are you?
You were quiet throughout the whole interview. I'm so proud of you.
Do you know your mom is a superstar? Do you know your mom is a superstar? No, you're like, just this, my mom. Can we go to her? She's beautiful.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Say hi.
Final question.
Yeah.
You know, people talk about motherhood and all of these things. But, you know, sometimes we have to say what we have to say. But, I mean, you've talked about how your daughter has changed your life. You've given to somebody else. And I've seen, just watching you guys when you got into the studio, what is the biggest thing that having this daughter has done to you?
Changed the way I see the world. It has changed the way I see the world. Encompassing everything we spoke about from the beginning.
Yes. And that's a beautiful thing, isn't it?
Of course.
Because you feel like you thought life was one way, and then somebody comes out
and people were just one way, and you know, I was one way, and now I see that I'm not just one way, and nobody's just one way. We have different, you know, dynamics, abilities, superpowers, you know.
There's something you say that's powerful. I'm going to take it in me. If God loves you the way you love this young woman,
then I'm loved.
Then you're truly loved.
Honestly.
Oh, powerful
boy. Like, I can't even tell you.
And that is the end of this conversation. Thank you so much. I'm so excited that you're back.
Yeah.
Because you just bring an energy. You know, even at your unconscious, you brought an energy that was important and beautiful. And so to now be conscious, I can't wait.
Imagine,
I can't wait to see.
I've
seen a glimpse of it.
The ideas now are like boom, 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 boom. Yes.
Thank you so much for
Thank you, my darling. Can I give you a hug?
Yes, please. Thank you. This was beautiful.
Nobody else I could talk to like
you.
that, you know, because I watch you. So I'm like, you know what, he is someone that he will not twist my words. He's too smart. Like, you're on another level.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome once again to the Sage. A wonderful journey, a journey in which we work with you to uncover hidden treasures. Joyful, inspiring, and truly, truly exciting. Yes, it's once again another episode in which, as we had said previously, we meet really wonderful young people who have become entrepreneurs and have made a success of it. Today's episode is full of excitement. For me particularly, it's full of joy. It meets an innate need in me to see a young lady with so much enterprise who is so gifted. I say that because I in particular have a soft spot for young women. I feel young people in our country and in many parts of the world are more burdened, more handicapped by the fact that they lack jobs and therefore lack a viable means of empowerment, economic empowerment. But this is really, really acute for young women. They face all kinds of inequalities, all kinds of handicaps engendered by many factors in our society, whether it's cultural, economic, family, government, in so many ways. Sometimes even nature itself hampers the growth, the development, particularly economic development of a young woman. And so we have a shining example to share with you today. A woman, a young woman who never fails to inspire me. A young woman with a heart and the courage of a lion. Full of fun, full of so gifted, so truly inspiring and wonderful. Please join me as I welcome Jane Okenyi to this show.
Thank you so much, Ma. It's a pleasure to be here.
When we come back, you'll hear what is so truly wonderful about Jane. And as usual, I'm Dr. Kechi Ogwagu, your guide on this journey of excitement. Stay with us. Welcome once again to the Sage. My dear, tell us a little about yourself.
Okay. My name is Okenyi Jane Ijoma. I'm from Abia State, Nigeria. I'm an Igbo girl. Okay, and I hail from Akano Item local government in Abia State. I schooled at Michael Obara University of Agriculture, Umudiki in Abia State, and I studied biochemistry. Currently, I'm a youth corps member, although I'll be finishing my youth service this month. So, it may interest you to know, and also my audience, that I'm a shoemaker. And yes, I am a shoemaker. I love to be called one. I'm repeating it because I don't want you to call me a cobbler. I don't want you to call me a shoe designer. I am a shoemaker because I make footwears. So that is a little about who I am.
Great. Jane the shoemaker.
Yes, ma'am.
Jane, tell us a little bit about what made you shoemaking? What made you go into this business that is obviously very much a man's world?
Okay. Yes, as they always say, shoemaking is a male-dominated business. So everybody usually asks that question. So the first thing I would say is that I didn't just start by making this business part of what I wanted to do in life. I didn't grow up wanting to be a shoemaker. You know, it was born out of passion for entrepreneurship, passion for business, passion to wanting to become something different aside the regular things that women do in society. When I was little, when I was growing up, You know, when my parents buy clothes and they don't buy shoes, there's a problem. You have to buy shoes for me. So right from time, I've always loved footwears. You know, I can't afford to wear the same shoe I wore last year, this year. No, not possible. You know. Then talking about the energy involved in this business. I grew up as a tomboy. I have a twin brother, so that can explain why I grew up as a tomboy. He was my only friend and sibling, so I always did everything he did. You know, I played the same kind of games he played. You know, the football, the sports, and all that. So I think that was where I built my physical strength from. Then looking at business, at the business angle, everything I turned into business. My parents gave me money. See, they gave me money, but that 10 naira I'll make from selling that little drawing gave me joy. That little construction that I would just do, put together envelopes and sell to my teachers.
Did you say you were from Newi, no?
No. From Abia State. But I don't know why some people think I'm from
Abia. Is it in Jebu?
No! I'm from Abia State. Yes. So maybe a lot of people say, maybe because I'm an Igbo girl, that's why you're into business and all that. But maybe it's true, maybe it's not true. But I just know that business has been inherent in me right from when I was a little child. So that, so coupled with the business angle, the strengths I have, my love for footwears,
and your love for money.
And my love for money. I can't hide it. All put together has made me a shoemaker today.
Shoe, that's interesting. And what kind of shoes do you make?
Okay, I make flat-soled shoes for men, mostly, and then for women. I make palm slippers and sandals. So, this is what I call Nneka. This is the Nneka slide. You know, Nneka is an Igbo word meaning mother is greater. Mother is greater. So, I give this footwear. I was inspired by one of my very wonderful mom in the making, and I got this footwear. So it's called Nneka Slide, and we have many more in my factory, you know. So I'm also looking to branch into making boots, and you know, all those official, all those boots that the civil defense people use, the army people use, you know, all those boots, camp boots and all that. So, but basically I focus on flat-soled shoes like brogues, like drivers or loafers, as the case may be, monk straps, you know, Chelsea boots, and then I also do flat-soled slippers for men and women, and sandals for men and women.
Let me ask you, what does your family think about this, your idea of enterprise, going into the shoe business?
My family, okay, let me start from my dad. Very wonderful man, I would say. You know, I happen to be his first daughter. We are twins, you know. It's just like I said earlier, we are twins. You know, he always wanted me to be a medical doctor. You know, I'll get into the school, finish maybe after biochemistry, like I studied, further my studies into study medicine and all that. But as the case may be, after my 100 level, I discovered my passion for footwear making, and I told him about it, and he just needed to see the way. She said, no, my first daughter cannot do this. She has to be a doctor, you know. How can you be this beautiful? You want to be a shoemaker? He doesn't know, it's not possible. You know, he complained, and at first I behaved like I understood, but I honestly didn't understand what he was saying because I knew what I wanted. I went back again and requested to take the sewing machine that's in the house. And he sent me back. He said, no, she go back to school. He sent me to school and not to make shoes. So fast forward to today. My father is my highest marketer as I'm talking to you now. He has brought more than 50 businesses for me to, you know, do. And he's so proud now to introduce me to his friends as a shoemaker. Wow. Then for my mom has been supportive from the beginning, even though it didn't look like it from the beginning. But she was there, you know. Even when she felt I was not making the right decision, she was still there. And then she kept believing. My twin brother was always there to, you know, to market online for me. It was now more like a family business. I involved them in everything I was doing. if I'm cutting, everyone is cutting. You know, if I'm copying, everyone was just there. You know, it was lovely from the beginning. And now my mom, what she calls me is entrepreneur, businesswoman, you know, shoemaker and all that. So it's been a very lovely journey, you know, family-wise. So at the beginning, it was not sweet, but now I think
they believe in it.
Yes.
Yeah, that is great. That is great. So it's a business now. You have your shop, you have your shoes, you have your brand, and people are beginning to make orders so that you're very busy. Tell us a bit. But let's hear about how did you get there? The difficult. Before you go in that, we'll take a break and we'll be back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for staying with us, and thank you for being with us and continuing to journey with us as we talk to this wonderful young lady sitting here with me. Jane, two things come out clear. Where you came from, how you started, the kind of family reaction and support that you got, but also the fact that it's now beginning to work. You know, it's a winning game. But tell us, how did you acquire the skills?
Okay.
Has it always been easygoing? You know, what were the challenges and so on that you had to deal with?
Okay, about the skill sets. 2015, October to be very precise, I just came back home from school. After the 111th semester was over, I came back home, you know, for the holiday. And I was just walking by, you know, my street, and I saw this shop, or this shoemaking kiosk, because it's not a shop, a proper shop. And I saw some beautiful designs there. I had to walk in there, and I started asking some questions. And even when I moved, you know, away from asking asking about the price, and I started asking about how he produced them and where he got the materials from. I was so intrigued by the whole thing, and being an inquisitive person that I am, I wanted to know everything that day. And then the man moved, you know, further to ask if I wanted to learn. It didn't dawn on me that I could actually learn how to do this. Yeah, even though I had passion for for entrepreneurship and for business, and even though I loved shoes, I could actually learn how to do this and
Make
do it
them
myself.
yourself.
Yes, yeah. I was already thinking about the business side to it immediately. You know. And I said, yes, I want to learn how to make these pictures. And he laughed. I said, no, that the boy is too much. You will not be able to do this. And I saw it as a challenge. And I told him that I was going to come back with my mom. So I took his phone number and left. I came back the next day. You know, first of all, I went back home and I told my mom. My mom was like, shoemaking. Shoemaking. How? I said, Mommy, don't worry, I'm going to pay for this. I had some spare 20K or 25K. I was thinking of what shoes I'm going to do within that period. I wanted to learn how to drive car very, very well, because I wanted to drive my mom's car up and down. But when I saw that thing, I felt that it was worth the money. So my mom reluctantly followed me with her friend, and we went there the next day. She saw the place, and she wasn't very satisfied, but I convinced her. You know, I was just pushing.
With your enthusiasm and your drive.
Honestly, I didn't know what I wanted to use that knowledge of shoemaking to do. Like, I didn't really want to. I just wanted to know how to do it. And
it struck a chord. Something in it resonated with you.
Exactly. And like, just like a joke, we paid, and I started the next day. And that man really drilled me. His name is Y2K. He said, I don't know. Don't ask me the reason. Because he said Y2K. He said, year 2000. So 2K is 2000. Year 2000. That was when he started the business. So we call him Y2K. The man, I was his only apprentice at that time. It was not funny. The man didn't even look at the fact that I was a girl. He didn't look at the fact that I was an achepo. He didn't look at the fact that I was just starting. He drilled me for 1 week and I fell sick. It was not funny, but
it was hard work,
Yes. So oh my God. But at the end of the day, I learned from him for 5 weeks and I had to go back to school. But what I learned within that 5 weeks was enough to take me through for a long time. I went back to school and I discovered another shoemaking shop that just opposite my school gates, and I started going there anytime I was free. You know, little by little, the guy was putting me through. I was helping him to do his own work, so I didn't pay him. I was just helping him to do his own work, and he was teaching me, you know. So we were
all the
helping each other.
techniques
Yes.
of actually how the shoes are put together.
And then, of course, I was gaining some other knowledge from YouTube, you know, from social media in general. So that's the beginning. That's the beginning of my journey of learning this process of turning it into a business. So my learning process was between 2015 to 2017. You know, I was learning it in bits because of school.
Jenny, it's been wonderful listening to you. Before I let you go, I'm still going to ask you, please tell us a little bit more. I mean, because as I look at it, I think it's an amazing opportunity. Yeah? What did it take to structure your business? What is the demand like? What are the things that are helping you produce to respond to the demand? I could go on asking so many questions, but tell us a little bit more so that others out there could see whether perhaps this is an area where they could also venture into.
Okay.
And also, as you're discussing that, talk about the investment opportunities. What is this? What do you think? What would you say to people out there?
Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to, to talk about how importantly conversations for change has, impacted in my business managerial skills. From C4C, I got the opportunity to intern with the almighty butter industry for 2 months. Man, it was a wonderful experience. Yes, I must say, very wonderful. I saw wonderful equipment. I saw how 500 to 1,000 projects could be produced in 1 day. It was a very wonderful experience, and it widened my horizon. Before now, I didn't know how to get my bits together, to form a standard business. But through the knowledge I have gotten from conversations for change, I've been able to gather my bits together. I've been able to have a very strong managerial skill. And also, when we talk about the human resource angle, I've been able to know how to selectively pick the people that I know that I could work with, either as apprentices or as workers, to make sure that everything will come together to form the kind of footwears I have in mind to give my customers to wear. I have currently 8 apprentices, both male and female, of course, not only women, even men. Yes. So I have about 2 females and 6 males. Yes. And among the males, I even have a little boy, a 10-year-old boy. Yes. And now, even my workers, I have 2 workers working for me. The one currently is with me all the time, and then one is the contract staff. So all put together, I have like 10 people under my supervision and under my care when it comes to business. The demand for footwears have really increased because, when we started, it wasn't like this. But when we started reading out the products that we have, we really made a lot of noise on social media, trying to see how we could increase our sales and increase patronage. So we make lots of footwears and we send them to different states in the country. So we're not limited to FCT Abuja. Anywhere you are in this country, and of course with time outside the country, we send the footwears to you wherever you are. So you just place your order.
Is it expensive to send it to them?
No. We don't add extra cost for sending. We work with some logistics company and we use the exact retail price. So we don't add an extra fee. Sorry. So talking about the business in general, like the patronage, it has really increased. And I would say that about 60% of my patronizers are middle-aged men, married, maybe probably, that have a family, because they would like to.
You keep the single ones away, eh?
No, that's 60%. 60% more are married men that want to produce for themselves, their wives and their kids, for their family members as a whole. About 20% of them are the single ones, the young boys and the young girls, you know. The rest of the 20% are, should I say, the people that are no longer so young. I don't want to say they're old, but they're not so young anymore, you know. So, but in general, 80% of my patronizers are men, while 20% are women.
Oh, really?
And in this 20%,
Why do you think so?
And in 20%, 10% of them produce for their husbands or their male better halves, I don't know. Then the remaining 10% produce for themselves. The reason why I said so is because I'm a woman, so I'm saying it. Women don't like to patronize handmade footwear as much as men do. They like to buy 5 footwear at 1,000 naira. We'll buy 5,000. Than for them to actually bring out some good money to purchase good quality products. But though it's not for every woman, though, but that's just the general idea. Talking about investors and investments as a whole, my business is still very young, is growing even more than I could ever imagine, and it's very much open for investors, for partners, for for people who feel that they could make a ton of money out of this. Yes, I'm saying this boldly because this is a very lucrative business. I could have bolted out before now if it was not, because I said earlier I like money and I like to work for my money. So if this business was not lucrative enough to keep me here up to now, this is my 5th year in this business, I would have bolted out maybe a long time ago. So it's open for people who feel that they could invest in shoemaking business, in footwear production business. It's very lucrative. We can use this money to get lots of equipment that will ease the production and also make the production process to be faster and to also get to people more than what it is right now. So it's very much open for investments.
Yeah, she's telling you loud and clear.
Yes.
She's open to people investing and sharing the profits.
Yes.
And indeed creating jobs and work for so many other people out there.
Yes, ma'am.
Great, great. We really, really wish you well in that. What would you say to many of the young people out there? What would you...
My fellow young ladies and men, I would really like to say this, right from my heart. I would say that you should just keep pushing. Don't allow the obstacles of life surrounding you to weigh you down, because they will surely come. Those obstacles will surely come. A lot of people around you might not see what you're saying to them. They might not see that thing they're trying to paint for them to see. But once you're very sure that you know where you're going to, once you're very sure that your eyes are focused on that particular thing you want to achieve, my dear friends, my dear young people, please don't lose focus. Just keep going. With time, everyone around you will understand. Everyone around you will, in turn put their hands together to make sure that that place you're going to, you get there faster. But the important thing is that at the beginning, it might not be easy. It wasn't easy for me, and I'm telling you that it wasn't easy for me. But with persistence, or with perseverance, with patience, and with focus, you'll get there. You will surely get there. It's just a matter of time.
I love that. You will get there. I love the confidence. You will surely get there. I'm inspired. I'm sure many of you out there are also inspired. Jane, it's been a real pleasure to talk to you, to hear your enthusiasm, to almost physically feel your confidence. And we wish you the very best as you continue on this trail. Never give up. We know you won't. And we're looking forward to your creating jobs for many other people, young people out there.
Thank you, Ma.
It's been a pleasure. I hope you've enjoyed the journey on this particular episode. We can all make it together if we, like Jane, follow our passion and are ready to work and make our dreams come true. I thank you once again for being with us on this exciting journey. And please do be with us again next week as we bring you another inspiring young person. Thank you and goodbye.
We are local.
International communities observing
Where the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken it by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, FG introduces new textbook ranking system and orders fresh assessments nationwide. NDC begins reconciliation and refutes alleged irregularities in its primaries. UN demands release of abducted pupils and teachers in Oyo and Borno states. Hundreds protest in Libya outside UN agency against undocumented migrants. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Nigerian Educational Research and Development Council has launched a sweeping overhaul of Nigeria's textbook approval process, directing publishers and other stakeholders to submit school textbooks for a fresh round of assessment, reassessment, and ranking under a newly introduced quality assurance framework. A statement by the Executive Secretary of the Council, Professor Salisu Shehu, described the textbook assessment and ranking exercise as a key component of ongoing efforts to strengthen educational standards and ensure that only high-quality learning materials reach Nigerian classrooms. Shehu said the assessment exercise will be conducted in 3 phases, with Phase 1 covering textbooks and instructional resources for Primary 1, Primary 4, Junior Secondary School JSS 1, and Senior Secondary School SSS 1, while subsequent phases will focus on other class levels. The Council announced that submissions for Phase 1 will begin on June 8, 2026, and close on June 19, 2026, warning that late submissions will not be entertained. The Council also disclosed that the assessment and ranking of all submitted textbooks and instructional materials will be completed by July 31, 2026, paving the way for the publication of approved and ranked educational resources for schools. The leadership of the Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, says it has commenced a reconciliation process aimed at resolving grievances arising from its primary elections held across the country last weekend. The decision was reached at the party's second National Executive Committee meeting as part of efforts to unite aggrieved members and address concerns raised over the conduct of the primaries. In a statement issued on Friday, the National Secretary of the party, Ikenna Enekwizu, refuted the allegation of irregularities, manipulation, and the imposition of candidates by some aspirants that participated in the presidential, governorship, National Assembly, and State House of Assembly primaries. He said the claims that the elections were characterized by irregularities and candidate imposition were false and largely driven by a misunderstanding of the party's constitution and guidelines, as well as what it described as deliberate attempts to undermine its growing influence. The NDC said it adopted a consensus-building approach that emphasized stakeholder consultations and internal dialogue to minimize disputes and strengthen party cohesion, saying that the Southeast, caucus leaders and political stakeholders were tasked with coordinating consultations and making recommendations based on the political realities of their respective states. According to the statement, reports of aspirants prematurely declaring themselves candidates, as well as complaints regarding aspects of the process, had been referred to the party's appeal panel and leadership for resolution. The second National Working Committee meeting of the Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, has ended in Abuja, with members celebrating what they see as a phenomenal growth in membership within a very short period of its existence. The meeting was convened to ratify membership of the committee elected at its National Congress, state chairman of the party, and list of candidates for the 2027 general election. Correspondent Wabweze Njoko reports.
The National Executive Committee meeting, which was attended by all 36 state and FCT chairmen of NDC, was addressed by the national chairman, the party leader, and the presidential candidate of the party. The national leader of the party, Senator Siriake Dixon, said that the party, which is just over 90 days old from its date of registration, has defied critics, overcoming hurdles, and now stands as the fastest growing political party in the history of Nigeria.
We had our first neck shortly upon registration of this great party. And as the national chairman recounted a few minutes ago, we immediately went into political activities. We were thrown into, we were like a baby given birth to in a very turbulent, tight electoral program, essentially configured, even against opposition parties, you would say. From day one, when this party was given birth to, we started to swim against the tide.
Presidential candidate of the party, Peter Obi, admitted that as a result of the many time-bound political activities the party undertook, there were some flaws in the process that produced its candidates for the forthcoming elections. He pleaded for understanding, sacrifice, and a sense of collective destiny, because those who didn't win now will win in the future.
For the party, mine is to most sincerely join and continue to appeal for sacrifice. Appeal for sacrifice. If you consider that this party is about 90 days old, and within these 90 days, we've gone through convention, through primary, to another special convention and this. It is not easy. Like Nina said, these are things parties that have lasted for years, find it difficult to go through. Please, I'm begging all of us to be able to be more tolerant, understanding, and sacrifice as we go through this. It is important that we look at tomorrow. Let us not be preoccupied by the process of today. Let us look at tomorrow. I assure you that we will continue to do better. We will continue to be a party of difference. I said before, and I said in every meeting, this party, when we are opportune to form government, we will show that party is supreme. The party is in control. And that we have a sense of accommodation. For those of you, leaders said, those who did not win today may win tomorrow. But I'll tell you that those who did not win today will win tomorrow. We will accommodate everybody. It's a party that people will see what it means to be caring and accommodating when we have the opportunity. Please, bear with us.
Also in attendance at the National Working Committee meeting, which went into the night, were Senators Victor Ome, Tony Woye, Nkechi Nwogu, and Ovie Omoagege. In Abuja, I'm Wabweze Njoku for Signature TV.
Some bandits invaded the Igbosi area of Idogun in Ose local government area of Ondo State, destroying 2 buildings and kidnapping a 9-year-old boy in the early hours of Friday. The bandits entered the community at about 1 a.m., shooting sporadically to scare residents, and reportedly destroyed the 2 houses before picking up the victim and whisking him away to an unknown destination. The boy, identified as Oluwatobi, is said to be the son of a pastor in the community, Isaac Olaosebikon. The State Police Public Relations Officer, Abayomi Jimo, who confirmed the incident in a WhatsApp message, said efforts were ongoing to rescue the victim and apprehend the perpetrators. He added that personnel of the command and the Amotekun Corps had been mobilized to the scene and had launched a coordinated search and rescue operation. The United Nations Resident and Humanitarian Coordinator in Nigeria, Mohammed Fall, has called for the immediate and safe release of school children and teachers abducted in recent attacks in Oyo and Borno states. Fall made the call after meeting with a delegation from the National Safe Schools Response Coordination Center in Abuja, led by Dr. Samuel Umana. He expressed concern over the growing insecurity affecting schools and learning communities across the country, describing the attacks as a threat to education and child protection. Fall affirmed the UN's commitment to supporting safe, inclusive, and violence-free learning environments, while advocating stronger implementation of safe school standards and improved emergency response mechanisms to protect children and educational facilities. The meeting reviewed security challenges facing schools and conveyed solidarity with affected families, school authorities, and communities. The Senate has assured the Federal Character Commission of its support, particularly in the areas of funding, legislative reforms, and the enforcement of compliance with federal character principles. The chairman of the Senate Committee on Federal Character and Intergovernmental Affairs, Ede Dafinoni, gave the assurance during a meeting between the committee and the leadership of the commission held at the National Assembly. Speaking at the meeting, the chairman of the Federal Character Commission, Ayo Omidiro, lamented the challenges confronting the commission, particularly inadequate budgetary allocations under the envelope budgeting system. Dafinoni, who welcomed the plans by the commission to deepen the implementation of federal character principles across states and local governments. The chairman of the Federal Character Commission, Ayo Omidiro, while addressing the committee, lamented the challenges confronting the commission, particularly inadequate budgetary allocations under the envelope budgeting system. A bill seeking to establish the National Agency for Malaria Elimination in the country has scaled the third reading in the Nigerian Senate. The legislation, sponsored by Delta-born Senator Ned Nwoko, seeks to provide a legal framework for the coordination of national efforts aimed at the prevention control, and eventual elimination of malaria in the country. Moko told journalists that malaria elimination in Nigeria is both practical and achievable. Speaking after the passage of the bill, Senate President Godswill Akpabio described the legislation as a landmark intervention in the fight against malaria. The bill will proceed to the House of Representatives for concurrence before being transmitted to the President for assent. Still to come, U.S. Senate passes $70 billion in new funds for border patrol. Israel continues strikes and forced displacement in Lebanon. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Hundreds of Libyans have gathered outside the UN Refugee Agency headquarters in Tripoli to protest against undocumented migrants that they say should leave Libya. Protesters on Thursday chanted "Libya belongs to Libyans" and called for the closure of the UNHCR headquarters in the capital, holding signs reading "Our love for our country is not racism" and "Libya is not the world's garbage bin." Demonstrators accused the UN agency for seeking to settle undocumented migrants in the North African country. Since a NATO-backed uprising in 2011, Libya has become a transit route for hundreds of thousands of migrants fleeing conflict and poverty, often from sub-Saharan Africa, with many risking dangerous journeys across the desert or the Mediterranean. The UN agency in Libya affirmed the right of all Libyans to express their opinions, but warned about the spread of misleading information and hate speech regarding its work in the country. The U.S. Senate handed President Donald Trump a victory early Friday morning, passing a bill that would provide the Department of Homeland Security with an additional $70 billion for immigration enforcement and sending it to the House of Representatives for financial consideration. The Senate voted 52-47 to approve the legislation, with no support from Democrats. One Republican voted against the bill. Republicans accused Democrats of defunding immigration and customs enforcement and border patrol, despite the agencies having a combined $100 billion in upspent funds that was part of a larger DHS spending package enacted last year by Republicans. The House is not expected to take up the measure before next week, according to Republican leaders. Israel's deadly strikes continue across Lebanon, despite the announcement of a new U.S.-brokered ceasefire agreed between Lebanese and Israeli officials in Washington, D.C. The country's health ministry disclosed that at least 3,526 people have now been killed and 10,733 injured in Israeli strikes on Lebanon since March 2nd. Hezbollah chief Naim Qassem has rejected the ceasefire deal as a farce, warning that northern Israel will remain a target for fighters as long as Israel continues to bomb Lebanon. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps said there will be no peace in the region until Israel withdraws from Lebanese territory, adding that a deal between Tehran and Washington also involves an end to the conflict in Lebanon. We now turn our attention to sports with Christopher Lele.
Nigeria Super Eagles have arrived in Portugal ahead of the international friendly match against the FIFA World Cup-bound Portuguese national team. Fresh from their successful outing at the Unity Cup in London, the three-time African champions were held to a 2-2 draw by Poland in an international friendly played in Warsaw on Wednesday. The team led by head coach Eric Chell touched down in Lisbon, the capital city of Portugal, on Thursday as preparations intensify for Sunday's highly anticipated encounter. The friendly match is expected to provide another important test for the Super Eagles as Chell continues to assess his squad ahead of upcoming competitive fixtures. Angola's preparations for upcoming international assignments have been disrupted following the cancellation of a scheduled friendly match against Botswana due to travel-related difficulties affecting the visiting team. The Botswana Football Association confirmed that logistical challenges prevented the national team from making the trip for the international fixture, forcing the cancellation of a match that was expected to provide both sides with valuable competitive preparation during the FIFA international window. The cancellation represents a setback for both countries, as friendly matches play an important role in player assessment, squad development, and maintaining competitive fitness ahead of major tournaments and qualification campaigns. Angola's football authorities are now expected to explore alternative arrangements to ensure the Palancas Negras maximize the current international window, while Botswana will focus on addressing the issues that led to the cancellation. Portugal captain Cristiano Ronaldo is expected to feature in his country's international friendly against Nigeria after reportedly making himself available for selection ahead of the highly anticipated encounter in Lisbon. The veteran forward had initially been taped to sit out the fixture as part of efforts to manage his workload ahead of the FIFA World Cup. Reports suggested Portugal's coaching staff were considering giving the 41-year-old an additional rest following a demanding campaign to ensure he arrived at the tournament in peak condition. The friendly is expected to serve as Portugal's final test before the World Cup and offers the coach an important opportunity to assess his team against one of Africa's leading football nations. Ronaldo's availability is recorded as a significant boost for the Portuguese side as they finalize their plans for the tournament. For Nigeria, the prospect of facing one of football's most decorated players adds extra intrigue to an already high-profile fixture. In golf, Jennifer Kupcho made a strong start to golf's second women's major of the year as she leads the US Women's Open by one shot after the first round on Thursday. The 29-year-old American fired a 566 at Revelry Country Club in Los Angeles to lead from South Korea's Kim Se-young. Kupcho, whose only previous major title came at the Chevron Championship in 2022, opened with 3 straight birdies and finished with 7 overall, along with 2 bogeys. In cricket, Ollie Robinson said he thought he would never play Test cricket for England again after he ended a 2-year absence at Lord's on Thursday. On a chaotic opening day of England's first Test against New Zealand, the 32-year-old made his comeback in emphatic style, taking 4 wickets for 10 runs, including a triple wicket maiden in his first over. Robinson's last international appearance came against India in 2024 and had been overlooked by selectors due to concerns relating to conditioning. With a new ball in his hand, Robinson started his first over on Thursday by bowling 2 dot balls before dismissing Devon Conway for IBW. That's sports news on Signature TV. I'm Christopher Lele.
Nigerian reality star and comedian D1 criticizes gospel singer Yinka Aleseyori for apologizing to Nigerians over her comments on insecurity. Popular rapper CDQ is alleging that the Nigerian music industry is heavily influenced by powerful cabals, gangs, and cult groups. A Nigerian streamer, Pella, engages his lover, Jarvis, amid ongoing pregnancy rumor. Gwyneth Mokonta has the details on entertainment news.
Nigerian reality star and comedian D1 has criticized gospel singer Yinka Aleshiyori for apologizing to Nigerians over her comments on insecurity. Aleshiyori had urged Nigerians to pray for President Bola Tinubu and security agencies, stating during a live prayer session that the government was making effort to address insecurity amid public concern over recent kidnappings in Oyo State. Following backlash, she issued a public apology. Reacting, D1 argued that Aleshiyori spoke under divine inspiration and should not have apologized. He claimed she bowed to public pressure instead of standing on her convictions, adding that the apology was influenced by fear of criticism and potential professional consequences. According to him, she missed an opportunity to evangelize and should have sought spiritual guidance before retracting her remarks. He further maintained that her original statement was not wrong and warned that choosing public approval over her beliefs could have spiritual consequences. D1 also praised gospel minister Testimony Jaga for his bold approach to ministry, which he likened to the style of Jesus' disciples.
Mrs. Yinka Aleshiyori, first of all, I want to thank you and thank God for your ministry. God has used you a lot. But what you did today, please don't ever try it again. There is a way that seemeth right unto a man. The end is destruction. You were in the spirit when you were saying those things that you were saying, that people should pray. Those things, I want to believe that it was God that was speaking through you. But you lost an opportunity to evangelize to the world. I can bet 100% that before you made your apology video, you did not seek the face of God.
Popular rapper CDQ has alleged that the Nigerian music industry is heavily influenced by powerful cabals, gangs, and cult groups. Speaking during an interview with content creator JB Randy, the rapper claimed that artists who are not affiliated with any influential group often find it difficult to succeed in the industry. According to him, musicians who achieve success without such associations are fortunate. CDQ maintained that the music business has evolved into a system where belonging to a particular group can determine the level of support and opportunities an artist receives. He also suggested that artists who lack such connections may invest significant resources into their careers without seeing meaningful results. The rapper urged artists, record labels, executives, and other stakeholders to discourage the growing ink between gangsterism and the music industry and work towards creating a more inclusive environment. Popular Nigerian streamer Pella has engaged his lover Jarvis amid ongoing pregnancy rumors. The proposal took place in Ghana on Wednesday night. Sharing a video of the engagement on Instagram, Pella expressed his excitement about their future together and hinted that wedding preparations were already underway. The engagement comes weeks after the streamer suggested that he and Jarvis were expecting a child. Speculations about a possible pregnancy intensified last month after a video showing Jarvis undergoing an ultrasound scan surfaced on social media. Neither Pella nor Jarvis has publicly confirmed the pregnancy rumors.
So when we meet in 2023, you have been like blessing, you have been encouraging me, and I've been doing well in life. And I want to tell you, will you marry?
That's the entertainment news. Gwyneth Mokonta, Signature TV News.
That's the size of our package I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to another edition of news on Signature Television. I am your chief muser, as it were. That position you, by either by selectorate or by electorate position, you have put me there. Whichever one, I find myself being the chief muser on this program where we muse, and the muse is where we think and talk. And as usual, I say always in Nigeria now, we are advising that people should think before they talk. But if some people choose to talk before they think, well, we go on like the Igbos will always say, where if a goat is lying on the ground, is lying on his skin. So let's get going with what we have to muse about today. There are so much in the Nigerian news headlines that will draw attention to thinking and talking, but we have only selected few. So might not be exhaustive in the topics we want to think and talk about today. But one of them is that one that has been trending and is top on the agenda since the last 2 decades in Nigeria is the issue of bandits and terrorism. And recently in the news, you find out that they say all the thriving communities in Nigeria are empty. Many people are running away from their communities, their homeland, and their inheritance, because some people that have been described as bandits and terror are that's chasing them away, burning down their communities, killing them, beheading them, raping, disarming, doing so much things that are tragic to them. And quite recently in the news, we also read about how almost 30 communities in Kwara State, their traditional rulers have run away with their families because they can't stay any longer, meaning they are submitting, they are throwing in the towel. It's like, let's run away, save our lives, let whoever want to take over the land, take them. And of course, those who are taking over the land are the bandits and terrorists. And it's not talking, it's not, saying, it leaves a lot of sour taste in our mouth, and everybody who is right-thinking Nigerian, who is peace-loving, who has been a Nigerian, the resilient Nigerians, one of the happiest people on earth, have turned to become one of the most, what do we say, the most sorrowful and the saddest people on earth. And how did this, how did this turn? How did it turn around that in Nigeria, blessed with so much resources, human and natural and material, now most of the communities are living in IDP camps? And you know what that means. IDP camps where people line up for rations in the mornings with their families, that is surviving ones, those who are alive. And when it has taken this turn, it started with bombings and setting bombs on mass transport vehicles in Abuja. It started with kidnapping of children in Chibok. A lot of campaigns were done, a lot of things were done. Where is the Chibok? Now, nobody, even the Chibok people are going to voicemail. Chibok girls who have been kidnapped are going to voicemail. And now, what are we talking about now? We are talking about that the communities, even their traditional rulers, are taking off, going into exile and leaving their communities and the people to their tent. It's like, to your tent, all Nigerians, The tent, all community members, those who used to be my subject, I am throwing in the towel because I can't survive there. Nobody can see death coming and want to stand. So no, it's only 3 that we hear that it will cut down and still stands there. The Igbo say no sisi no na egbu ekuleba. So even the traditional rulers who are running away now is because of what happened in the past, continuing in the recent, present, and in the future. And you find that there have been this idea of doing kidnapping and mass abduction of ordinary, innocent Nigerian citizens, and it has gotten to traditional rulers. We have had some side instances of school children, and now the bandits and terrorists are updating their games. They are upping their games to the point of taking over. And you know, the Igbo say that when the big tree falls down, all the birds will find, they will scamper and find whatever, where they will find a tent, where they find safety. And that's what is happening. Now, we are saying, for how long will this continue? So many communities up the north have been taken over by terrorists and bandits, and Nigerian security apparatus is doing all they can to fight these menaces. And it's even becoming overwhelming. We are saying the Nigerian security forces and the agencies and all the establishments are doing whatever they can do. But there is something that will happen when it gets to a point where something becomes overwhelming. It becomes a full-blown war. And you ask, with this number of Nigerians in the den of, in the camps or in the hands of bandits and terrorists, how many are left for the 2027 election that we're preparing? And for some other developmental things that we want to do in Nigeria. It calls for attention. It calls for serious attention. And the question has been, do we as Nigerians call for international communities to come and assist us? And do they need for us to call them to come and assist us when Nigeria has been in the forefront of helping other countries of the world who have one kind of problem or another? Nigeria has been in the forefront. One of the achievements of the great Nigerian nation has been to contribute gallant soldiers to peacekeeping forces. And now Nigeria has found itself in this kind of war, whether declared or undeclared. And the international communities are watching Nigerians being decimated, being kidnapped, abducted, mass killing. And some of the things that have thrown back for us is to start arguing whether people who are mass abducted, kidnapped, or killed, or whatever, those harmful situations that people are going through. People are now going to the argument of whether are they Christians, are they Muslims, are they pagans, are they atheists, or do they even have anything, and we leave that. And every day in Nigerian newspaper headlines, people are being kidnapped by terrorists and bandits. Now our traditional rulers are on the run. For how long can we do this? And we are calling for attention. I am not the spokesman for Nigerian nation. We have Minister of Information. We have Ministry of Information. We have other agencies that are handling our diplomatic relations. Is it not time we call for assistance? Let the people who can help come over, like the Bible said, come over to Macedonia to help us. And in this case, we are saying, come over to Nigeria to help us, because we are in dire stress. And it's time that the international community, United Nations, we signed by agreement to be a member of that. We signed agreement to be a member of EU. We have a bilateral agreement with the AU. Of course, AU is our African continental union. And what are these organizations doing? A lot of international communities that have business dealings with Nigeria, are they saying that the bandits and terror will take over Nigeria, that they are comfortable to do business with bandits and terrorists? Is it that they are not comfortable doing business with ordinary Nigerians and the government and the establishment that have been doing these businesses with them? Because we know Nigeria have a lot of things that international communities want. Can there be something be done? Is there a way to negotiate and we stop these killings? Why are we crying for killings? Because whenever any slave sees how a fellow slave is buried, he will eventually know that's how the same fate awaits him or her. We as Nigerian ordinary citizens are crying. Let something be done. We don't know who next will be kidnapped, abducted, beheaded, or raped, and we don't know which people would have been taken into the dens of bandits and terrorists, and the ransom demand will be made. We even heard that for traditional rulers, their ransom money now has risen up to 400 million. I don't know whether it's for one person or for the whole royal family. But when that has happened, you know, this greeting has passed the ankle. Because the Igbo say, once a kenega fe nkwaka, once greeting passing the ankle, he has turned to fight. This greeting that we started almost 2 decades ago with the bandits and terrorists has passed the ankle. It has now turned to fight. Let whoever wants to separate that fight come now. Or whichever strategy we use to stop this menace is welcome. Nigeria needs to be helped by everybody who loves Nigeria and by all peace-loving Nigerians. Let's put our hands together, whether we are Muslims, whether we are Christians, whether we are atheists, whether we are traditional worshippers, or whatever we believe in. Even if we don't believe in anything, I'm sure we believe that life is sacrosanct. Life is a right for everybody, and nobody has the right to take the life of another person without it being discussed. Well, that's about it. In Nigeria now, as a broadcast journalist, you hardly talk about any news, discuss anything on air without talking about bandits and terror. It has become top trending issue in Nigeria for the last going to 25 years, and we said it's high time something be done. Well, that's about that. I've talked several platforms about this issue. Can somebody add their voice? Let's see whether that will help. Well, the next thing we will talk about today on the news, a platform where we think and talk, is Nigerian National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, has recently issued a directive to all the broadcast media in Nigeria, talking about defaulting the broadcast code of Nigeria, that Bible that all broadcasters and people on the glare lights and the microphones and the people who use biros to write about information in Nigeria, but this is about broadcast journalists. And our regulation has been there. We recognize our regulator, the Broadcast Commission. But whenever the elections are coming, they find out that their constituency, that's the broadcasters, have the penchant of doing things that are also heating up the politics. But I say, if you think the broadcast media are talking and doing too much about happenings in Nigeria and going overboard to even commit offense, going beyond the code and doing things that are not contained in the code, which becomes an offense, let's look at even the situation and environment of Nigeria. Is it promoting, forcing the broadcast journalists to begin to do things ordinary way? Remember that when wrong things stay too long in a community, it becomes a culture. The Igbo say it becomes a culture. Does it mean that some of the people who do the things that broadcast journalists complain about have done it extraordinarily out of shape, so making it impossible for the broadcast journalists to talk about these things and report them the normal way that is written in the code? It takes two to tango. If you do too much, there's one warrior adage, they say, if you do too much, you see too much, you get too much, whatever the way they say it. Does it mean the Nigerian community and the people of Nigeria are now doing too much, making the broadcasting commission, National Broadcasting Commission, to regulate the broadcast journalists to say, you are now doing too much, you are talking too much, you are saying things out of the ordinary? But let's be very frank and serious. It requires that the broadcast journalists in Nigeria become very cautious, because you are not going to throw away the baby with the bathwater. If things are going offhand because of the way most Nigerians behave now, politicians, ordinary people in all sectors of Nigerian life are doing things out of ordinary. There are people who are not supposed to lose their heads even when others are losing theirs. And the only people that cannot do this, they put it to us, are broadcast journalists. So the broadcast journalists, you have a duty that even when others are going out of overboard, doing things that are not required of them, that you are not supposed to join them. So only Nigerians are the people who cannot join 90 million flies to eat what they eat. That's a tall order, very tall order for us, but we have to adhere to our regulatory body. The only thing we're saying, whatever we are doing in Nigeria, let's do it the right way. Let's also be able to stop any fight before the push. If you want to stop fight, let's stop the push. So Nigerians, the politicians, the political environment, the economic environment, all other environment, the ecosystem itself is overcharged with a lot of ordinary actors, and we think that it's time for Nigerians to move on to do. So now the next item we have here to talk about is something that concerns every Nigerian, every African, every black man. We're talking about malaria sickness. The thing is alarming when they say that malaria defies medications despite ongoing eradication practices, activities that are feel everywhere. We are growing up, we heard about kick malaria back in 2020 or 2030, fight malaria, eradicate malaria. All those development organizations overuse words of eradicating, stopping, doing things. They use words like things that we are used to. But when we are hearing about vaccines for different diseases in the world, we are asking the question, why is it that those people who have the wherewithal to manufacture vaccines, develop vaccines, have done for HIV? HIV came into Africa and of course touched the whole world, and then vaccine has been worked on over time, and then a vaccine in practice and in circulation where trials have been done, and there are some medicines that can even hold it up and shift up the HIV virus in the system for a very long time and make the person to live healthy. Why has malaria become the area of life where the people have said there's no vaccine over time? As maybe they're still working on it. But we said, for how long will it take these people, the medical world, in the medical sector, the World Health Organization, and all the big pharmacies, pharmaceutical companies of the world, to come out with vaccines that can stop malaria? And then somebody on the side said, if they stop malaria, how they could make money from Africans, from the health sector? When they say, today we started hearing malaria when we were growing up with simple 5 kobo chloroquine tablets. You swallow about 10 of it, and the way doctors will recommend it, before the 3 days runs, malaria is gone, and you go hit the street back. But now we have combination therapy that is costing more than, going at the very average of 30,000 naira for an average Nigerian to treat malaria. When we know that if we are 240 million Nigerians, we have over 250 millions of them having malaria in their system. And the mosquitoes are they mutating? Do we have species of malaria now that give, of mosquitoes now that bite people, and the malaria will be difficult to cure? The question we were asking, is the malaria those mosquitoes imported? Are the big pharmaceutical companies across the world, are they interested in making Africa, Nigeria, where I'm coming from, to come out of malaria epidemics? Or is it that it's part of the business as usual going on, so that get malaria? If 240 million Nigerians is a big market for malaria tablets and medicine, then it might be a tall order to tell somebody to find a vaccine that will stop that. But then let's look at it. Let us look at it very well. Which one is more? More Nigerians are dying now. Even malaria we have in Nigeria now are defying medications. Which way? For a Nigerian, you say They said, the Igbos, my father will always say, he said, "No, yezuhoke, asonya dari bitohafo." So the sicknesses have not gone round, and you are now asking the man who has swollen stomach to also have swollen scrotum. That one. Is there nothing that can be done? I know the international community, the whole world has gone digitally and gone in a lot of high level of development across the world. We are calling for vaccines to eradicate malaria to be introduced so that we will stop. Now there is a very interesting thing for all motorists that have been going on in Nigeria. When the policeman stop you and say, "Yes sir, park here, bring out your papers," and they will flip through the papers and they will tell you third class insurance, third party insurance, you are still having it. Nigeria said you must have first class insurance, and that means comprehensive insurance to use your Tokumbo cars that you have managed to buy 1,500 naira fuel to put in it, and they will either impose fine or impound your vehicle, or you have to go to the station to explain to the oga, or if you are not able to do any of those things, you know what I'm talking now. Because in Nigeria, every offense, whenever you run into the hands of our friend, the police is your friend, I know. But whenever you run far or run into their net, I follow, will cost money. I don't follow, cost money. So which way? Nigeria. But it's a good news that SIN, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Falana, has gone to court and they has gotten judgment, and they say court now stops Police and Federal Road Safety Commission from imposing fines on defaulting motorists in Nigeria who do not have who have third-party insurance, and then that means we can now use third-party insurance to drive our cars. It's some kind of so-called, knowing the hardship and hunger in Nigeria, what it takes an average Nigerian to survive. That is the few that still have their vehicle on the road, because 95% of Nigerians have parked their vehicles. Only the politicians and people working in government can use government cars, but with our tax money and our resources to move around with sirens, and some of the cars are even armored vehicles. No policeman can even stop them with in that convoy to say whether you are using third-party insurance or whether you are using comprehensive. The world is not straight. No, this one is not fair. But whichever way, whenever there is a move to help cushion a little bit the suffering of Nigeria, we welcome it. So, with Nigerians, kudos, you can now drive your cars according to the report we have with the third-party insurance on Nigerian roads. Good luck, and let all the people who will fight for more rights for the ordinary citizens of Nigeria keep on fighting, because it's like we have two worlds now, they and us, and somebody need to be the middleman who will talk for the ordinary Nigerians, because if they don't talk for us, who will talk for us? Because even the rich now also cry. So imagine what it is for the poor and the wretched of the earth of Nigeria. I am not promoting defaulting. I am not promoting lawlessness or anything. But even in madness, they told me there's an order. Let's put order, even in hardship and hunger and the economic system of Nigeria, how we can survive. Let us shield ourselves from some of the suffering. Because, like they say, are we going to all to die and cry and squeeze us to death before certain cushion is introduced into the system? Thank God we cannot drive with third-party insurance in Nigerian roads. Well, that's if you can afford to buy the fuel. And somebody was saying engineering and other accessories they used to drive car in Nigeria. But most cars in Nigeria are second hand. Some of them are third, 10th hand, and we are still managing to drive them. But when the condition of driving them is adding up to hardship and hunger, it makes it so difficult for us to survive. Well, that's about it. The next item we have here, because we are running it up today, you can see that Muslim today is taking a fast lane. We are moving. NNPC has cleared the air. He said, we do not say that the refinery is now a scrap, that is now standing for sale, that they are warning people because Nigerians, let them not find themselves into the hands of 419s who will come and tell you that Port Harcourt refinery is up for sale because it's now a scrap, or that the Warri refinery is now up for sale because it's now scrapped, or that Kaduna refinery is now up for sale because it's now scrapped. NNPC said, we not talk about one, no. So if somebody comes to you for the international communities where Nigerians, they think they will come and tell you, I am the minister of oil and gas in Nigeria. I am coming on behalf of Nigerian government, and we are selling our refiners, you can buy. They put a caveat. NNPC has put a caveat. If you buy, buyers are buying at their own risk. Owners, if you park your car in certain hotels and some joints, they will tell you cars are parked at the owner's risk. That's why I stopped when I was able to buy fuel to use my car. I stopped going to such places with my car. If you stop to buy one bottle of beer at expensive price, or buy any drink you drink, and you look around, you see a signboard saying that you are parking your car here at your own risk. Even in somebody's premises, you is running business, you say your car is parked at their premises. So everybody in Nigeria is on their own. So just like the NNPC is saying, if you go to buy, anybody approach you and say he's buying our refineries, they may be scrap. Well, but then the NNPC and the Nigerian government has not declared them for sale yet. Probably there's a further notice. And somebody said maybe when it becomes scrap of, you have A class of scrap, you have B class of okrika, you have C class, until when you get to Z level of scrap, that's when they will say. Now, I'm not talking on behalf of NNPC, but they know when they scrapped or whatever looks like refineries that cannot turn around money into it. We have turned them around with a lot of budget in Nigeria for the last 28 or 30 years, and nothing happened. And some people have said, let us not put more money there again. It's as good as scrap. But even at that, a lot of decisions will be made across board before we decided whether our refineries will be up for sale as scraps. You are moving around a lot of, in the cities, you find a house that looks old and dilapidated, where people, maybe the owners are managing to still only collect the rent from tenants living there. And you find on the wall big written text saying, beware, this house is not for sale, beware of 419. I got a joke of one, they wrote, one man was very clear when he wrote, beware of my first son. This house is not for sale. Nigerian young men, because of lack of employment, say Nigeria has up to 80% of unemployment rate in Nigeria. That's what they told me, and here you can confirm from the Ministry of Employment and Labor whether Nigerian youth are employed. So they are looking for a way of surviving. They say, when the land is not good, those ones who are positioning as peacemakers and keeping peace, they are the ones who are thriving. In Igbo land, when Indians come to settle talk for you, you have to buy drinks and buy cola and even buy goat and kill. And before they settle, probably you have an issue, you are struggling to settle an issue of 200,000. It will take you about 200,000 to bring Indians and also the India and Aladimma. Those people who talk about Aladimma, when you hear Aladimma in Igbo land, is about let the communities be okay. What you take them to bring them as alternative dispute resolution platform is costlier than even what you are trying to settle. And you think Nigeria is going to be better? I'm not talking about when I talk say make there be crisis. So when there's crisis, they will invite Indians and also to settle. And if you bring the red cap chiefs to come and settle issues for you, they must chop something before they talk about the issue, and that's about it. So on that note, that's where we can draw the curtain on today's edition of the news, a program on Signature Television, a global TV that is pushing the voice from the Southeast for the world to hear. We'll go to our social media handles, it's on your screen, comment and share, and let more people know what we are doing. Let's continue to do this together. As we grow together. So when we get there, we all share the profit. Thank you for having been with us today again. My name is Christian Chibuzo Maduka, your chief muser. Thank you for accommodating me in your sitting room with all my excesses. I will come again next time with another edition of news. Keep watching all the programs on Signature Television. Don't go away. Thank you for being here.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
You don't tire for this picture. Or ya make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they wait you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey. Whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get get free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, now our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700 388 7277.
Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what is called CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Happy birthday to everyone, including the celebrities that today happens to be their birthday. So we'll be reviewing the interview to you. We actually had this interview with Charles Cizani. He's the creative director, and we spoke about behind the scene of a runway show, those buhahas that happens at the back room. Because they always come here to reveal to us that there's something perfect, everything is fine and all that and all that. So we had a conversation with him telling us how and everything that always happens there, the whole, I don't want to overemphasize, all right? So I'll just leave you to enjoy the conversation we had with him. Show on Signature TV. I have an interesting guest. His name is Charles Ikechukwu Eziani, aka Chili. We'll be talking about behind the scene of a runway show 2. You guys remember we had a conversation of the same behind the scene of a runway show on Saturday, part 1. And that was a model perspective. But today we'll be doing it with the creative director. He has a modeling agency. So he'll be talking to us about the whole behind the scene, the whole fear, the whole everything, the buhaha and all. Thanks for joining.
Thank you very much.
Why are you laughing?
It's the buhaha you said.
Okay. Okay, all right. So talk to us. What has your experience been so far?
Okay, it has not really been easy. I have been in this field for the past 8 years. So I have seen the good, the bad, and the ugly part of it. But then we thank God for bringing us this far. I've met some good models. I've met some that have given me headache, and I've met some that have done well for themselves even within this past year. So it has been up and down, but then we thank God for everything.
All right. So let's delve right into the topic, okay? What is it like? What's it like behind the scene? Because the only thing we see on the runway is the models looking pretty and walking through the place and walking back. Now, my question is, when there is a problem, I asked this question to the model because she would actually narrate. When there's a problem with the outfits, like when the model is already on the runway, and of course, she's meant to maintain steeze and composure before she goes back. What is it like to bring back that steeze and composure, especially when it comes to the outfits? Let's assume she walked through and the zip of her clothes opened, right? Yeah. What's the whole atmosphere behind? What do you guys go through? Do you have to start amending the outfit or something?
In cases where the model is yet to go on stage, there is a probability of we probably working on the clothes because this model has not been seen yet by the persons that came for the show. Okay. But then if the model is on the stage, there is what we call you're on the stage already. So as a model, you've been trained on that aspect where something might happen that you're not expecting. But that doesn't mean we don't want to see you giving us I am not a professional because we expect that you're a professional. So if anything happens to your clothes, my dear, see, hit the runway like a professional, and then come out. So that's what we want to see. So,
but there's not some sort of heat, like you guys shouting at the fashion designer, that what kind of outfit is this, or?
Most times, you know, always the photo. Some mistakes happen, accidents happen, so it could just happen. Do you understand? But then we always tell the designers that before you come for a show, look at the clothes very well. Look at your materials. Are they okay? Are they something that will just break out and then disgrace the person working on the runway? So we tell designers to give us their best in what they are doing. Do you understand? So even if it happens, there is no need to shut down the designer because it's a mistake. It can happen. It can happen to anybody. I have worn a clothes that actually messed me up outside, but then I wouldn't blame to the designer. Do you understand? But then because I just feel this is what happened on a daily basis, so I just have to accept it. And then so shout out the designer is obviously not professional, and then the designer will obviously know that okay, this can happen before, so next time he or she becomes more careful in getting an outfit that they want to run away. So that is just it. All right.
So how do you work with the designers, the fashion designers, to actually make the perfect outfit? Okay, before that. Okay. Let's assume you have a fashion show for an Ankara outfit. How do you juggle it? How do you guys come into conclusion with the kind of model that wears this kind of outfits? Because we have fat models, right? Yeah. How do you guys come into conclusion as a team to make this agreement that we are going with so and so model and we're not going with so and so model?
Okay. So before a fashion show, there's what we call casting. Model casting, where on the model casting, but for model casting we we get to pick the models that we want for the show, because every show have a kind of models they're looking at for. A show might say, okay, we want the plus size models. The model, don't call them fat model, we call them plus size. Do you understand? So it can
my
be
bad.
okay. It's really not your fault. Okay, so we call them plus size models. So a show might say, okay, we need a plus size model. A show might say, okay, we need them size 8, size 10, size 12. Just so. If we have those models in a show now, and then the show can also decide to combine these models together and then deliver a show. So if during the casting we get the pictures of these models, now it's called Polaroid. So this Polaroid, we send them as a com card to the designer. So designers know what the figures of the models they are working with. So they make an outfit pertaining the body size of those models. So that is so they are aware of the models they are working with. They don't just come on the show and then they start meeting up models that they don't know. They are aware that, okay, I have slim models, I have fat ones, the plus size, and then they just know what they're working with too. And then even most times they get it. Most times when we send those pictures to them, they even end up selecting the models that they want to work with. So on the day of the event, they're calling to some models by their name, look at the pictures that they have, and then give them the clothes that will fit them too.
Perfectly. Okay, so I'm interested to know, what's the full meaning of the SPE model in your designation?
Okay, it means struct, perfect, effortlessly.
Oh, wow. You said it's what? Struct, perfect, effortlessly.
Yeah.
So there's no mistake. You're not supposed to have a mistake as a model.
Not like there is a growing stage. Do you understand?
Okay.
From my agency, I make sure that before you go hit a show, you should be good enough to hit a show, because I don't want to go there and say, it's so model that is misbehaving. So you need to be good enough before I can allow you to go for a casting and then get picked and then work a show. Because I'm a perfectionist, let me use that word. So I make sure that, and then you cannot impress me as a model. But people know me very well. You might think, to you feel you're doing it very right, but then I might look at you and then I'm seeing something that you're not doing right. And so because of that, you cannot impress me. Just do your best. I obviously know you're doing your best, but then I won't come and tell you you're doing your best, because I feel if I tell you that, you will not relax and then not want to grow and then do you understand. So that's just it.
That's just the name. Like, it's your name. It's not like a type of model or something.
No. I just coined out this from struct, perfect, effortlessly. So I struct, so you have to be perfect.
You have to be effortless.
Exactly, without stress.
Nice one. Okay, so back to the question, right? What challenges have you actually faced? Because I'm not saying I keep emphasizing behind the scene.
Okay.
Especially when it comes to the right music to play on the wrong way, and let's assume the music is not coming forth, right? What are the challenges you guys face at that point?
Okay, now before I answer that question, I want to just tell persons that are watching the show, maybe you're sitting at the audience and you're watching the show, do not come to the backstage. It's always very messed up. Do you understand?
Okay.
Because the stress, I have directed a show before where at the backstage I ended up falling down and I was crying, because as that was my first ever show that I was in charge of the models. I was shouting, I was crying, because what I was saying was what I expected wasn't what I was saying. Do you understand? So. At the backstage is always chaos. Imagine shouting at the models, and then your designer, and then the person in charge of the music. Sometimes music might just go off, and then designers are, these models are like, what am I going to do? Or then a designer might come and tell you, this song people are playing, I don't like it, so please, I need so song, and then you're trying to like reschedule and then make sure that it fits.
Sorry, the model decides the kind of music.
The designer most times decide the kind of music.
Designer.
Yes. Okay. Decide the kind of music and then the designers. That's why most times we always say designers. There's something called fitting before events.
Okay.
Do you understand? So this fitting, the designers are expected to come for fitting, and then you see the models, they wear their clothes. If there's any need for amendments or any need for any changes, let us know. Sometimes they might say, okay, I need a routine for myself. Do you understand? So on the fitting day, the designers tell us what you want. Not on the day of the event, you're not going to say, I don't want this one, because it is always. It is how do I say it is bad for a designer to just come up on the door of the show and tell you, please, I want this one. It will disorganize what you're doing. Do you understand? So we are humans, so a little feel like that because we want to deliver a perfect show, so that can shake us a bit. So it is always very don't even come to the backstage. It's just very chaos there. Don't come there. Don't come. Most times, we don't even allow people come there because when you come to the backstage, you just know that this people are not. Sometimes you
it looks like they're not serious.
But you would want to see that part of it. You want to see the perfect show and not what is happening at the backstage. The backstage is always very chaos. Sometimes you see models, my clothes, and then they are playing their shoes because they want to. So do not come there. Do not come there.
Okay, so let's go personally a little bit. What actually inspired you to be a creative director in the modeling agency?
Okay, before now, I said like I've been in the industry for like 8 years. I started as a model, and then I transitioned to training models, and then I had to start up my agency, and then have models I train. So it is more of a passion. But then most times I tell persons that passion is not just a driving force. You can have a passion and then you sleep. Again, I know you sleep with it, but then I needed to push it for people to see it. Yes, I had people who were telling me, you look like a model, that and that. But then I didn't just take that. I wanted to sell myself in the industry. So when I said like model, and then I went through some phases where rejection, as if somebody you face rejection, most of you go for casting, they'll tell you no, you're not good enough. And then I've gone for casting where they tell me I'm not good enough, and then not good enough not because I am not good, but because the body size. So I want to bring down to the east here. In the east here, there is issue of models that are slim. They don't pick models that are slim. So I am on the slim part of it. So most times designers want to work with models that are body built. So because I'm in the slim side of it, so most times when I go for casting, I am good, but my body size is the issue. So they will tell me, you're good though, but then your body size, because your body size will not pick you. So I had to say, okay, yes, I am not getting there. I am not most times not being picked for a show. Why not me channel this energy to training models, and then they pick them for the show? So picking those models for the show is like they're picking me. So I had to channel it to that part of it where I train models and then they go for shows. And most of them, like, Charles, they pick your models. Yes, I know they'll pick me because I know you're obviously good. Do you understand? So that is the energy that I had to just channel into training models too. All
right, so we'll be reviewing your video right now, where you're actually doing your thing as SPE model. All right.
Okay.
So, Mr. SPE, effortlessly perfect. So talk to us. What tension do you pass through? I can see you shouting here.
Okay. Yeah.
What tension do you pass through doing this?
Okay, now this is the day of the event. So this is like the last rehearsal before the event. So I expect to see perfection in what they are doing now, because this is after now the audience want to see it. So the tension here is the tension here is not like same as me training them the day before this one. Do you understand? So because I want to see perfection here now. So that's why if you notice, it was where I thought I was going to see perfection, and then they were not doing it. I had to like, hey!
Yeah.
Do you understand? So that was the tension I was having there, because I want to see perfection, I'm not getting it there, so I am feeling tense already. Because in shows they don't want to say this model is not good. Who is the show producer? Who is the model coach? That is what they're asking.
Oh, not even who. Wow.
So when the model mess up on the stage, they don't ask you, who is this model messing up?
Are you serious?
Like, who trained these models?
Wow.
So
you guys take the models take the glory, and when it's time for faults, they blame it on.
Exactly.
Wow. So is this where the training started initially, or is this a different kind of training?
It's a different kind of training. That's SPE.
Okay.
That's SPE. Then the other one was a fashion show where I was training models for a fashion show.
Okay.
Then this is actually a pageantry. I was training models for a pageantry too. I also train models for fashion shows and then pageant too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
So these are like the dress rehearsal before the main show. This is the day of the show. So this is the last rehearsal before the time for the show.
Quite interesting.
So you see, that is why the tension is there. You have to just be perfect, because they want to see it. So this one now is this particular one now is the day before the day of the show.
All right.
So this is like where the models were having where the models stay, like the lodge to them. So the other place was the hall where I was now doing the last rehearsal for them. So it wasn't easy, but then thank God.
So like, how do you come in terms with the tradition and culture of a particular
runway show? Like, you know, you're a creative director, right?
Okay.
So how do you come in terms with a runway show that wants to do anything that has to do with just culture and tradition? Because let's talk about probably dressing as an Igbo person and all that, because you are stating that your body size can actually disqualify you.
Yeah.
Now let's assume that most of your models are not plus size, they're slim and all that.
Yeah.
So how do you come in terms with it when they say, this is what we want and we need models from you and all that? What do you do when that kind of contract comes to you?
Okay, that's where casting is being done. If a show organizer reach out to me and tell me, okay, we need models for so, and I know that okay, those set of models I don't have them, I pull off a casting where I get other models that are not in SPE to come around, and then I pick out the models that will be fitting for the show.
Yeah.
So that's how we get models that.
For that particular
and then for
size.
show, and then for every show,
Yeah.
I end up I had to meet the show organizer. Okay, what do you want?
All right.
What kind of body size do you want? Do you want them slim? Do you want them plus size? Do you want them size 8? What body size do you need? How many models do you need? So these are things we always look out for, because obviously they say where you work is where you eat. Do you understand? So for the models, obviously get paid after the show. So we want to know the number of models that you want for your show. So budget can actually give them a thank you very much after the whole show. So that is what we look out for in getting models for it.
Talking about thank you very much after the show, when they pay, do they pay the modeling manager or they pay the models themselves?
Some shows pay to the models themselves, some pay to the model manager.
Oh, so it depends on what you both agree.
There's some shows that will tell you, some shows will tell you we are not working with freelance. Now freelance are models that are not signed in any agency.
They call themselves independent model, right?
Freelance.
Okay, freelance.
Yes.
Okay.
So
I once heard someone say I'm an independent model.
So these are models that are not sent to any agency, and then we have some. I might come and say, okay, I want models that are sent to the agency, and then I'm reaching out to agencies, not the models. Do you understand? So when there's a pay, I'm paying the agency to pay the models. But a show that is open for both freelance and the models in the agency can pay direct to the models. And then obviously some modeling agency also always have their cuts in every, so the models know what to do to always reimburse the cut for the agency.
Okay. So what parts of this whole modeling creative director do you find more rewarding?
Everything is rewarded actually, but then it's like I said, it's a stage. You understand?
Yeah.
You will only start reaping the fruits of a labor if you know what you are doing. You can't just start today and start. You can't just start modeling today and then you expect to start making money today. Do you understand? You have to show yourself and make yourself approved before you start making money from it. So every part of it is a stage. I started as a model. I did 3 jobs. Even most times I go for shows to go train models. I did some 3 jobs. Do you understand? These were stages of these were stages to where I am now. Do you understand? So if you start today and want to start making money, I think there was a girl that met me. She wanted to be a model, and then on that sense, she was telling me, when I start making money, I'm like, madam, you've not done anything yet. I'm not sure you can even cut off. You can even wear heels and then start making money. It's not possible. So you have to go through the stage and then get yourself good for you to start. Okay, this is what you can pay me, and then if people see that you're good, they obviously want to pay for the service you offer them. So that is it.
So how do you all work with the lighting of the stage? And like you just said, this the model doesn't know how to wear heels and doesn't know how to walk on heels. Let's assume that she's actually on that runway, and the lights went off.
Okay.
What's the atmosphere like? Because we've spoken about the clothes, we've spoken about the whole buhaha that happens backstage. Now let's talk about the lighting. Let's assume the lights went off while the person is on the runway. What's the atmosphere like?
Before the show, there's always a dress rehearsal. So we expect these models to get used to the stage. Do you understand? So if in any way such kind of thing happen, we expect the models to just pause at that place. Because obviously the place will be very dark, so you might not really see. Because most times, most fashion shows, the lighting is just on the stage.
Yeah.
The other part of the hall, there's no light there. Do you understand? So if the light on the stage goes off, that means every other part of the hall will be dark. So we expect the models to just pause there for for the light to come up and then you start doing what you want to do, because we wouldn't want casualties. We wouldn't want you to just probably hit on somebody that might be sitting very close to you, because most shows it is being done on the floor, so and then their legs are always out, so we are being careful for the models not to probably make a mistake or fall on the stage and do something that will not be so good for the show too.
Nice. So let's play some games. I have some nice games for you to play. Why are you laughing? Are you scared?
I'm not really a fan of game, but then I'm open to it.
All right. So we have riddles. We have social media abbreviation.
Okay.
And we also have not really complete the lyrics, but I would read the lyrics and you tell me the artists that actually have that music. So let's start with the riddles, right?
Okay.
What has to be broken before you can use it?
I did see this part coming. Do I know that? What's the question again?
What has to be broken before you use it?
Please help me out.
All right, the answer is an egg.
Oh!
Of course, you have to break an egg before you use it.
Okay.
All right, so the next question. I'm tall when I'm young, and I'm short when I'm old. What am I?
Is that candle?
Yeah! Okay. Let's go to the third one. What month of the year has 28 days?
Okay, that's tricky. I think all the months have 28 days.
Oh my goodness, you're actually smart. Okay, so let's the last question for riddle, right?
Okay.
What is full of holes but still holds water?
What's the question again?
What is full of holes but still holds water?
The skin?
No.
Full of holes but still holds water.
Think.
I don't know.
All right, the answer is a sponge.
I actually use that one. I actually use that too.
You see?
And that's true.
All right, so let's go over to social media abbreviation.
Okay.
That one is quite simple, right?
For those that are very conversant.
You know one thing with you people, you all always claim that you're not used to social media abbreviation, and you know that's a lie.
No, I don't. I know. For me,
you don't
for
use
me
social media abbreviation.
No.
But you see it.
But yes, I see it.
Exactly.
I see it. Yeah.
So let's roll. What's the full meaning of IMO?
IMO. It's emo.
Emo is a state. What's the full meaning?
IMO. I don't know.
In my opinion.
Okay.
Why are you so chill? Because you
Okay.
failed this one.
I'm sure I'll get the next.
Okay. What's the full meaning of IDK?
IDK. I don't know.
Correct. All right. FAQ.
FAQ. I think hey God. Why?
If you fail this one, I'll be highly disappointed.
It's not frequent, right? Is it frequent?
Yes. It has frequent in it.
F what again?
FAQ.
Frequently asked.
All right. This is where we've come to the end of the show. I know you actually enjoyed that conversation and the games that we actually played with that particular guest. In case you wanted to know how those models feel, what happens when this kind of thing happens. All right, welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Happy birthday to all the celebrities that today happen to be their birthday, including you. If today happened to be your birthday, a wonderful birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to our colleague. If you always watch the Sunday show from The Correspondent, Matewa said today is his birthday, so we are here to wish him a very
happy
birthday.
Happy birthday, ma. I hope you brought cake to the office because after now
we are going
to lose our fitness journey.
Thank you
just
very much.
For you.
Emphasis on fitness
brace
journey.
yourself.
Brace up.
We are coming.
Brace up.
Happy birthday, Emmanuel. Keep doing wonders. And happy birthday to every other person out there. Emmanuel, my elder sister, every other person, the wonderful celebrities that we've been seeing on screen. I wish you guys long life and prosperity.
Much love from us.
Okay.
Let's delve into
let's dive into the playlist.
Let's go. Okay, so first we have is Joy Is Coming by Fido, a rising Nigerian music phenomenon, songwriter and performer, has delighted fans and music lovers. I know you will say we've overheard about this song. I'm sorry, but it's a trending song, okay? This talented musician never ceased to amaze us with new sensual, I want to say sensation now. Sensual music that should be on every smartphone. The creation of this new song required extensive preparation and work. Do you know the funniest part? Even if you're complaining that this song is doing too much, let us take a look at some TikTok dance challenge to these trending songs.
If you know be kala, yeah. If you know be kala, the Fuji. One man joke, good boy. It's in a me, take it easy. Catch some cruise, my cheese. You spoke one for days. Come on for the body, know the breathe. Put on your shoe, make it stand that this. All your sorrow, make it dance them free. If you know be kala, yeah. If you know be kala, the Fuji. One man joke,
Oh my God.
I've
tried to learn these lyrics. I cannot. I don't know why.
Don't blame you. Don't blame you, but I'm not a fan of this song. It's a good song.
You're shocking me.
Wait now. Allow me to. It's a good song. It's good, but it doesn't resonate with me. Right?
Why?
It's not my kind of music.
Exactly. Why?
Because it's not my kind of music.
Joy is coming. I'm hearing the lyrics. I may not know the other parts that they're saying.
I'm saying it's a good song, right? When
I
I listen, when I hear, I don't have it on my phone. So when I'm scrolling through the internet, TikTok and other space, and I hear the song, I'll just nod my head to it. But it's not something that it doesn't just sit. Yeah, listen to. But it's good. I love the attention.
It was my morning ritual. Like when you play Christian music,
in the morning,
I add it to it.
I love the attention that the song is getting. I love the height it's getting. But all I'm saying is it's a good song. Don't get me wrong. But just that I don't have so much to say because I don't listen to this song. I don't. It's intentional. I'm not just into the song.
I'm surprised.
It's fine. But the next song, I listen to it.
Okay.
So next on our list, we have the intense new track,
oh, this girl.
Bundle by Bundle, by our renowned Odogu, top-charting Nigerian singer and songwriter. Burna Boy has recently astonished his numerous fans like me, like you. Meanwhile, the new melodious smart song is taken from his newest blockbuster album labeled No Sign of Weakness. With fresh and catchy music that should be on everyone's smartphone, this talented musician never ceases to amaze us, me and you. This new song took a lot of planning and effort to create. Now, because I will not give you irrelevant news, stories, songs that, it always sits right with anybody. Take a look at the drama. See, they not say take a look at the song. Take a look at the drama behind this song. That's when you understand. Please, let's have the video roll. Let's have the video roll.
Another person waiting, I tell you. I always like to say the truth, I shame the devil. I know they fall that can level, cause I know get time for the people wait to the Uru Kwalenu. Me Mr. Nuba nothing, I know they hear you. 100,000 people. Why Why you tell another person waiting I tell you? I always like to say the truth and shame the devil. I know they fall that can level cause I no get time for the people wait to the uru kwalenu. Me Mr. No but nothing I know they hear you. 100,000 people when I pull up for the venue. Why you be say I still they also welu. When I get money like it only elu melu. You bet me long go. Cause when we throw the money with the draw and bundle by bundle.
Why I love Burna Boy.
You see
why I
you
love
see that first
Burna
video?
Boy.
That's exactly how I
That's
feel when I
siblings.
listen to that song. Anytime I listen to that song, that
You like slapping
someone or you're shouting at somebody. That's how I feel.
You know the
But
funny
the
thing
beat
about
is
this
amazing.
song is when it came out today. Okay, Burna Boy posted about it that it will be out at like 6 p.m. or so. I was waiting. I was waiting. Immediately when I saw the song, when I saw the bundle by bundle, I heard the snippets. I'm like, no, this can't be. And it was New Year, so it was so nice. It was like towards the New Year. It was so nice. I loved the song.
Why? Why exactly do you love the song?
I feel like Burna Boy is a diverse artist. Today he could sing. It's just like one of the songs from the album. If I'm lying, that song is different from.
There's this particular song that he had to bring choir.
Exactly.
To do the intro.
Did you watch the one that they used for the what's this Black Panther movie? That alone, like. He's so vast.
One thing about Burna Boy is that he puts a twist to his music.
Every type.
He's
of
not
it.
just in one spot.
Exactly.
You don't see him coming
at all.
You cannot see.
So
him
I think
coming,
that's why I
that
always
kind of
anticipate his
thing.
music. Yeah.
Maybe that's. I mean, Burna Boy is the top. Is a top. What would I call? Is it top charting artist
Exactly.
right
He's
now?
one
Yes.
of the top three.
Top charting,
you know
yes.
the competition that goes on with the
With
trio.
the trio, yeah.
Yeah.
So
but
whenever
he's my number
there's
one.
something about whenever
I don't know
hear-
about you.
He is too. He is too.
Okay.
So there's something about whenever we're expecting Davido's song, we know what we're expecting.
True.
Whenever
true.
they say, okay, Wizkid is about to release this, Wizkid puts that
same
twist.
twist. He
Wizkid put that
does.
twist.
He
but
does.
there's
too.
something about Burna Boy from his beats, from his intro.
It's
and all.
different. It's just
That
like when
I don't know.
he sang this 7/7.
7/7.
The
That's Twice as Tall album.
No, not the Twice as Tall. The other, the last album. I was wowed.
You didn't see it coming.
I didn't see it coming. I was like, okay, you're going from this song to this song to this, and the arrangement.
Place. Stay one
It
place.
was so nice. It was so nice. I love it.
Please, let's
And
move forward.
I don't know if you've noticed this song with Sam Smith, Burna Boy. You would not think of it.
Okay,
Burna Boy and Sam Smith.
Okay.
Look for it.
Yes, ma. The next one. The next one.
Okay, so Uchechi, please read for us, Queenettes.
All right, ma. Starboy Entertainment boss and Nigeria singer-songwriter Wizkid has once again demonstrated his musical prowess with the release of a new track, Kese. This song's production is unarguably top-notch. The audio quality is outstanding, signaling the expertise of a highly skilled sound engineer. This tune is not just a random collection of notes and beats. It's a carefully crafted sonic masterpiece that resonates deeply. Let's take a look at the dance challenge made with the song. Don't worry.
How many times they go tell the person? They know the beat to they learn the lesson. Shama ya baby they be. I just survive anytime we did it. I no get time, I no get the patience. Spread the money plenty. Tell them make we dance, make it dance, let the music in the play, almost say you go dance, tell them make we dance, you go dance, you go dance. So tell me what you wanna do tonight. You know the party no go make sense.
Do you know this song is amazing? It is amazing.
To think that after this person, we are talking of this person.
It's amazing. I love this song. Wizkid did wonders on this track.
He asked us to dance. during the festive period.
And we did dance.
And we did dance.
We did dance.
We did dance.
We did.
After oblaying.
No, this was the oblay.
Then we started feeling the ebelebe in January.
This was our oblay in December, and I loved this song. Everywhere I went to, people played, and it was so nice. I loved it. I loved it. And I love to see that the white lady dancing to it. It's so beautiful.
Emphasis on the white people dancing
so nice.
to it.
I love it.
Let's move forward.
The next, of course, we cannot do Davido and Burna Boy Whiskey without a Davido. It's not complete. So we have Davido refreshes the playlist of his crowd with the tune named Funds, including Odumodu Black and Chike. Their music has etched their names in the minds of many listeners, and their latest creative output demonstrates their inherent talent. If you're looking for a fresh and exciting addition to your music collection, look no further than Funds. This track perfectly encapsulates David's artistic vision and showcases his ability to seamlessly blend different genre and influences into the cohesive and captivative sound. Take a look at the drama created with this song.
Make I show you my bank account. Two-Face, I get it plenty to go around. So girl, make you dance when you hear this sound. Now we the poppy all over town. So tell me if you did down, did down. Do you know?
See, I know that this song, we don't have to. I don't think so. I mean, this song speaks for itself. This song is what we use this to create. We went for Oblé now. We all use this song. We know about we know about it. We did Oblé. We know about it. Nobody is new to this song. So this song speaks for itself.
Exactly.
It's so intriguing. It's captivating. It's so
whatever
nice.
You want to call it. It's everything in your soul, your body, your mind, everything.
In the morning, in the afternoon, at night, even when you're sleeping.
Psychologically.
Who are you calling everything?
Everything.
So I love this song. Davido did a wonderful job. Odumodu Black, I mean, I don't even know Odumodu was on this song. I just thought it was Davido throughout because
and Chike.
I think they were just holding the mic for him because I did not see any parts they really sang there.
Okay, let's do the final song, the final one. Nami Gets This Year by Rotimi, Keys, and Moses Bliss. It's a gospel song and one of the best songs to start the year with. The lyrics filled with captivating words of proclamation and declaration that lifts the spirits. The song was released 27 December 2024. So let's take a look at the video that was made with this particular song on TikTok.
I go, bigger I get, it's my turn, no. I go, bigger I get, it's my time, oh. This year, everything that I touch, you go multiply. I'm sorry, I'm flying high. This year, now my turn to shine.
Okay, so this particular song, I know you're expecting another secular song. I'm sorry to disappoint.
No, we have to put a blend to everything. We balance
this song was the best song to start the year with. Apart from Fido's
Joy is
this
Coming.
Nami Get This Year is the best song to start the year with. You know, when I was scrolling through TikTok, I was so disappointed that it's just people going to church that is using this sound. So it's only when you go to church that you use Christian music. Very disappointing.
No, not exactly. I feel people are yet to create content. You know how songs come. It ministers to you as time goes on. It starts going out there.
But this music, add them to your chat list this week. And of course, the show has come for you. And we don't have just 5. We have plenty. See, I'm stretching my hand. We have plenty for you. So let's delve because they might tell us to leave this place now. And we have not finished our memes. So let's have our first memes of the day. Okay. stop calling it agbalumo. It's called, what's that? Chrysophyllum africanum. Then someone replied and said, by the time you finish calling it this, it would have gone out of season, because I don't understand. Even the agbalumo feels long for me. Udara.
Oh my goodness. So I'm like, sorry ma, please, I want to buy Chrysophyllum africanum.
She'll just be looking at you like, what is that?
What?
No, she won't even, I don't have it.
Exactly.
So where can I get it?
Women, they
go
don't
to the next.
they don't
Do you
get
understand?
cheap. Go to the next.
Let's get to the next meeting.
So, up and hungry. I ain't chop sleep last night.
Chai.
I don't understand. Like, is it are you lacking sleep?
Or you're lacking
you're lacking food? Please let us understand.
And look at his face.
Oh my, I can relate. You know when you don't sleep well and you're not hungry on it, like that two combo is not good. It's not
Chai.
good.
You
Lack
when
of
I say
sleep
chai.
And hunger.
Chai.
Oh, cheap.
Please let's have our next meme. Movie never starts, popcorn don't finish. Nne, irikwarenri na yard. Where puta? Let me translate that part.
Yes, translate.
It says, Madam, did you eat at home before coming out? Because movie never starts. Popcorn don't finish.
You know, and like, you know, there are times where you go to the cinema and you're about to watch a movie, but the popcorn is so sweet. And see, let's not lie, it seems like cinema popcorn, they bang in a different way.
Yes.
You go to a good cinema, that cinema popcorn
is very
it
nice.
bang more than the normal popcorn.
I won't even lie about that, but finishing it before the movie starts.
So
did you eat before coming out? The guy is so curious, like,
if for him too, are you know Odogu buy
another one.
What's that?
Nice.
Don't go insult the madam.
But honestly, imagine they actually said that to you. How embarrassed.
No, I can't do that. I'm too, no matter how hungry I am, I'm too demure for that. I'm too classy for that. Yes, I'd rather just drink a bit of my soda, because you know soda is filling.
The gas, yes,
so actually help. A bit of soda to just calm the belly small. You understand?
I'm even imagining how she's eating the popcorn to the point that, you know, that intro of Netflix. So you finish the popcorn before the intro of Netflix. Some people exaggerate.
Please,
let's have our next week.
The intro is too long.
Yes. Let's have our next week, please.
Babe, for this life, now only two things don't enter my eyes: you and eye drop. Pick up line. Let me read this thing again.
Oh yeah.
I'm toasting.
Yeah.
Babe, for this life, now only two things don't enter my eye: you and eye drop.
You don't mind me like this. Honestly.
When I know I let them they use pick up line.
Can you imagine? I was even thinking it's shaggy. Like, I don't see shaggy.
No.
But I didn't even see that you and I didn't see the you and I drop coming. I didn't see that coming because, bro.
Lines.
Do you get?
Say lie. Another babe don't enter your eye. Not lie.
Try this festive period. I just finished.
Can
you imagine that he actually brought up this? Can you imagine that he brought up this after Christmas? Maybe he traveled to the village and he stopped talking to you. Now come back. The only you don't enter ma.
You and I drop.
Must be nice. Must be nice.
Okay,
let's have our next meme. How is your day going, my word? Love emoji and padlock emoji. And the person responded, I'm gonna open padlock, make I know wetin they do me.
This guy, the person that
very rude
goes to church.
Very rude.
No, it's not rude. The person
very
goes to church. Please unlock that padlock. Not my destiny to go padlock.
Make I know wetin they do
very
me.
Spiritual things.
Let me understand what is happening. But why did that person now laugh? Why did you laugh at the end and do your hand like this? Very rude. But do you know there are some people that when they save their partner's number, they put key, they put rose, they put love, they put padlock.
By all means,
remove the
I'm
padlock.
too spiritual for all those things.
Emphasis on spiritual.
When you go to a church that deliverance is what they used to do, You now see someone save your name with padlock. We bind and cast.
Remove in Jesus' name. Make I know what's in they do me.
I beg. I can relate, my dear.
Let's have that beg.
You know, there's sometimes that you even hear people say things like, when you are storing your padlock,
yes,
that leave it open. So that if you lock it, it's like as if you are locking your destiny. I've not heard things like,
I've heard.
Like when you are storing padlock, nobody say you want you.
Like you're keeping it, you're keeping so many because sometimes it gets rusted and to open it is now a problem.
Oh well, wait we not go see for this country. Can we have our next name?
Okay.
I'm speechless. If overthinking was a workout, you forget 6 packs by now.
I don't understand.
My own question is that is this someone's head that is actually like
obviously that? Because since there is a hair above, this is someone's
I want to believe that this was edited because hey,
like this is AI or Photoshop, right?
Yes, it has to be.
I know I've seen someone that has whenever the person laughs, there's a demarcation here.
Yeah.
Yes.
But still, like
but having 6 packs,
I've seen a whole 6 packs on that thing.
No.
But honestly, I can relate. Overthinking.
Overthinking was actually a
group of overthinkers. Say hi.
Hi. The eyes have it. Okay, let's check out our next meme. For the longest time, I thought my love language was quality time. I just realized it's bank transfer.
It's only adulthood that can teach you that.
Because
it's only adulthood that can teach you.
What do you mean? Quality time.
There's a different kind of happiness that comes when you receive an alert.
You will just find out that you were not sick. I wasn't sick of malaria. All I needed was monaria. And at the end of because yes now. You would think it's headache. I think I'm having signs of malaria. Na lie. Monaria na they do you. No, because once you receive the alert.
But I'm still of the opinion that bank transfer cannot replace quality time, especially for me.
No, we are not saying it to replace it though. But you saying someone asking you what's your love language? You not say quality time. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe quality time we buy food. Quality time we buy.
Well. Is at the end of the day, money cannot replace a person's presence.
True. But there's nothing wrong in you're coming and there's a nylon. What's inside the nylon? Hey babe, I bought you fruit salad. Okay. Right?
I understand.
You get babe, I couldn't transfer the money. Network was disturbing. So I decided to bring myself and the cash. You know, see lines.
This girl like money. This girl
doesn't love money. Who doesn't love money? I mean,
if I say your own love language, my bank transfer.
My love language is actually everything. Everything. Low quality time. I'm very greedy.
You know when they say, they say that in year 2025, what belongs to Caesar. Like if you see what belongs to Caesar,
story.
No, you collect them. No, story. Now what you want to be that? What is greedy?
But Caesar and not Caesar. I know. It's part of the New Year resolution.
Can we have our next meal? Then break your heart. They reject food. I want to get power to. That's one thing I can never do.
They break my heart. I'm rejecting food care.
I feel like I'm more prone to stress eating.
I think that's what I even eat the more because I eat with anger. You know, instead of me saying things I want to say or even cry, make I just they chop because I cannot express. They will not. Nobody will understand. They will not understand, and they might even judge me. That this is what you went through for love. So it's better there's something inside my mouth while I'm going through that heartbreak.
No, but I don't understand. There's some people that say they face this, but me I can't relate. Like when I'm down, let's leave a heartbreak aside. When I'm down, now that time I won't chop. Like, because I feel like there's the kind of relief that comes with eating
and drinking water.
Yes, as you're eating, you're drinking water. At that point, then you're not thinking of anything that's going on. It's just this deliciousness.
But there's sometimes even the food will be sour in your mouth. You feel like throwing up. Let me not even lie. Because there are some people that they cannot eat the food. True. If they now put the food inside their mouth, they feel like throwing up because your tummy is, especially when you start recollecting what you actually did, you just be like, I know fit shop.
Yeah, and please, if you're like me and you can't relate in the comment section, let me know. Because
please, eat your food.
We go chop.
Eat your food. It will not even replace the person or whatever it is. Better eat. So you have strength for whatever that is coming out. So let's have
Can
our
we
next
have our
meme.
next meme?
Someone is learning how to be a better person by watching you. I pity the person. Laugh out loud.
What? You're saying your character bad. I want bad character. Thanks.
Me that is trying to get a New Year resolution. You're looking up to me. Please look unto God, the author and finisher of your faith.
Let me now shock you.
Okay.
As a believer, let me bring as a believer. Don't you think that your life should be the Bible? Your life should reflect good things.
Evangelist lie
You
on me.
are people's Bible.
Evangelist lie on me. Preach, baby.
I'm bringing another aspect to
Preach.
this thing.
What do you mean by you're looking up to?
No, now we can also look at parenting. I want to fight this meme. We can look at parenting.
Okay.
As a parent, your child is looking up to you.
Okay.
So you cannot behave anyhow.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. But if you are looking up to me, well, if you see good character, you can pick. Because me, if I get bad character, I just told you one New Year resolution I'm planning. So that you not say, no, I learned this from Queenets from Signature TV. He did not learn it from you. I did not know about that at all. I did not know. Let's move to our next meme.
Busybody advisors say, Oga, this your woman's skirt is very short too. We can see above her knees. The Finnish Igbo man is replying. He said, yes, so it's me that bought it for her. I want to be seeing her laps. Thank you for your concern. Pay attention to your front hair.
Very rude. Very rude.
It's giving mind your business. It's giving mind your damn business.
But do you know that they always say this thing? Like, it always happens to married women. Because sometimes I will be like, you that is telling the married woman that this thing she's wearing is short. Did she not wear this thing and come out of the house with
so
her
like
husband?
Her husband is away.
Yes, now.
It's like this meme is reminding me of this situation with do you know this content creator Jane Mena that she always Jane Mena, sorry. That always twerks. Recently people have been dragging her husband because of a certain outfit she wore in a club. I think a club.
Yes.
So it's like that kind of thing. It's like the husband say, "What? It's me that bought it.
Thank you.
It's me. It's me."
Then she left that house because if he's not comfortable with it, he'll tell her, "Madam, go back inside and change."
But please, I don't encourage indecent dressing.
Neither do
Dress
I.
how you want to be addressed.
Neither do I.
If they are dragging you, it's because you are probably doing something that is not good.
But if it's for a married woman that left the house, what is your business about that?
Please, you are polluting our society.
I will still stand up, drink water and mind your business. Me, I will still say, drink water.
You guys should pay attention to your front hair.
Thank you very much. Let's have our next meme. Or is that the last one? Let's have our next meme.
My mama know they ever wait, sorry. My mama know they ever agree say she get friend. Small thing you go here. How many friends you they see me with? I think this is just typical African mother replies.
Yes.
I don't think there's any mother that.
Especially when you say, "Mommy, I want to go out with my friends. Mommy, I want to go and see my friends." Is it only you that have friends?
Stay in your house.
Stay in your house. Even me, how many friends have you seen that comes here? Is it only Mama Precious, Mama Kechi, Mama Chisimdi, Mama Layomi? And as the more they keep talking, there are more than 5 friends at the end of the day.
My own mother will tell you, stay in your house. How many friends? Look at me, your mother. That's the way she say, look at me, your mother. How many friends do I have? How many people have you seen that have come and visit me? How many people have you seen me? And truly, she doesn't have that many friends. But I'm like, you're an introvert now. Me, I'm not introverted. Please. But when I say nah, African mother.
They're very good at that. Sometimes I tell my mom, you're emotionally blackmailing me. I don't like it. So you're psychologically blackmailing me. I don't like it.
As we they look things now. So you too, when you become a mother, because you become an African mother.
No.
You too, you go tell them your children say,
can you imagine how many friends? No.
Because
I know my children will be like,
you get friends.
We have friends. Okay,
can we have our next meme?
Memes, they are so plenty.
All
right. I stopped dealing with 30 plus men. My love life improved. I recommend dating your age mate or a man few years older than you. The person now
Can we see the reply?
Let's see the reply, please. Okay, someone responded and said 30 plus man where you go send views. You go reply with, and what does this have to do with me?
This is a big shade.
Bro, you were just supposed to laugh and move on. Even if it's not funny.
30 plus men, please come and defend yourself. They are shading now. No, I don't believe this. I don't want to believe
but
that.
But imagine I actually sent you a reel and you're like, and what is this supposed to do with me? Okay, just laugh and move on. You don't even need to emphasize. Just
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, FG introduces new textbook ranking system and orders fresh assessments nationwide. NDC begins reconciliation and refutes alleged irregularities in its primaries. UN demands release of abducted pupils and teachers in Oyo and Borno states. Hundreds protest in Libya outside UN agency against undocumented migrants. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Nigerian Educational Research and Development Council has launched a sweeping overhaul of Nigeria's textbook approval process, directing publishers and other stakeholders to submit school textbooks for a fresh round of assessment, reassessment, and ranking under a newly introduced quality assurance framework. A statement by the Executive Secretary of the Council, Professor Salisu Shehu, described the textbook assessment and ranking exercise as a key component of ongoing efforts to strengthen educational standards and ensure that only high-quality learning materials reach Nigerian classrooms. Shehu said the assessment exercise will be conducted in 3 phases, with Phase 1 covering textbooks and instructional resources for Primary 1, Primary 4, Junior Secondary School JSS 1, and Senior Secondary School SSS 1, while subsequent phases will focus on other class levels. The Council announced that submissions for Phase 1 will begin on June 8, 2026, and close on June 19, 2026, warning that late submissions will not be entertained. The Council also disclosed that the assessment and ranking of all submitted textbooks and instructional materials will be completed by July 31, 2026, paving the way for the publication of approved and ranked educational resources for schools. The leadership of the Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, says it has commenced a reconciliation process aimed at resolving grievances arising from its primary elections held across the country last weekend. The decision was reached at the party's second National Executive Committee meeting as part of efforts to unite aggrieved members and address concerns raised over the conduct of the primaries. In a statement issued on Friday, the National Secretary of the party, ENUGU, refuted the allegation of irregularities, manipulation, and the imposition of candidates by some aspirants that participated in the presidential, governorship, National Assembly, and State House of Assembly primaries. He said the claims that the elections were characterized by irregularities and candidate imposition were false and largely driven by a misunderstanding of the party's constitution and guidelines, as well as what it described as deliberate attempts to undermine its growing influence. The NDC said it adopted a consensus-building approach that emphasized stakeholder consultations and internal dialogue to minimize disputes and strengthen party cohesion, saying that the Southeast, caucus leaders, and political stakeholders were tasked with coordinating consultations and making recommendations based on the political realities of their respective states. According to the statement, reports of aspirants prematurely declaring themselves candidates, as well as complaints regarding aspects of the process, had been referred to the party's appeal panel and leadership for resolution. The second National Working Committee meeting of the Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, has ended in Abuja, with members celebrating what they see as a phenomenal growth in membership within a very short period of its existence. The meeting was convened to ratify membership of the committee elected at its National Congress, state chairman of the party, and list of candidates for the 2027 general election. Correspondent Wabweze Njoko reports.
The National Executive Committee meeting, which was attended by all 36 state and FCT chairmen of NDC, was addressed by the national chairman, the party leader, and the presidential candidate of the party. The national leader of the party, Senator Siriake Dixon, said that the party, which is just over 90 days old from its date of registration, has defied critics, overcoming hurdles, and now stands as the fastest growing political party in the history of Nigeria.
We had our first neck shortly upon registration of this great party. And as the national chairman recounted a few minutes ago, we immediately went into political activities. We were thrown into. We were like a baby given birth to in a very turbulent, tight electoral program. Essentially configured, even against opposition parties, you would say. From day one, when this party was given birth to, we started to swim against the tide.
Presidential candidate of the party, Peter Obi, admitted that as a result of the many time-bound political activities the party undertook, there were some flaws in the process that produced its candidates for the forthcoming elections. He pleaded for understanding, sacrifice, and a sense of collective destiny, because those who didn't win now will win in the future.
For the party, mine is to most sincerely join and continue to appeal for sacrifice. Appeal for sacrifice if you consider that this party is about 90 days old, and within these 90 days, we've gone through convention, through primary, to another special convention and this. It is not easy. Like Leader said, these are things parties that have lasted for years, find it difficult to go through. Please, I'm begging all of us to be able to be more tolerant, understanding, and sacrifice as we go through this. It is important that we look at tomorrow. Let us not be preoccupied by the process of today. Let us look at tomorrow. I assure you that we will continue to do better. We will continue to be a party of difference. I said before, and I said in every meeting, this party, when we are opportune to form government, we will show that party is supreme. The party is in control. And that we have a sense of accommodation. For those of you, leaders said, those who did not win today may win tomorrow. But our change is that those who did not win today will win tomorrow. We will accommodate everybody. It's a party that people will see what it means to be caring and accommodating when we have the opportunity. Please, bear with us.
Also in attendance at the National Working Committee meeting, which went into the night, were Senators Victor Ome, Tony Woye, Nkechi Nwogu, and Ovie Omoagege. In Abuja, I'm Nwabueze Njoku for Signature TV.
Some bandits invaded the Igbosi area of Idogun in Ose local government area of Ondo State, destroying 2 buildings and kidnapping a 9-year-old boy in the early hours of Friday. The bandits reportedly destroyed the 2 houses before picking up the victim and whisking him away to an unknown destination. The boy, identified as Oluwatobi, is said to be the son of a pastor in the community, Isaac Olaosebikon. The State Police Public Relations Officer, Abayomi Jimo, who confirmed the incident in a WhatsApp message, said efforts were ongoing to rescue the victim and apprehend the perpetrators. He added that personnel of the command and the Amotekun Corps had been mobilized to the scene and had launched a coordinated search and rescue operation. The United Nations Resident and Humanitarian Coordinator in Nigeria, Mohammed Fall, has called for the immediate and safe release of school children and teachers abducted in recent attacks in Oyo and Borno states. Fall made the call after meeting with a delegation from the National Safe Schools Response Coordination Center in Abuja, led by Dr. Samuel Umana. He expressed concern over the growing insecurity affecting schools and learning communities across the country, describing the attacks as a threat to education and child protection. Fall affirmed the UN's commitment to supporting safe, inclusive, and violence-free learning environments, while advocating stronger implementation of safe school standards and improved emergency response mechanisms to protect children and educational facilities. The meeting reviewed security challenges facing schools and conveyed solidarity with affected families, school authorities, and communities. The Senate has assured the Federal Character Commission of its support, particularly in the areas of funding, legislative reforms, and the enforcement of compliance with federal character principles. The chairman of the Senate Committee on Federal Character and Intergovernmental Affairs, Ede Dafinoni, gave the assurance during a meeting between the committee and the leadership of the commission held at the National Assembly. Speaking at the meeting, the chairman of the Federal Character Commission, Ayo Omidiro, lamented the challenges confronting the commission, particularly inadequate budgetary allocations under the envelope budgeting system. Dafinoni, who welcomed the plans by the commission to deepen the implementation of federal character principles across states and local government. The chairman of the Federal Character Commission, Ayo Omidiro, while addressing the committee, lamented the challenges confronting the commission, particularly inadequate budgetary allocations under the envelope budgeting system. A bill seeking to establish the National Agency for Malaria Elimination in the country has scaled the third reading in the Nigerian Senate. The legislation, sponsored by Delta-born Senator Ned Nwoko, seeks to provide a legal framework for the coordination of national efforts aimed at the prevention, control, and eventual elimination of malaria in the country. Nwoko told journalists that malaria elimination in Nigeria is both practical and achievable. Speaking after the passage of the bill, Senate President Godswill Akpabio described the legislation as a landmark intervention in the fight against malaria. The bill will proceed to the House of Representatives for concurrence before being transmitted to the President for assent. Still to come, U.S. Senate passes $70 billion in new funds for border patrol. Israel continues strikes and forced displacement in Lebanon. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Hundreds of Libyans have gathered outside the UN Refugee Agency headquarters in Tripoli to protest against undocumented migrants that they say should leave Libya. Protesters on Thursday chanted "Libya belongs to Libyans" and called for the closure of the UNHCR headquarters in the capital, holding signs reading "Our love for our country is not racism," and "Libya is not the world's garbage bin." Demonstrators accused the UN agency for seeking to settle undocumented migrants in the North African country. Since a NATO-backed uprising in 2011, Libya has become a transit route for hundreds of thousands of migrants fleeing conflict and poverty, often from sub-Saharan Africa, with many risking dangerous journeys across the desert or the Mediterranean. The UN agency in Libya affirmed the right of all Libyans to express their opinions, but warned about the spread of misleading information and hate speech regarding its work in the country. The U.S. Senate handed President Donald Trump a victory early Friday morning, passing a bill that would provide the Department of Homeland Security with an additional $70 billion for immigration enforcement and sending it to the House of Representatives for financial consideration. The Senate voted 52-47 to approve the legislation, with no support from Democrats. One Republican voted against the bill. Republicans accused Democrats of defunding immigration and customs enforcement and border patrol, despite the agencies having a combined $100 billion in upspent funds that was part of a larger DHS spending package enacted last year by Republicans. The House is not expected to take up the measure before next week, according to Republican leaders. Israel's deadly strikes continue across Lebanon, despite the announcement of a new U.S. brokered ceasefire agreed between Lebanese and Israeli officials in Washington, D.C. The country's health ministry disclosed that at least 3,526 people have now been killed and 10,733 injured in Israeli strikes on Lebanon since March 2nd. Hezbollah chief Naim Qassem has rejected the ceasefire deal as a farce, warning that northern Israel will remain a target for fighters as long as Israel continues to bomb Lebanon. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps said there will be no peace in the region until Israel withdraws from Lebanese territory, adding that a deal between Tehran and Washington also involves an end to the conflict in Lebanon. We now turn our attention to sports with Christopher Lele.
Nigeria Super Eagles have arrived in Portugal ahead of the international friendly match against the FIFA World Cup bound Portuguese national team. Fresh from their successful outing at the Unity Cup in London, the three-time African champions were held to a 2-2 draw by Poland in an international friendly played in Warsaw on Wednesday. The team, led by head coach Eric Chell, touched down in Lisbon, the capital city of Portugal, on Thursday as preparations intensify for Sunday's highly anticipated encounter. The friendly match is expected to provide another important test for the Super Eagles as Chell continues to assess his squad ahead of upcoming competitive fixtures. Angola's preparations for upcoming international assignments have been disrupted following the cancellation of a scheduled friendly match against Botswana due to travel-related difficulties affecting the visiting team. The Botswana Football Association confirmed that logistical challenges prevented the national team from making the trip for the international fixture, forcing the cancellation of a match that was expected to provide both sides with valuable competitive preparation during the FIFA international window. The cancellation represents a setback for both countries, as friendly matches play an important role in player assessment, squad development, and maintaining competitive fitness ahead of major tournaments and qualification campaigns. Angola's football authorities are now expected to explore alternative arrangements to ensure the Palancas Negras maximize the current international window, while Botswana will focus on addressing the issues that led to the cancellation. Portugal captain Cristiano Ronaldo is expected to feature in his country's international friendly against Nigeria after reportedly making himself available for selection ahead of the highly anticipated encounter in Lisbon. The veteran forward had initially been taped to sit out of the fixture as part of efforts to manage his workload ahead of the FIFA World Cup. Reports suggested Portugal's coaching staff were considering giving the 41-year-old an additional rest following a demanding campaign to ensure he arrived at the tournament in peak condition. The friendly is expected to serve as Portugal's final test before the World Cup and offers the coach an important opportunity to assess his team against one of Africa's leading football nations. Ronaldo's availability is recorded as a significant boost for the Portuguese side as they finalized their plans for the tournament. For Nigeria, the prospect of facing one of football's most decorated players adds extra intrigue to an already high-profile fixture. In golf, Jennifer Kupcho made a strong start to golf's second women's major of the year as she leads the US Women's Open by one shot after the first round on Thursday. The 29-year-old American fired a 566 at Revelry Country Club in Los Angeles to lead from South Korea's Kim Se-young. Kupcho, whose only previous major title came at the Chevron Championship in 2022, opened with 3 straight birdies and finished with 7 overall, along with 2 bogeys. In cricket, Ollie Robinson said he thought he would never play Test cricket for England again after he ended a 2-year absence at Lord's on Thursday. On a chaotic opening day of England's first Test against New Zealand, the 32-year-old made his comeback in emphatic style, taking 4 wickets for 10 runs, including a triple wicket maiden in his first over. Robinson's last international appearance came against India in 2024 and had been overlooked by selectors due to concerns relating to conditioning. With a new ball in his hand, Robinson started his first over on Thursday by bowling 2 dot balls before dismissing Devon Conway for IBW. That's sports news on Signature TV. I'm Christopher Lele.
Nigerian reality star and comedian D1 criticizes gospel singer Yinka Aleseyori for apologizing to Nigerians over her comments on insecurity. Popular rapper CDQ is alleging that the Nigerian music industry is heavily influenced by powerful cabals, gangs, and cult groups. A Nigerian streamer, Pella, engages his lover, Jarvis, amid ongoing pregnancy rumor. Quineth Mokonta has the details on entertainment news.
Nigerian reality star and comedian D1 has criticized gospel singer Yinka Aleseyori for apologizing to Nigerians over her comments on insecurity. Aleseyori had urged Nigerians to pray for President Bola Tinubu and security agencies, stating during a live prayer session that the government was making effort to address insecurity amid public concern over recent kidnappings in Oyo State. Following backlash, she issued a public apology. Reacting, D1 argued that Aleseyori spoke under divine inspiration and should not have apologized. He claimed she bowed to public pressure instead of standing on her convictions, adding that the apology was influenced by fear of criticism and potential professional consequences. According to him, she missed an opportunity to evangelize and should have sought spiritual guidance before retracting her remarks. He further maintained that her original statement was not wrong and warned that choosing public approval over her beliefs could have spiritual consequences. D1 also praised gospel minister Testimony Jaga for his bold approach to ministry, which he likened to the style of Jesus' disciples.
Mrs. Yinka Aleseyori, first of all, I want to thank you and thank God for your ministry. God has used you a lot. But what you did today, please don't ever try it again. There is a way that seemeth right unto a man. The end is destruction. You were in the spirit when you were saying those things that you were saying, that people should pray. Those things, I want to believe that it was God that was speaking through you. But you lost an opportunity to evangelize to the world. I can bet 100% that before you made your apology video, you did not seek the face of God.
Popular rapper CDQ has alleged that the Nigerian music industry is heavily influenced by powerful cabals, gangs, and cult groups. Speaking during an interview with content creator JB Randy, the rapper claimed that artists who are not affiliated with any influential group often find it difficult to succeed in the industry. According to him, musicians who achieve success without such associations are fortunate. CDQ maintained that the music business has evolved into a system where belonging to a particular group can determine the level of support and opportunities an artist receives. He also suggested that artists who lack such connections may invest significant resources into their careers without seeing meaningful results. The rapper urged artists, record labels, executives, and other stakeholders to discourage the growing ink between gangsterism and the music industry and work towards creating a more inclusive environment. Popular Nigerian streamer Pella has engaged his lover Jarvis amid ongoing pregnancy rumors. The proposal took place in Ghana on Wednesday night. Sharing a video of the engagement on Instagram, Pella expressed his excitement about their future together and hinted that wedding preparations were already underway. The engagement comes weeks after the streamer suggested that he and Jarvis were expecting a child. Speculations about a possible pregnancy intensified last month after a video showing Jarvis undergoing an ultrasound scan surfaced on social media. Neither Pella nor Jarvis has publicly confirmed the pregnancy rumors.
When we meet in 2023, you have been like blessing, you have been encouraging me, and I've been doing well in life. And I want to tell you, will you marry?
That's the entertainment news. Queeneth Mukunta, Signature TV News.
That's the size of our package. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down